will feel like every outlet, every organization, everywhere we are meant to be. It is not every place you're supposed to be. And it is not every meeting you're supposed to attend. It is not every organization you're supposed to, honor their invitation. You're supposed to understand where you belong and what fits you. I am not good at sport, and you will never find me playing football. I would make that seem loose drastically. And I would never feel like I am missing out of life because I'm not part of a football team. I would never feel I am missing out of life because I didn't make it to a football academy, because right from inception I know I don't belong there at all. And same goes for cooking. I'm learning how to cook, but I'm not strong. So if I cook for you, something can happen to you, and you might be visiting the toilets very often, right? You can't tell me to be a chef. I cannot do that, right? So it's the same way for you. You can't be told to be a seamstress when you're even scared of the needle. You have nothing to do with tailoring. It is not in your field, right? So this brings me to question truly what fear is. And that makes me understand that to a certain degree, certain things we fear in our life is because we've learned it and that we've imprinted it in our heart and made ourselves believe that such things is not counted for us, that such things should not be imbibed in us. And that's why we feel like if we don't do certain things, we're being left out. You don't have to be in every organization. Some of you in school, you're in all the whole clubs. You're everywhere. You are running, you're jumping, you're throwing the javelin, you're in the basketball courts. There is nothing that you're not doing. It is good to explore your options, definitely. But what about the place of your strength? What about the place of you understanding your value and where you truly shine? Fear of missing out is like motivating the fish and telling the fish that, oh, climb the trees. You're making the fish feel so sad for not climbing the trees. But that's not what it was made for. So the fish would never feel like it's been left out because there was no part of it for it on the tree. It is its natural habitat. What fear of being left out does to us is that it causes erosion of self-worth. We no longer define ourselves truly by who we are. We define ourselves by what people think we are. You are not what you think you are. You are not what you think other people think you are. You are what you think other people think that you think you are. We are layers of perception. We culture our life based on people's opinion about us. It's always all about what people will say rather than what will I say about myself at the end of the day. So it causes erosion of self-worth. Secondly, it causes social withdrawal, right? When you begin to doubt yourself and lose yourself, the very thing that you do is you take yourself away from the society because you're not being valued, you're not being honored. So you think. But one cannot honor you or value you if they don't know your value or strength, or they don't know where you stand. So which is why it is imperative that we know where we stand. Include yourself in society. Be part of the group. Be part of the people. Embrace society. Let culture shift you. Right? That's why in the beginning I mentioned these things, and some of us raised our hand and some of us did not. And one of the funny thing is, what pap is to us in Nigeria is different from what pap is to South Africans, right? And this same meal is made up of maize, but yet it is two different meals for two different countries. So if a South African meets me and then tell me that I'm being left out, have I tried pap? I'll say yes, I've taken pap. But unknowingly to me, it's their own version, right? They don't make it with hot water. They eat their pap with beef stew and sauce. So it's thick. It is very, very thick. They don't make it with hot water the way we do in Africa, here in Nigeria apparently rather. So if If I'm being asked, I would say yes, I've taken part, but to them, I am being left out. But now imagine if, because of that, I impose myself something that's going to give me an inferiority complex. I then deflect myself because I've not eaten South African pap. Should that be the basis of my self-denial? Should that be the basis of me denying myself of what I should be? The concept of fear of losing out or fear of being left out, the concept has been since 2004. So this is 22 years after, and we're still battling it. Ryan Eton was the one who, conceptualized this theory and also put it under self-development theory. But we can see that even at this, 22 years after, people are still trying to look for themselves. People are still trying to feel like they failed in life because somehow the society has not, given them room to be themselves. I would tell you that if the rule does not favor you, you bend the rule. If you can't break the rule, bend the rule. You have to create for yourself an institute or a situation that lets you be yourself truly and authentically. And another thing what fear of being left out does to us, it causes us to overcompensate. We try too hard to please people. We try too hard to be where we don't belong. We find ourselves in situations that we're not even supposed to be at, which is not meant to be so. Don't compromise yourself. Don't overcompensate yourself for what is not meant to be. You're not ought to be everywhere. You're not ought to attend every party, attend every seminars, attend everything. No. Attend the one you can. Attend the one that has the right distribution of value for you. It's because they invited you somewhere does not mean that you're supposed to be there. And some of you feel because people call you and then make you feel like a guest does not mean that truly you're a guest. You could just be one of those warming the benches. Alright? So please do not overcompensate yourself. Don't push yourself to the limits of where you shred yourself, your humanity, shred yourself, everything that defines you. And also, what it causes us to do is we try to change our personality to fit in. We accept disrespect from people, right? In the course of trying to be what people assume us to be or what people have conformed us to be, we just don't want to be ourselves. We take disrespect. People then look less on us. People insult us. You can be loyal, but please don't be stupid. You can be loyal, but do not let somebody match your face on mud, right? Simply because you're just trying to be loyal or you're trying to be humble. You have to know when to distinguish these things. You have to know where to strike a balance. You're not going to let someone disrespect you all simply because you want them to clap for you. If they've not respected you from the onset, so why do you want to put up with your whole charade for them to respect you? Why do you want to force yourself to be where you don't belong? If the respect is not from the onset, please don't let it ruin you. Please. Another thing that fear of being left out causes us, it causes loneliness and mental strain. You want to be left alone, then you call yourself an introvert, you are antisocial, you don't like to be part of the society, and that's a lie. Right? Do not let it drain life out of you. It causes stress and anxiety, it causes depression, and most importantly, fear of missing out. What that does literally is it causes us to miss opportunity, right? Because you're not in rooms where things will be spoken out for, where things will be done, so you're bound to lose opportunities. We're here because we've grabbed opportunities, We're at the point of our life because opportunities met us in certain places. And it would never have been so at all. It would never have been so if you had not exposed yourself, if you had not made yourself available. Right. So do not risk missing opportunity because you are scared, because you're petrified. There will always be fear. It's a language that we've taught ourselves to make ourselves, feel safe or to some degree justify our actions. So please, do not miss out opportunities. Yeah, I say create your own opportunities. Sometimes some opportunities just come once and they will never come again. And do not let your naivety deny you that. Please grab your opportunity. Make every moment of your life count. Be in societies that value you. Be in environments that has your worth, that know how much you mean to them. Do not sell yourself to gain the appraisal of men who will trample upon you to gratify themselves. It is imperative that we are just as we want ourselves to be. And most importantly, I believe that we all want ourselves to be men and women of dignity. So please, don't lose opportunities, don't lose collaborations, don't lose, connections simply because you just want to be left alone, or you're trying to blend in and, it's not working for you. You can't speak well, you can't dress well. Just start somewhere. It starts as simply as asking someone to please help you knot a tie, help you knot a shoe, teach you how to polish, teach you how to wear a black belt on a black shoe, teach you how to dress properly. It just starts with you opening yourself, and that's how you belong. You belong by letting people understand that you have your frailties, and indeed you are welcome on board as well. If people reject you from the onset, do not try to make them believe you or try to make them understand that there's a reason why they should have accepted you. If they had not seen your worth from the beginning, from the onset, I wonder what gives you the guarantee that they would say it regardless or later on. Your mind will always treat your fears as reality. And this is what makes us different from other people. You see, other people, when they have this anxiety of belonging, they treat it as a reality, that that's who they are. That is what makes them that person. But in truth, you're entirely better. It's just that you've not found the right circle that will accept you. It's like a basketballer trying to play football. There's nothing you want to do that would make you stand out. I think like Usain Bolt here, he was the fastest man on earth. But you can't compare him with an average footballer who is running on the field. It just requires different amount of exercise, different amount of body composition, different amount of training. So yes, we're in the same field. Yes, we do the same sport and everything, but we can never be the same. I can never teach maths. They will fail woefully. I just know that. I'm not good at maths at all. But if it's writing, yeah, a bit of it, I'm okay. So I prefer to lean towards my strength, and I believe that is what we should do as well. How to protect yourself from fear of missing out, FOMO, or fear of being left out. You have to separate reality from interpretation, right? You are not worthless, you're important, you're valued. And if you feel like you're missing out, you have to then interpret, what does this mean to me, and what is the reality? For example, if Kehinde has not gone to school and all his peers are going to school, I want to ask us a question. Is it possible for Kehinde to be educated, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
I'll repeat myself again. If Kehinde, right, did not go to school and he's 25 years old, Is it ever possible for Kehinde to be educated? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
You see that the reality is that education is attainable. But to Kehinde, his interpretation is, I am 25 years old, I am growing old, and so therefore, I would not be able to be educated. But that is where we're wrong. Regardless of the timeline being passed, or what we consider social norm has elapsed, or the gap has widened, does not mean that the goal cannot be attained. Right? Kehinde can as well try his possible best to start evening classes. Right? Kehinde can try his best, to learn the little way he can to educate himself. There are evening lectures, there are part-time schools, and definitely he will catch up at his own speed. Choose your environment wisely, right? Choose where you want to be, choose where you want to stay. It is important. Like I said initially, you're not meant to be everywhere. Choose your environment wisely. If your environment is not helping you, just leave. Just leave. There's a reason why a library is meant for people reading. Right? You can be a voiceover artist, or you're running a voiceover job, and where you're living, by the time you wake up, there's goats bleating at the backyard, people are making noise, the cars are throttling, there's so much noise in your environment, and you want to record. How do you want to do that? How do you want to achieve that? Have you ever wondered why studios are padded? To compress and reduce noises. So that's the same thing in our life. One of the speakers were talking that noises are quite louder, and that is what people tend to hear. But imagine if we cancel those noises out and then we sieve them out, we pull them away from ourselves. Imagine what that could do for us. So please, choose your environment. Make it compulsory where you belong and where you stay. Right? Don't force yourself to be where you don't belong. Your society should make you 10 times better than you should ever be. And in fact, one of a book I was reading, Outliner, Outliner tells us a lot about what people would literally achieve because of where they are. People in America would always be a good footballers, right? Which we call the handball, right? They'll always be good at it because of that's where they come from. And as a kid, they've always been enrolled. You cannot compare them to an average child growing in Nigeria. We have a different scope entirely, and a different mindset and how we're wired, right? Somebody who has been eating healthily for a long time will apparently be different from someone who has not. If you're living your life on concussion, you don't expect your kidney to be better, right? It's very important that we choose our environment, we choose where we are, because our environment will determine if we're going to be outliners or not. It will determine our winning skill and how far we're going to come in life. And most importantly, stay socially active. Stay socially active. I don't know how to stretch this or how to stretch this. You have to socialize, please. You have to socialize. You have to. You have to. There are opportunities out there for you that you don't just know. And until you talk before people can help you. It's just as simple as that. The thing about the fear of moving out is that people think that you have all the help you have simply because you've not spoken about your deficiencies. And that's just it. So you don't even expect people to help you. I'll just assume you're okay. And meanwhile, you need help. And nobody just knows. And some of you don't look like your problem. And it's not a bad thing. Do you get? It's not bad. That's I'll get to that. But you don't look like your problem. Yeah. You don't look like your problem does not mean that you should not seek out aid, right? And even if you cannot be helped, it doesn't invalidate you that you are seeking the help you need. It even gives you an exposure that is required. It is because we saddle ourselves with so much, right? That's what makes us a sinking ship. Because we weigh ourselves with the wound of others while nursing our own wound. And that's what sinks us. It is not the water around the ship that sinks the ship. It is the water that gets into the ship that did not get out that sinks the ship. Right? Okay. It is not the water around the ship that sinks the ship. It is the water that gets into the ship that did not get out that sinks the ship. What makes a ship buoyant is because as it moves on the water, those waters that gets in, because it's suppressed, right? They have an outlet where they come out from. So that's why the ship is buoyant and it cannot capsize, right? Or let water in. So the moment water starts drifting in and the water is too much, there's no way for it to go out. That is where your ship capsizes. And that's the same thing that happens to us. We have this fear of missing out. We don't want to miss out, so we internalize a lot. We internalize our wound, our pain, our deficiencies, our problems. We don't want. What do you mean you don't have transport? You don't want to hear that. You're steez now. You can't wear suit and be asking somebody for 2K. How? You are too soft for that. Do you get? So you're just so soft and even makes you when you look at yourself, you're like, will even the person believe you that you don't have these? And that's where your environment matters. You can build a strong network when you ask for aid. People can trust you and be like, okay, I know you well enough to know that if you're asking for this, it means that water don't reach neck. Now condition they make crayfish bend. Yes. Right. So it means that if you ask for help, it means that you truly need it. Right. It would be so much of a burden if every time that somebody sees your message, they think you're asking for money. Do you know how insanely terrible that is? People are even afraid to ask you how are you, because subconsciously you are indirectly a billing, right? Because from you're not fine, you have listed out a lot of problems, so people just see you as a carrier of problem. So now, opportunity that you're supposed to be giving, you'll be missed out of it, and that's how life works. I would rather give somebody an exposure that I know that the person will benefit than give somebody an exposure I know that he will go there and start begging for funds. That's just how life works. It's as simple as that. People want to help you, but they will help you at the place they have the luxury of which to help you from, which it comes as an exposure and talent. Money is the least thing, right? Before coming here, right, I had some issues, moving down to this place. I had to come on a Thursday, go back, come on a Friday, and then leave, and there was a whole lot of huddle. And what gave me a soft landing is because of the friends I have around me. It's because of the people who are saying, okay, if you don't have these, I can help you with this. And that's why they say, Bele no get show glass. Nobody knows what you have. Right? It is the impression of thinking that you are below par that makes you act below par. If you set yourself to a certain degree, people would regard you and respect you to that certain degree. You are not missing out. you just feel like you're missing out. So, and even if you reach out, you ask for aid, and then the person doesn't have it, it doesn't make them less of a human. You're not always liquid. The truth is, other people want to help you, but they don't just have the capacity to. It doesn't make them less of a human, neither does it make you less of a person. But do not shun yourself. Do not take yourself outside society. Do not reduce yourself to nothing because you feel like if you ask, it's not going to come, so why should you ask instead? Maybe the person just sees you as someone who has enough because you look good. You know, you've not eaten, but you're chubby. So the person, the person can't even tell if you're hungry or not. So till you ask, it's just as simple as that. You know, till you look, you're not going to see. So let's knock at the doors of our heart, knock at the doors of our essence and personality, and see what we truly are. Right? We're not missing out. We're just much as inclusive as the society is. Don't lose yourself. Don't make yourself go into oblivion. Until you talk, nobody will know you're here. So speak out. Join that society. Be part of that club. Just get somewhere that people see you and value you. Right? The truth is, we can't be everywhere. Not everybody will value us. But I'd rather be somewhere people appreciate me so much than to be somewhere where I'll be asked, what am I exactly? Or be in a place where I don't get to even see myself. So do not erase yourself at all. Do not erase yourself. Do not erase yourself for any cost, for anything. There is no amount of money, there is no amount of personality that regards you or warrants you to trade yourself. They say everybody has a price, but if you're going to sell yourself, let it be at the cost of your own dream. Do you get? If you're going to sell yourself, let it be at the cost of your own dream. That is, it is your dream that made you sell yourself to get what you want to get. This is to tell you that no, you are priceless. Any price you accept is because you have reduced yourself to that worth. But if it is your dream that costs you to sell yourself at the expense of attaining it, what that means is that you're never missing out. And with these few points that I've raised, I just truly hope that we're not going to miss out again. We're going to include ourselves in society. We would make ourselves count. We would make ourselves count. So next time I want to see you or we cross path, I don't want you to feel like you're going into oblivion, but rather I want to see that you're part of society and society knows that you exist. Thank you very much. At this point and at this junction, I'll be passing the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask a question. If you are, you will say you are, then the question I ask, are we learning?
We are.
Are we learning?
We are.
Are we learning?
We are.
We are learning. Are we learning?
We are learning.
What are we learning?
We are learning.
Good. So before I begin, I remember the speaker that spoke before the speaker that handed the mic to me. She said something about misinformation. Then that reminds me of an experience in the university. You know, at a global stage like this, it is very important we speak about what led to some person's failure so as to prevent other persons from falling victim of the same thing. And that's why at the court of law there is case study. Do you understand? So the case study helps you to make reference to the same story or similar story that happened before, probably at the same court or at another court, to do better justice to the current case. Do you understand? So now, talking about misunderstanding, misinformation as said by the last two speakers, when I was in the university, then I was in 200 level. So what happened? We were supposed to have an examination on Saturday. So now, that examination was supposed to hold at 3:30 on Saturday. Are you with me, distinguished guest? So now, the examination is supposed to hold at 3:30 on Saturday. But due to unforeseen circumstance, which the authorities in charge of the exam could not manage, they had to change the exam time from 3:30 in the afternoon on Saturday to 8:30 in the morning. So now, a classmate who is offering the same course had a friend. At that time, he doesn't have internet. Like Nigerians will say, they will say data is what? Life. You get? So he doesn't have access to the internet on that day, but he has a friend who he was depending on. So what did he do? He asked his friend, he said, how about the exam? Mind you, the authorities, when I say the authorities, I'm talking about the lecturers in charge, the exam officers, the head of the department, the school authorities. They always inform us about something that during examination, anything is likely to happen. And that's why if you don't have access to the internet, or if there is technical issues, make sure you are not far from a coursemate, so as not to lose track. Hope you are getting the story. The origin of this story is what? Misinformation. So now, the person this young man was depending on, he texted him. No, he called him on the phone. He had airtime, but he doesn't have internet. So when he called him, he said to him, he said, my friend, hope there is no change in the exam time. He said, there's no change. I had gone through the message, there's no change, everything is fine. He read the message. Do you understand? But you know, when it comes to reading, there are two persons. There are persons who already had in mind what they want to see. Do you understand? And there are persons who would calmly read to understand the message being passed by the person passing the information. Do you understand? So that's why you see some persons might see speak with power, then the person will pronounce it as speak with powder. Do you understand? The person is reading from the book, but perhaps the person already had powder in the head. Distinguished guest, are you following? So perhaps because the person already had powder in the head, or powder in his mind, so instead of him to pronounce power, he's going to pronounce, he or she will pronounce what? Powder. Why? Because that person already had in mind something else. Instead of calming down to what? To read the message. Like there's a common slang here in Nigeria. This is Nigeria, in Africa, where people will say info, laughing fo. Do you know the meaning of info, laughing fo? Now, in English, info, laughing fo means if you would go far in life, you need information. Without information, you can't go anywhere. The difference between having information and the African quote that says, if you want to go far, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go fast, if you want to go far, do what? Go together. Don't mix it up. Let me come again. There's an African quote that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. There's a difference between going fast and going far. Distinguished guests, if you are moving on the wrong direction, speed is not an advantage. You get? For example, if perhaps you are heading to School of Eloquence, and maybe the only person that know the address of School of Eloquence is me, for instance, and we are supposed to go together. Meanwhile, the 37 persons available here, 36 of them said they are going to wait for me because I know the address. Because Joy is in a hurry to leave, and she was like, I need to be very fast. I need to see the thing. It's very important. I can't wait for you. You can't waste my time. Do you understand? Then she decided to go on her own. She wants to go fast, isn't it? Now, if from Lagos, if Joy is coming from Mile 2, this is how she's expected to move. From Mile 2, she's expected to board the bus from Mile 2 to Oshodi. From Oshodi, she's expected to board the bus to Iyanowuro. So from Iyanowuro, she's expected to board a bus to Obalende. That's as someone who doesn't know the road. So from Obalende, she would take a bus to maybe Falomo. So from Falomo, she would have to come from Osborn back. Do you understand? You see how long it is. But for other persons, for myself who already know the road, I know that when I get to Iyano Road, the next thing I will do is I would wait for private car, not public transport, who are heading to Lekki. So while they are heading to Lekki, they would pass from Iyano Road. Then they won't go through the Obalende route. They would come through the back. So they would have to pass the front of Osborn phase 2. Do you understand? So if I use that, it's going to reduce cost, right? So they will drop me in the front of Osborn phase 2. Then I walk into School of Eloquence as a navigator, as a person who has what? The compass. Like I will tell my friend, he who loses his compass will never navigate treasure. Compass is knowledge. Treasure is where that place you are going to, where you are going to for success. Do you understand? So now, where am I coming from? I am doing a critical analysis of that African quote that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Distinguished guests, hope you are following. So now, this is it. Joy, on the other hand, because she wants to go fast, she had passed through Obalende. From Obalende, she had bought Lekki bus. Do you understand? So now, because she wants to go fast, maybe those in the bus she bought might not even know where Osborn phase 2 is. So unfortunately for her, they might drop her at Lekki. Do you get? So now, if they drop her at Lekki, maybe when she alights at Lekki bus stop, she would now ask that, oh, I'm sorry, probably if she meets a lady like her, say, I'm sorry miss, I am heading to Osborn. I just alighted at the bus stop there. So how do I find my way? Then the person will be like, you've passed Osborn phase 2. This is Lekki. You are very far away from Osborn phase 2. So now you would have to board another bus back. That's why I said earlier that if you're on the wrong direction, speed is not an advantage. That is what going fast on the one hand. Going far on the other hand, you have that person with you, that person who knows the place. Do you understand? So now, how will that take you far? It will take you far because if perhaps at School of Eloquence, where you are supposed to go to, where you are supposed to be at, what you are expected to do at School of Eloquence is you are expected to resume at 9 a.m. distinguished guests. So now, if you are told to resume at 9 a.m. as a responsible individual, you are expected to arrive at the venue 30 minutes before the time. Are you following? So now, if you had followed that person that has a comprehensive understanding of where he is going, you get, that person would help you reach that place before 9 a.m. So you would prepare earlier, so you would be able to deliver your speech without disturbance, without anyone telling you to speak fast so you don't spend too much time. Do you get it? That is it. That is how you go far. That is the advantage on that side. So now let's go back to that word, misinformation. So now, after my classmates had called his friend, who was also my classmate at that time, after he called him, he asked him that, please, is there any change in the exam timetable? Then he said with his full chest, confidently, without doubt, he said the time remains the same and the exam would be holding at 3:30 on Saturday. If I would say it in Portuguese, 3:30, that's são 13 horas e 30 minutos sábado, on Saturday. You get it? So he accepted, and when he met me on Friday night, because while I was in the university, I'm very used to going for night reading. Although I have an advantage. And what was the advantage? The advantage was that where I will do my night reading is different from where other students will do their night reading. Others will be at normal classrooms where they will be exposed to mosquitoes as usual. For me, because of my relationship with the former dean of Faculty of Arts, so I have an access to the central language laboratory where there is no access, where there is less exposure to mosquito, where they are working air condition. Do you understand? A conducive environment, for short. If you get it. So at the night reading on Friday night, he came for night reading. So he saw me. He didn't bother to ask because he was so big on the information he had received from his friend. So while he saw me, he approached me. Instead of him to ask me if there was change, he was asking me the definition of linguistic. And I told him linguistic is the scientific study of language. And he was like, why is it a scientific study of language? And I told him, the same way the scientists do experiments, the same way the scientists observe, is the same way linguists do. Linguists doesn't tell you what is bad or good language. If a person is a linguist in English language, for example, it is not a linguist assignment to tell you whether the English you are speaking is bad or good English. There's a difference between a linguist and a teacher. Of course, a linguist might be a teacher, but that's not what we are going to. So he asked me a series of questions and I answered him. But the most important question, he didn't ask. So he did what? He left with a misinformed thinking his informed mind. So when he left, I read till around 6 a.m. in the morning. I had to rush down to my hostel. So when I got to my hostel, I had my bath. Then I rushed down back to school so I can write my exam at 8:30. Don't forget, I said the exam time has changed from 3:30 p.m. to 8:30 a.m. I know this is a very stressful moment where you have to stay up to listen. This is past 1 a.m. here in Nigeria, but you are expected to be as active as a Nigerian. Say I'm active. Say I'm active. Say I'm active. So stay active. So as I was saying, at the time I got to school at past 7, do you get it? I couldn't find him, but I wasn't worried. Do you know why I wasn't worried? Lagos State University, LASU, is one school that will put you on a very serious test, because if you are not academically sound, you won't pass out from that school. So during examination time, we are 50 in my classroom, but don't be surprised that the 50 of us might have to use 5 classes to write our exams, so we can write our exams independently. So in my thoughts, I felt like it would be in one of those classes. Perhaps that's why I can't find him here. Are you with me? So at the end of the exam, I couldn't find him. The exam lasted for 2 hours. We submitted, then we left. But this is it. After every class in school, I don't go home as early as the average student will go home. What I mean by average student is talking about the student whose duty is only to just come to school, do the normal academic expectation, then leave. I have to meet other people, I have to attend stakeholders meeting, I have to do other things. Do you get? So this man, while I was still waiting in school, so I saw him showed up at 3 p.m. noon. And I asked him, I was like, how was the exam, Dosu? Hope the things I explained to you helped you in the exam. Do you know the question he asked me? He said, which exam? I said, the exam we are supposed to write this morning, of course. He said, no, I'm just coming. I haven't done the exam. He said, it's just past 3. So why are you talking about the exam that we haven't written yet? And I was like, aren't you aware that the exam was moved from 3:30 p.m. in the afternoon to 8:30 p.m. in the morning? Then he exclaimed by saying, with his 2 hands on his head. That's how an African man show. That is how an African person express his emotion when he or she is heartbroken. People seated here are Africans, isn't it? When you see someone do this, what does it mean? It means what? There is problem. So I told him, I said, why didn't you ask me? You asked too many questions on linguistics, you asked questions on grammar. So how come did you forget to ask about? And of course, you are very much on the class group. Assuming you are not on the class group, I would have said the admin will be responsible for this. And that was how he missed the exam. So now we have 2 MIS word there. The first MIS word started the origin. What was the MIS word? It was misinformation. Then misinformation lead to him doing was mixing examination. The beginning MIS was the result of what? The ending MIS. Did you get? So at stages like this, it's important we explore different culture, different experiences, so as to reduce the rate at which human beings are exposed to problems. That's why it's a global stage. What happened to my classmates is not restricted, is not gender based, is not restricted to gender. Of course, a female can make the same mistake. Do you get? What happened to him is not restricted, and what happened to him was what? Misinformation. So now, misinformation is not restricted to tribe. Distinguished guest, hope you are here.
Yes, sir.
Say I'm active.
I'm active.
Now, misinformation is not restricted to tribe, as I mentioned. It is not restricted to a nation. It is what? It is a global issue. Hope you are following. So now moving on, I would like, where am I coming from? I'm coming from the word of, I would call them my predecessors. So now, the predecessor before the predecessor that handed the mic to me was who I was talking about at first. Then I will now talk about that predecessor that handed the mic to me. He was saying something while I was listening to him. I've learned a lot from what he said in a couple of minutes. So that particular point where he said something, he said, you just have to socialize. I don't have to explain it. That was the way he said it. Do you get? So now, the place he was saying, you just have to socialize. See, staying lonely doesn't solve any problem. I've met friends who will say, I'm going out of the social space. I say, why are you going out of social space? You say, there's too much oppression here. You would see Taiwo got a car. You will see Kehinde got a car. You will see Kanu got a car. You see Humor is now a witness. They pay him 100,000 naira to just sit to watch us speak. Do you understand? So now that becomes a challenge to you. Why? Because what? You lack content. Yes. Now you need to understand something as human beings. Everything happens according to our time, according to our clock, and according to how much effort we put. So now let me tell you about according to our time and according to our clock. You know, it's not everything you see today that you will see tomorrow. There are many things you will see today and you won't see tomorrow. But the one of the reasons why God is a supreme being, for those who believe there is God, one of the reasons why God is a supreme being is that 5 minutes before you become a millionaire, you won't know you will become a millionaire. That's how crazy it is. Hope you are following. 2 days before you will be awarded $1 million contract, you won't know. But before you might have gotten this, you must have put in some effort. So now, where am I coming from? I'm coming from you being social, as said by my predecessor, who I succeeded. So now, I said something. I said, not everything you see today, you see tomorrow. While I was in the university, there was one guy. He was a class ahead of me. He is an intelligent student and a bona fide member of the Portuguese Association. He speaks fluently. He is a Lapo baby here. A Lapo baby in the sense that he is not from a well-to-do home. Are you with me?
Yes.
So now, this guy at 300 level, he do come to the university with a car worth of 25 million as said by him. At that time, when he drove to school, our departmental mates meet him. They congratulated him. He's my friend, of course. We do read together. So when I saw him, I congratulated him and I really wished him well on that day. I told him, by God's grace, you won't lack the material to sustain this, and I wish you win more in life as human. Then he claimed all the wishes without showing me a wish list. Distinguished guest, this guy coming to the campus with a 25 million naira car as said by him and accepted by many, brought about a serious challenge. So now, we begin to experience my course being trying to be they now start trying to do more than what they are expected to do. In what sense? Yoruba will say má wo ago aláago ṣiṣẹ́. So the word má wo ago aláago ṣiṣẹ́ is an African proverb in Yoruba language. That means, the literary translation means, while you are working, don't look at other people's time. That is the literary translation. Because if you look at other people's time, you might be what? Misleaded. I can tell you for a fact that if you look at my phone, if you check my phone's time, the time on my phone is a Brazilian time. The reason why I'm using Brazil time is because I have friends in Brazil who help me develop my knowledge of Portuguese language. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm giving you a literary translation of the Yoruba quotes, the African quote in Yoruba language that says "Ma wo ago aláago ṣiṣẹ́," meaning in English, don't, while you are working, don't use someone else's time as a source to decide your work. So now, the literary analysis. If you look at my phone there, the time, we are in Nigeria here, right? We are in Lagos, Nigeria. So you should be expecting, a normal person should expect that on my phone, if you check the time, you should meet what time? Nigerian time. So in Nigeria, what time is it? Past 1 a.m. Do you get? But if you check my phone, you won't see past 1 a.m. there. Why? Because I am using a Brazilian time. Why am I using a Brazilian time? The classes I do have that help me develop my Portuguese speaking ability, the classes are in Brazil. So for me not to lose track, I have to be on the same page with them by setting my phone time to work with their own time in Brazil. Are you getting it?
Yes.
So that is how I arrived at what? Using a Brazilian time. So now, take for instance, if maybe Joy stays with me. Joy, please rise. If maybe Joy stays with me and she's supposed to go to work at 7 a.m. in the morning. Are you with me? So now, if Joy stays with me, for instance, and she's supposed to go to work at 7 a.m. in the morning. So now, she probably plugged her phone. Maybe I stay in a 2-bedroom apartment. So she had left her phone in the sitting room. Do you get? So now, she's in the bedroom, the other bedroom, not in my own bedroom. But at the other bedroom, I left my phone there with her without a wall clock. You know, if there is a wall clock, the wall clock might help her prevent that problem that is likely to happen. You may sit, please. But stay active. So now there is no wall clock in the room where she is. Are you there? You would have to answer. You would have to provide answer to your question, to the question. So while you sit, you have to pay attention. So now, in the room where you sleep, there is no wall clock. The phone with you is my phone. My phone is Brazil timed. I use a Brazilian time so as not to miss my Portuguese class. Do you get it? Your phone is in the sitting room. So while you sleep at night, you are expected to wake up as early as 6 a.m. so as to get to work before 8 a.m. So now, because ordinarily for persons who are working class, who have been working for at least 1 month, their body must have been accustomed to the way at which they sleep. Do you understand? So that's why at times you want to wake up at 6 a.m. Once it is 3 a.m. you might just wake up. You check time. Oh, it's not 6. I still have how many hours? 3 hours to sleep. Then you look at it, 3 hours to sleep. Then you sleep back. Do you get? So then after maybe in an hour time you would wake up again. You check the time. Sir, it is 4 a.m. There is still 2 hours. You do what? You sleep again. Bam. You get? Then she do like that. So in her own case, because she doesn't have access to a wall clock, she has access to my phone time. So when she checked the time, it was already 4 a.m. in Nigeria, and that's why her body had come back to life, to reality. Do you get? So but the moment she check my phone time is telling her that it is just past 11. You know, people who works 9 to 5, they make sure they go to bed as early as possible, so as not to do what? So as not to wake up late. You get? So 11 p.m. Don't lose guard. So now, so when she checked my phone time, she was seeing 11 p.m. So she feel like, oh, so I've not even slept at all. Hey, oh. So not like, is it that I'm having sleepless night or what? Then she might have to do what? Go to the fridge and take, maybe she's having cough and she doesn't want to take cough syrup before, so as not to sleep up. But because she feel like she has enough time, she has looked at my clock. Do you understand? So she now go for a cover of Tutolin. Do you get? So she can sleep a little bit. Then she just go to bed like that. So maybe, you know, the body is still used to, you have to go to work. So the next minute she wakes up, it was showing 4 a.m. and she was like, I still have an hour. Don't forget, my time is 3 hours late. Do you get it? So at the time she would realize, maybe I wake up at 7 o'clock, I'm not expecting her to be at home. So at the other room, I had done the normal things. What are the normal things? He acordou a 5 horas. Depois eu orando. Depois eu escova. Depois eu vou para banheiro, o banho. So what am I saying? I'm saying I wake up at 5 o'clock every day. Depois, after, what do? I pray. After praying, what do? Escova. I brush my teeth. After brushing my teeth, what will I do? I would go and have my bath. Depois, toma café da manhã. I would do what? I would have breakfast. School of Eloquence. At School of Eloquence. That's how we roll. You get it? That's the normal lifestyle. So, after doing all of those things, probably I would have to read again. Then I now realize that, wait, let me go and check the other room. You know, I left my phone with her. Then she doesn't know my phone password, so I'm not in a hurry. She won't say anything. You get? So at the time I go to check her at the room, then I now see her still on the bed. Do you understand? So, and it's not just that she's sleeping on a high level. Do you know high level sleep? High level is when someone is sleeping and doing do you understand? Like you understand? Like she had sleep. Yoruba people that have slang, they will say faja. Do you understand? She has slept. You get the point. So now when I now go and wake her, what's it by the time? This is 10. Okay, I went to meet her at 8 o'clock. So my time is 3 hours late compared to Nigerian time. So 8 plus 3, that's how many? That's 11. So that means at the time I reached her, it was 11 what a.m. Do you get? So you know the old drama started from 11 p.m. because when she checked, it was showing 11 p.m. So now the drama ends at 11 a.m. Do you understand? So it's now 11, 1 in 1. She and her boss. Do you get it? So now when I wake her up, she'll be like, oh God, time has gone. How come? What's happening? But check the time. She will start lamenting. Drama. Then I'll be like, what's the problem? Aren't you aware that I use a Brazilian time? So now, all of this things I'm saying is to help you understand the beauty of African language. Do you understand? So African language is that language that you do a lot of pun. When we say pun in literature, it is spelled P-U-N. It means playing on words. In Africa, you play on words a lot, so and that's why you have to pay attention, so people don't play on you, so you don't get hurt. So now when I say playing on words, when I say 7 days with empty stomach makes 1 week, 7 days makes a week, yes or no? 7 days with empty stomach makes 1 week, yes or no? So now it's for you to now decide which week are we talking about. Is it W-E-A-K or W-E-E-K? Is that play not enough? That is an intellectual play. Did you get it? So now let's go back to her. What is the at that time she had missed her work for the day, because you can't go to work you woke up at 11 o'clock. Before she dress up, wait, let me talk about her dressing. She would have to go to the bedroom, brush her teeth, have her bath, her makeup before she set her wig. Do you understand? Then wear her clothes. Do you understand? So before everything, it will be 1:30 in the afternoon. So it's not reasonable for her to go to work at that time. So what will happen to her there? She has missed work for that day. So what is the origin? Why did she miss work? Because she did what? Because she did what?
Because she actually used another person's time.
Thank you. Because she used another person's time. Because she used my time. So that's the Yoruba proverb that says, "Ma wo agwala agbo sise." What is the origin of this Yoruba proverb that I'm talking about? The origin was when a coursemate bought a 25 million naira car in 300 level while I was in 200 level. Then people begin to feel like we can do better, we can be like him. I'm not done with the proverb, because the translation I did for you was what? Literary translation, word for word translation. The way the word come was the way I translated it to you all. So now let's do a scientific translation. So now, ma wo agwala agbo sise, the Yoruba proverb scientifically means everyone has their own time, and everything works according to your own timing. There are stages in life, there are process you follow. So if you must have completed your first degree in Nigeria before you can be qualified to enroll for National Youth Service Corps, if you are not above the age of 30, that's the process. For you to gain admission into schools like University of Lagos, Lagos State University, you must first have your O level. What's your O level? WAEC. Before WAEC, you must have passed through secondary school. So after secondary school, your WAEC examination. After WAEC, then you write JAMB. After JAMB, what will you write? In some schools, you would write post-UTME. Post-UTME are exams set by the school themselves. You know why I like Nigerian academic system? They try so much to make sure that you are equality. And that's why if you go across the globe, Nigerians in diaspora are doing fantastically well. Because where they are coming from, they are groomed on the highest level. What do I mean on the highest level is, imagine you wrote WAEC. What is the essence of writing WAEC? We are writing WAEC because just to show that this individual from is 633 is good to go. What do I mean by 633? From basic 1 to basic 6, he has satisfied the requirement. Do you understand? So he did it very well. He had proceeded to the second 3, GS1, GS2, GS3. At some places it's basic 7, basic 8, basic 9. Do you understand? So now he had gone to senior secondary school, SS1, SS2, SS3. Some is what? 10, 11, 12. So now this WASSCE exam is a combination of, okay, everything you have learned so far, come and what, exercise it here, let's see if you are qualified. Understand? So now after doing it, a Nigerian child, an individual from Nigeria who is interested in Nigerian educational system, we still have to, after the while, we still have to write JAM. After JAM, the school that individual choose, we will still set exam for the individual. Okay, you want to come to UNILAG, right? So UNILAG, we have an exam we write. So the exam is over 50. Over 50 in that exam, you must not score less than 20. The moment you score less than 20, you will be automatically disqualified. Distinguished guest, are you following? So that's how it works here. Are you with me? So where am I coming from? The other the scientific translation that says everything happen according to our own time. So you wait for your time. Moving back to the coursemate. So why that coursemate had gotten his first car as a 300 level student, then I begin to see course-mates who would go and meet him, telling him that, my bro, pigeon, yeah, pigeon, listen, my bro, how you dey be now? Wetin be the update? I see say just dey shine everywhere, dey play, carry us along, just link us up. No go lose guard your brothers to one name. So now what does it mean? It means they are meeting him to expose them to what he is doing to make money, so they can probably, if not a 25 million naira car, maybe a 10 million naira car. Then he told them that, okay, you know what, I'm into tech. I said, tech? So you do tech while you come to school? It's fine, we will join you in doing it. Tech is the case study here. So now this individual who got this car, he had been in a computer institute since he was 8-year-old. So now imagine someone that had been enrolled to a computer institute since the age of 8. He had learned hacking. He had completed his hacking class at the age of 15. So these people are now trying to like live the life he's living. So in the process, because they want to learn what he's doing, they lost their academical focus. And in the process of losing their academical focus, their CGPA, cumulative grade points, was going down and start having carryover, because they have to focus on making money. They have to start feeling like, I need this thing by force. They have to start going extra mile. The more they go deep, the more their GP falls. GP means grade points. Do you understand? So the more they keep going, I'm not saying you should not learn a skill. I'm not saying it was bad. The way they took a bold step to meet their fellow classmates so as to know what he's doing to make money. You understand? But the problem here is that they weren't intentional about what they are doing. They are moved by his success. Meanwhile, there's the academic focus. You just have to understand that we all can't drive at the same time. So now, when I was speaking earlier, I said something. I said there are many things you will see today that you might not see tomorrow. In the process, that colleague in the process, after 3 months of getting the car, so he came to the island on Friday night with his friends, a group of 3. So when they came to the island, they came to a club on the island to celebrate one of the wins during the weekend. So on their way back, the driver and all the passengers in that car at that time, they were under the influence of alcohol. They were drunk. So in the process, they were driving at the speed of 180. Then they had an accident. You know, accident now, unplanned event is always urgent. So why they had accident, glory be to God, they weren't injured, but the car, the 25 million naira car, did what? Crashed. Glory be to God that they are LD. It could have been worse, and that's the essence of Thanksgiving. Do you understand? So now the car crashed, and that was like the end of it. So now tell me, what's the point? He had it before and now he doesn't have it again. So, and I can tell you for a fact that that person I'm telling you about at that time hasn't gotten another car till now. But there are nothing less than 5 friends who were focused on their academics at that time, who right now, who are doing better. So it's just like in Nigerian society where you see some persons, because this happens to the female most especially, when they see that their friend had gotten married, then they start to feel the pressure of Taiwo is married now, so what will I do? Will I keep waiting? Will I keep wasting my time? I think I need to do something. I need to like speed up. Then why they want to speed up? Why they want to get married? Because their friend had gotten married. They end up in the wrong hand. The wrong hand in what sense? They end up getting together with people who they are not supposed to be with. Do you get it? So now, you may marry at the age of 25 and not have your first child till the age of 32, and your friend might get married at the age of 28 and have her first child before 29. Do you get?
Yeah.
So you just have to understand things. I know human beings, one of the reasons why human beings are always bothered is because we have no knowledge about what is going to happen in the next minute. That's why I'm saying, that's why I said earlier that 10 minutes to the time you will win $1 billion contract, you won't even still know. But what sets the difference between you and the other person is what? Is the steps, is the effort you put. When I say effort, I would use this speech, this race as an example. There was a day I went for a class during Ramadan, that's the Muslim fasting period. Then the lecturer said something. Do you know what the lecturer said? The lecturer said, at times, from his own perspective, he said, at times, while you are waiting for your turn, that thing you are good at doing, make sure you keep doing them, and make sure you catch enough rest, like the dean will say. So because when it's your turn to become a celebrity, you might not have that rest you are getting for free now. I will give you an instance. There's a global superstar in Nigeria. Nigerian musicians has really taken Afrobeat to the world. I remember the coach of the female England team after England won, was it the Euro or the female Champions League or so. She was vibing to Burna Boy's song titled "For My Hands." Do you understand? So this how much artists had taken the Afrobeat, that's the African beats music, to the world. Distinguished guests, I hope you are following. Yeah. Right now, I'm using a democratic system. If we are not complying, I will switch to a decree system, a military system. So please, let's comply. So now, as I was saying, the England coach acknowledged Burna Boy at that time, but now that's not where I'm going to. I'm talking about investment, hard work, sacrifice while you wait for your turn. So Burna Boy had become renowned as at 2013. You get? At 2013, he had dropped his first album titled Life. So his meaning for life was leaving impact for eternity. Is that not thoughtful? Is that not thoughtful? You know what? Distinguished guest, is that not thoughtful? So now, someone titled his first album Leaving Impact for Eternity. Wait, the first thing you have to ask yourself is, how do I leave impact for eternity? People like Abat Macaulay, a great nationalist from this renowned nation, had left impact for eternity. If we talk about nationality, there's no I would not mention Abat Macaulay. If we talk about great minds, people who had lived impact for eternity in Nigeria, there's no I will not mention the likes of S.L. Akintola. If we talk about people who had left impact for eternity, there's no I will not mention Obafemi Awolowo. Are you with me? Because I am one of those who benefited from free education, and this is a benefit inspired by Obafemi Awolowo. Did you get it? So now, if we talk about people who had lived impact for eternity, we will talk about the likes of Nnamdi Azikiwe. We would mention people like Olufunmilayo Ransom Kuti, living impact for eternity. For you to live impact for eternity, you must be what? You must be an extraordinary person. In capital letter, extraordinary what? Person. Living impact for eternity. Well, impact. When we talk about father of Afrobeat, we talk about Fela Anikulapo Kuti. He was honored at the last Grammy ceremony. Imagine someone who had died for years getting a Grammy honor. That has a lot to tell you that the life you are living now is not something you should joke with. You don't just come here and just sit, listen to speech from world-class citizens and just throw it away. And for those who are streaming, and for those who would watch probably after we had broken the record, this is Nigerian, this is Nigeria, this is Nigerian, this is African, this is African. teaching the word, telling you, doing critical analysis of real life issues so as to save other persons from committing the mistakes people of yesterday, when I say people of yesterday, previous people had committed. So now, where am I coming from? I'm coming from where I spoke about at the time you are waiting for it to be your turn. Don't stop working and catch enough rest, because when it gets to your turn, you might not have that time to rest. Do you get? So now, after Burna Boy dropped his first album titled Living Impact for Eternity, he wasn't really recognized like that, but we know him. But at that time, the artists we know in Nigeria then, it's not like we don't know Burna Boy. We know Burna Boy fully well. Do you get? But at that time, his style of song is not what Nigerian has comprehended at that time. You know, there's one thing you should know about Nigerian. Nigerians do switch. You get? So at every point in time, they have who they want to listen to. So no matter the message you pass to Nigerian, it is what they want to listen to at the time they want to listen to it. That's what they will listen to. You get? At the time Danfo Driver sang Danfo Driver, I think it was 2001 or 2002. At that time, everybody were doing the hand like this. Everybody doing the hand like this. You get? That's what they wanted to. That was what they wanted to listen to at that time. And if you talked to them that at that time that there is a better music than this, they would argue with you that there is no. This is what we want to listen to. And that's why you don't judge the best songs by their streams. If you look at what I'm explaining, at 2013, Burna Boy was not really global, but we are aware of the likes of Don Jazzy, Banky W. We are aware of Weezy, because at 2012 or 2013, Wizkid had won his first Edis Award, if I'm not mistaken, Nigerians. Then after it was Davido the next year. You get? So at that time, these people were already having that recognition. You know where I'm driving at? I'm telling you, socialize. Why you socialize? You don't look down on yourself. Why you socialize? You don't feel inferior, because when your time come, you might become better than that person you are looking up to. I don't know if you get the point. So now, when it was going like that till around 2017, 2018, 2019, the Burna Boy took over. Then after African Giants album, he was nominated in the Grammy as at the category Global Music Award of the Year. He lost the award to an African, to a very proud African woman whose name is Angelina Kidjo. So at that time, when he lost to Angelina Kidjo at that time acknowledged his work, because of course when you listen to African Giants, he explained a lot about the pre-colonial era. He talked about collateral damage. He talked about himself. This is someone who has sophisticated knowledge of Africa. This is a proud African. So while Angelina Kidjo at that time got the award, you know what she did? Do you know what she did? Now, she dedicated the award to him as a form of what? Motivation. That's what they do on Achievers channel. They inspire you, isn't it? So now, Angelina Kidjo did what? Inspired Burna. But the inspiration does not mean Burna will take her award home. Even if he takes her award home, her award belongs to her. It has been recorded. Do you get? But did he stop? Why he didn't get the award at the first nomination? No. He did what? He proceeded further. he dropped another album. Then in the following year, he won the Grammy at the category Global Music Award of the Year. So now look at it. He won the Grammy before people who has gone global before him. Do you get it? So now, the fact that you are just speaking today, the fact that you started speaking when you met the only CSP in West Africa does not mean you cannot do better than Professor Wole Soyinka. Of course, while Professor Wole Soyinka got his first degree at University of Ibadan, he graduated with what? With a pass. But His Excellency did not settle for less. He didn't let that weigh him down. So what did he do? He proceeded. Then he became the face of Africa. So if when you talk about African literature, yesterday when I was speaking, I spoke about African literature. What is African? I explained the three school of thoughts and their opinion of African literature. So of those three school of thoughts, Professor Wole Soyinka is part of the three school of thoughts. Do you get it? So now, you are not late. You are not what?
Not late.
Distinguished guest, you are not what? You are not late. Do you know the only time when you become late? You become late when you don't make use of what I'm telling you at this point. I'm telling you, if you are sleeping, you are wrong. If you are eating, you are wrong. If you are not listening, you are wrong. Do you get it? So if you are not making use of what I'm telling you right now, that is when you become what? Late. I pray none of us become late. Do you get it? You know, the part of the Nigerian style is we like to pray a lot. You get it? I have persons who would come to work late every day, if not even every day, but every week. But on this day, he told me, I won't mention his religion, I will just explain. If you get, the most important thing is that you get the message. So he said, Juwon, I will be attending a prayer today. I said, what is it about? He said, it's a prosperity prayer. I said, oh, prosperity prayer, that's fantastic. In my mind, I was like, you have always been coming to work late. Now, how do you want to prosper? Do you get it? So now, I'm not wishing him bad, but there's always result for everything you do. Do you get it? You are responsible for the consequences of your action. If you decide to stay in your mom's house so she's going to feed you, it's good. If you decide to go outside, the earlier you face reality. But it's important you note that you can't be richer than the person that is feeding you. When I say you can't be richer than the person that is feeding you, I'm not talking about the person that is patronizing you. Musicians, who is patronizing them? We. Their fans. You get it? So if Burna Boy, for instance, or Asake, for instance, sell his concert ticket in Nigeria for 50,000 naira, I would buy. But don't forget that in a place like the Steam Balogun Stadium, you would have nothing less than 10,000 people seated there. So all the 50,000 naira from each person of 10,000 people is going to whose person's pocket? Asake's pocket. So there's a difference between the person who is feeding you and the person who is patronizing you. So where are we coming from? It's important we get the origin and not mix things up. Where we are coming from? Remind me. Hello? Where we are coming from is where I said that Timing. Be on time. While you wait for your turn, keep relaxing. You get? So now, Burna Boy has gone global. He has been doing different shows at different stadiums internationally. And I'm citing him as an example so the world can remember that this is an African product doing well across the globe. But now, Burna Boy said something. He said, I can't remember the last time I slept in my house. Then the other person was like, why? He said, because I'm always on the road. There is so many things to attend to. Then while he was interviewed at a place, when someone asked him that, when will you get married? You know, we are fond of something. There's even we used to say something, say, when will you marry? This year, next year. Do you understand? So someone was even asking him that, when will you get married? Then he said something. He said, of course, I would love to get married, but I had promised myself that my dad is a role model. The standard he had set, I would not compromise that standard. He said, what was the standard? The standard was that my dad has always been responsible for us. So what did he mean by his dad has always been responsible for them? What it means is, while he was growing, he's always seeing his dad around. When he's going to school in the morning, his dad drops him on his way to school. So that's fatherly love. He doesn't lack it. So now he said, look at it. Him himself, he could barely sleep at home. So now, if he gives birth to his child at this point, will he be able to love the child? Will he be able to show the child love the way his father showed him love? No. So now, what is causing this? Because he doesn't have that time for himself anymore. So what am I telling you? While you are working hard, while you wait for your turn, what do? Make sure you catch enough rest. Because at the time you become a celebrity, you would beg people that, please, I would have to cancel this so I can rest. Because there won't be enough time. And that's why Nigerian politicians, look at the president the other day. He flew from Abuja to Jos. From Jos, yesterday, he was at Ogun State yesterday. Please, let's clap for Ogun State governor. Now, Ogun State had opened a gateway international airport. That's the first of its kind. Then, one of the best airline, that is Airpeace. Airpeace said that their first flight from London to the Gateway International Airport will take off during this summer. That's a very great achievement by the governor, Dapo. So now, having said that, where am I coming from? I'm talking about the origin. You don't look down on yourself. You socialize, because you never can tell who the next person seated beside you is. So you never can tell what she can offer you or what he can offer you. You get? So now, all of these things I've been saying since, it looks like I'm spending little time. I know I spent a very little time, but I would make it better. So now, this is it. I said something. The person that handed this mic to me, what do I call him? I call him my predecessor. So I said, the predecessor before my predecessor said something about misinformation. I did what? I addressed it. And I talk about my predecessor speaking about you should socialize. I just finished addressing that. And now, I'm moving forward to what my topic is. Now this is the journey. But for us to arrive at my topic, I would like to ask a question. So Miss, you are aware Nigerian for once practice a military system of government. So what? When you hear of the word military, what comes to your mind? Please tell me. When you hear the word military, what comes to your mind? If you can't answer, tell the next person beside you to answer, so we don't waste time.
I don't understand.
When you hear military, what comes to your mind first?
What actually comes to my mind is war.
War. Thank you.
It means people that are fighting.
People that are fighting. Thank you. So now, when you hear, she said when she hears military, the first thing that comes to her mind is war. People that are fighting. Do you understand?
Yeah.
That's the way she feel. So now, why am I talking about this is because while I was seated there, I was thinking about the military system of government. And you know why I'm thinking about it is because I'm a core member. You get? So now, the person who founded the NYSC, National Youth Service Corps, is a military general and is very much alive now. Do you get?
Yes.
So in 1973, he founded this corps. The corps is how old today? The corps is 53 years old. Do you get the point? So now, after I had gone to the orientation camp, what were we told? We were told that this is a regimental environment. So now, we would have to do some regimental exercise here right now before I move into my topic. So please, distinguished audience, help the other audience. I would like us to rise and applaud Nigeria. Everybody please rise and applaud Nigeria. So now, it's okay. So now, in the military system, it is what? Decree. You have to do it. There is, you can see it. That is how the decree works. Do you understand? So now, during the military system, what happened? It is decree. You have to do according to. That is how we live in the camp. I'm sorry I'm sorry I had to stress you, but that's the pathway. There is this TikTok video that is trending. Madam, you said you are a content creator. Hello. There's this TikTok video that is trending in Nigeria. There's a voice there that is saying, Yakubu manage. You will feel it like you want to die, but you know that. Is that clear?
Yes.
Is that clear?
Yes.
And now, so when I speak, when I say is that clear, what will you say? Yes, sir. You get it? So now, this is leading to the topic of the day. But before I speak about the topic, I have to speak about the things you should know before the topic. Distinguished guests, it's important that in a gathering like this, you are feeling enough. What I mean by you are feeling enough is you are writing. Do you get it? So now, I will begin with a quote that says, a success without a successor is an outright failure. I will come again. There's this quote that says, a success without a successor is an outright failure. Madam Joy, please rise. Madam Elizabeth, please rise. So now, so okay, we have more than one Elizabeth in the house, so all the Elizabeth should rise. Thank you. So now, I told you earlier, if the democratic system is not working, it would switch to the military system.
Yes.
So I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm only practicing what the founder of NYSC practiced at that time.
Good.
So now this is it. I said, a success without a successor is an outright failure. So now, what do you understand by the word success? Answer very fast.
Success is the achievement of your aim.
Thank you.
And goal.
Now, she defines success as the achievement of your aim. Is the next person ready? Who has a different view? Different view. So now, from our own perspective, she defines success as the achievement of your aim. That is to say, what she mean is, if perhaps her aim is to buy a 2025 Corolla, so at the time she gets a 2025 Corolla, she has succeed. Is that what you mean?
Not really.
Not really.
Yes. That's it.
So you know,
It's the part of it, but not really.
he said it is still part of it. That means I'm still on point.
So
Do you understand?
be taking a step
Okay.
towards achieving
Okay.
goal.
Okay. Now, the other person, the E, from a view, you know what? This is how school of thoughts begin. This is how the likes of Chinua Achebe, the likes of Professor Oloseyinka and Chimamanda Adichie started. And maybe I would have to add the likes of Professor Bello Olatunji, Ibiyemi Olatunji Bello, that's Lagos State University Vice Chancellor. From the Department of English Language, Professor Bello Rachel. And we have Dr. Gani Ogbangboche, who was the youngest PhD holder at the time. He resumed at Lagos State University then. And we have the likes of Akachi Adimura from University of Lagos, Unilag. She's not my lecturer, but I've heard about how sophisticated her work can be. She had really portrayed Africa in a very fantastic way. Please, let's clap for these people I've mentioned. So now, she said success is a way at which you achieve your goal. This is view 1. This is view 2. Do you get? This is people's perspective. Please, you can sit. I would like to remind us of something. Before going into definition of success, at the society where we find ourselves today, when I say the society where we find ourselves today, I'm not talking about just Nigerian society. I'm talking about the globe. May God favor us. Say amen. Amen. So favor, don't sleep. Say amen.
Amen.
Thank you. So now, we're talking about the globe at large. When we say success today, in today's world, people regard success as being wealthy. Being wealthy in what sense? Like, the moment I have 100 million naira in my account, I am a success. Do you get it? So people now begin to feel like, from that point where you have $100 million, you have become a success. Meanwhile, some people feel success as far as I've bagged my first degree, I'm a success. And now, ask yourself, if you feel okay, success is by having your first degree, being wealthy, then why do we have wealthy persons living sad life? If you succeed, why are you sad? So that's where I support the word. I'm of the opinion that money cannot buy happiness. So now, being wealthy doesn't mean you succeed. As a matter of fact, I was telling someone something one day, my friend. So my friend that we went to camp together, his dad picked us on our way to camp. His dad brought him from the house. So I had to wait for them at the bus stop while his dad picked me. Then he dropped me at the front gate of the orientation camp. Of course, he won't drive into the orientation camp. So at that time, while we were going, there were things I could read from the way his dad and his mom and him, the way the gesture, the way they were playing with each other, the way they were talking. Do you understand? I never had that opportunity. You get? So, as a child, I never had the opportunity of saying, okay, today I'm sitting down with my both parents, we are having fun, we are talking. Do you understand? So, the way they were talking to each other, the way they were playing, the way they were joking about the camping stuff, that his mom had to even be reciting the NYSC anthem to him, because he doesn't even know the NYSC at that anthem at that time. So I was like, this is fantastic, wow. But then I said, if I had had this, it would have been nice, but I'm glad for what I have. I'm glad for who I am. But when I got to know this my friend better, I realized that out of the 24 hours we human beings have, he spent 20 hours being sad. So what do? He drinks alcohol almost every time. Then lady, I asked him, what's your problem? Why are you always sad? Why do you always feel sad at all time? He couldn't give a reason. He couldn't give a reasonable reason why he's always depressed and all. That is to tell you that that person that has that money you don't have, that same person has a problem that you don't have. Are you getting it? Are you getting it? Are you getting it? I said, I'll come again. That same person that you feel has the money, the $100 million that you don't have, that same person has a problem that is $100 million cannot solve that you don't have. Is that clear? So now, this is it. If, for instance, we have rich persons who, I don't want to make this example. Okay, I won't mention them anyway. There was a day when I went to one of the general hospitals in Lagos State. At times, these places I go there not because I have patients there, not because I have families there, but I go there to appreciate and to understand what good health means. So one of these days, you would be surprised that I would pay to board a bus to a long distance place just because I want to go to the hospital to just see how sick people are. So when I got there on that day, I saw this man with a very expensive car. Not just him, he came with his brothers. They all came in convoy. I could count about 6 cars parked out there. There was Range Rover, there was a Bentley, and so on. But while they came down from the car, they were in a hurry. They were rushing, with sorrow clouding their face. Their face were clouded with sorrow. Then I tried to follow them, like, let me see where this person is going to. Then I was marching. Then I got there. Then I realized that the man came because his child was admitted at that hospital at that time. Distinguished guests, hope you are getting where I'm arriving at. Do you know the origin of this story I'm telling you? The origin of this story is that person you are emulating, that person who you see as a source of your own depression because of the things he has, that same person has problems you don't have. So when I got to the place there, I realized that the man who is the elder brother of every person who came to the hospital with him It was his child admitted. He had the money. Then I'll tell you what he said. While I was paying attention at what he was saying, he told the doctor, he said, "Doctor, please, anything you can do to make my child be fine. Money is not the problem. I will do it. Money is not the problem." So the man keeps repeating the word, money is not the problem. Money is not the problem. Money is not the problem. Then the doctor told him that he's checking that if money was what they needed, he would have asked. The man responded by saying, "I know, but if you want more money, I had already sent 7 million naira. But if you want more money, I would send more money to you." Why? Because the man feel money can solve it. So meanwhile, there are persons out there who are only looking down at themselves, believing that it's until they have wealth before they become a successful person. So now where are we going to? We are talking about how the society had misunderstood success by thinking success is wealth. Another misunderstanding of success by the people is misunderstanding success as fame. What do I say? Misunderstanding success as fame. So they feel like when you have fame, you've succeeded. And that's why there's a common thing which is very, very abnormal, but it's becoming so normal. That's where normalizing the abnormalities comes in. What is this thing? If you go on social media now, on TikTok now, you will see many youths. Now, this is not the male, this is the female gender. So now, because they want to gain fame, you will see them make videos almost half dressed naked. And now, it has now even become a culture that a lady, after making a video of her face, she has to turn her back. Because what we give her the likes is at the back, not on her face. It's becoming normal. When this thing started a few years ago, when some person started, you will see people criticize them because in our culture as African, in our culture, most especially as for women, it is expected that they are extremely modest. So and such display, based on African culture, I'm speaking as an African here. Based on African culture, that display is against our practice. I said something. I said normalizing the abnormalities. What is normal in one land is abnormal in another land. Is it normal to kill cow in India? It is not. As a matter of fact, if you're a translator who is translating the text, if a part in the text says that the man killed the cow, if that text, that piece of writing is an African work, if as a translator you are going to translate the work in India, a place where at some communities or at many communities it is very, very offensive to kill a cow, so what style will you employ there? You won't translate it as the man killed the cow. You will translate it as, that's where figurative expression comes in. You have to be wise so you don't lose your eyes. Now that's where figurative expression comes in. So that's where we have words when we say the man kicked the bucket. Apparently it means the man died. Do you understand? So now you could use in your context, since you are in a community where persons live there, do not have to believe that anyone can kill a cow because of how they have placed cow in their culture. So you probably translate that by saying the man made the cow rest. So In such society, they might feel you are saying perhaps the man has been asking the cow for something, perhaps the cow did not answer, then he had to leave the cow to rest. So that's a way of making the cow rest. I hope you are getting the techniques here. So now, where am I coming from? I'm coming from, I started from the quote where I said, a success without a successor is an outright failure. Then we want to define success, but before we define success on the norms. Success is a very common word. On the global stage like this, we are not supposed to be defining success, but we are defining success because of how the society has misunderstood the word success. So, like I said, on this stage we do critical analysis. We do a comprehensive critical analysis of whatever topic we'll be speaking on. So we won't just come here and tell you 1 + 1 is 2. No. We will tell you the reason why 1 + 1 is 2. So now, one of the reasons why we are explaining this is because success has been misunderstood. On the one hand, I spoke about what? Misunderstanding success for being wealthy. And on the other hand, fame. Fame has pushed so many young individuals to doing what is not meant for them. And what do I mean by doing what is not meant for them? Please go with me. It's high time we move from Ikoyi to Ogun State. Perhaps you have to visit the new airport. Now, I'm talking about misunderstanding success for fame, because most individuals want to succeed by force, by thinking, oh, if I have fame, I have succeed. Then they are not they are not specific anymore. They now become anywhere benefits la road, like the African pidgin quote that says anyway na way. Do you understand? So now, instead of you to do that thing you desire to do, you will begin to do the things that other persons are doing, that you feel they are a success because they are doing it. For instance, of all social media app, I don't have anyone except X. I have friends who will tell me that come on TikTok. Okay, so come on TikTok. A lot of people on TikTok, you will get more followers on TikTok, you will get more engagement on TikTok. I'm sorry, I'm not talking down on TikTok, because I know the owner of TikTok is watching this, but this is the point. At the geographical zone I am at, I understand the fact that some persons had mentioned that algorithm doesn't lie, but at some point, when algorithm is short of what you like, then it might end up bringing what is available.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know if you notice.
Yes.
So if you tell me algorithm doesn't lie, there are certain songs I don't listen to. Of course, there are certain songs I don't listen to. You won't see me wake up and listen to the Wayne song. And how did the Wayne video pop up on my screen? It means the algorithm is short of what I like at that point. It's out of context and it doesn't want to repeat the same thing. So it do what? It pushes to me what is available to see if I will do what, if I will take it. And because I don't take nonsense as an African, I stay where I want to stay. So now I make use of this. Tell me a lot. Okay, so please come on TikTok. TikTok will give you that fame you want. TikTok will give you this. TikTok will give you that. But I don't see it that way. I don't believe that app will give me what I want, because I'm this person. I go where I feel people who think like me are. distinguished guest, where am I coming from? Fame. So now, I've noticed that at the zone I am at, many persons I would find on TikTok, what will they do? They are always coming with dancing videos, talking about illegitimate things. That's how they make it. And you would even see some who would come up with an idea of telling a girl to come and dance for him on a live video, so he can send him some rose, some lion, some, I don't know. You get it? So now, if you look at the app, critical conversation barely have the engagement they deserve. I don't know if you are following. If I'm lying, please let me know. So when we talk about conversations, like if you make a video talking about African history, if you make a video on that app like TikTok, I'm using TikTok as a case study now, talking about political apartheid across the globe. If you are making use of TikTok and you make a video speaking about leadership, speaking about economic growth, speaking about technology, there's a very high tendency, if you fall under my own zone, and not just under my zone, I realize that there are many Americans who fall victim of the same thing I'm talking about. I have seen female celebrities who wear revealing dress that gets a lot of engagement as well. So now I realized that in this space we are talking about, the trend, what people want to see is that thing that makes the heart happy. You know one thing about the heart, let me tell you, the mind doesn't like anything that is difficult, and that's why at times, if you had not trained yourself very well, the moment you pick up a book to read, you might begin to fall asleep. But the moment, if perhaps you are a Manchester United fan, or perhaps you are a Liverpool fan, perhaps you are a Chelsea fan, if it was Manchester United match you are watching at that point, you might not fall asleep. Because of what? You are doing what the heart wants, what the heart wants. That thing that the heart likes to see. The heart likes sweet things. And that's why, after a series of advice from the doctor, reduce your intake of sugar, reduce the intake of soda, reduce juice. Because the body is used to sweet things, sugary things. For you to reduce it will become hard, despite the fact that you know that this thing is going to harm you. I hope the word is understanding the point.
Yes, sir.
Moving on. Talking about success. So now, these persons had moved from Facebook to where they feel the world is. And you'll be surprised that we have people who used to do content, who used to talk about creative things, but from the moment they realize that they are not getting the engagement those who are showing their ass are getting, they do what? They switch from the meaningful things they do to the things that is not making meaning. Please, I want us to understand something. For abnormal things to become normal things, it starts from certain people. As a child, as an African child who is embedded with African culture, the view I am having today is based on the knowledge, is based on the things, the African things, the African thinking that my parents, that the society had put in me, that hello young boy, it is not lawful for you to sleep in a room for months with a woman who you are not legally married to. Of course, this statement might sound very abnormal in some countries, but I know not Saudi Arabia, I know not Morocco, I know it's not Egypt. You get? The thing is, in countries like that, the African culture doesn't permit it. You can't just go and have a woman in your house, the woman you're not married to, use have her in your house for months. You have the man for months in your house and say she's just here. Yes, well, there's this common thing that is related to a particular tribe in Nigeria. People jokingly say it anyway, but it used to happen. You would see a woman moved into a man's house. They are not legally married. Then when you ask the man, because the man is ashamed, he wants to pretend, so he doesn't get criticized by a typical African, then begin to say she's my sister. What's that lady doing? The lady is my sister. The lady is my sister. So now, the only time you get to know that the lady is not a sister is when the lady's stomach starts increasing. It's not because of late night food, but because she is pregnant. You now ask, Mr. Prince, I thought you were a prince. How come is this woman pregnant? I say it happened by mistake, but you said she's your sister. Like, I don't know how to talk to you about it, but it is what it is. Life goes on. You're my neighbor, I can't hide from you. Then the narrative changes. Are you following? So now, this is the way Africans are wired. This is the way we are wired to think. It is not lawful for you to do this. But now, the story is changing because the African parents, the African children, whom parents has passed a good African culture to, that parent, that child is already departing from that way. So now on the social media, what you see is, because of fame, people push things that are not legitimate. So now gradually it's now becoming, it's not starting to look like the illegitimate things that they are pushing now make sense. So now, how does it make sense? So now when we now scroll past such videos, so instead of us to take it away from our screen, we would now like the video. So you now see an unreasonable content, a content of no purpose, a content that add to, that cause damage in the society, would get 50,000 likes. Then when Joy realizes that the video Toyin did that fetch her 50,000 likes is the one where she is showing us, then what happen next? Toyin or Toyosi would start emulating that style, and gradually that is how you normalize what is abnormal in the African society. Or because she feels success is defined by fame, so by all means she wants to get what? The fame. Hope you're following. So another misconception about what success is position. A lot of people feel success is when you have position, and that's why some persons don't even care if they would function well in that position or not. They want to be there by force. You will see persons, I'm not talking about Nigeria this time, I'm talking about the world. You will see persons who call themselves, yes, I'm a leader, yeah, I'm a boss. You know what, I have to just be the leader of this place. They want to just be, because they feel the only time they succeed is when they acquire a very big position, which is not right. That's not a good mentality. Having top position doesn't mean you are a success. Success is beyond wealth. Success is beyond fame. Success is beyond position. Do you understand? So now, if you look at my explanation has covered the both individual's definition. The first one said success is when you achieve your goal. So now, if perhaps your goal is to be wealthy and you are wealthy, it doesn't mean you succeed. If your goal is to have fame and you have fame, it doesn't mean you succeed. If your goal is to have money, that's wealth. If you have position, if you have position, it doesn't mean you have succeed. So when we talk about what is true success is sustainable. If anything must be called success, it must what? It must be sustainable. Sustainability.
Yes, sir.
So now, what do you understand when I say it must be sustainable? What do you understand by, please, Bryce? When we say success must be sustainable, what do you mean by?
It means that it must be long lasting.
It must be long lasting. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for her. So now, I ask the question, when we say success, one of the features success must have was it must be sustainable. I will give you an example without leaving the court. I'm doing this by emulating Femi Falana son. I heard many stories of Femi Falana that if the senior advocate of Nigeria wants to defend a client in a court, he would make reference to a case study of a case that happened at the same court. You have to do justice to the case. So I won't leave this court before I do justice to sustainability, something that would last long. So now, in this court right now, to explain sustainability, I will be making reference to the school of Eloquence. In many years ago, in April, School of Eloquence was founded. This year it becomes how old? 20 years old. Is that not sustainable? Now, it's sustainable not just because it has spent 20 years, but because of its products. In a couple of time, okay, if we talk about products, I could say I have met nothing less than 200 products of School of Eloquence. I will tell you how. While we were preparing for the 20 days of Eloquence Guinness World Record attempts, we attended some public speaking classes at School of Eloquence. The amount of numbers of persons who attended that class are not less than 200. Whether you like it or not, many or few of that 200 had acquired a lot. So as they acquire, what would they do? They would pass it to someone else. So by passing that knowledge, by impacting someone else, that is what? Sustainability. Because there's one thing about knowledge. And there's one common word. People say that no knowledge is what? Wasted. No knowledge is what? Wasted. No knowledge is what? No knowledge is a waste. So whether or not the persons who had attended the public speaking class ahead of the 20 days of Eloquence, in 50 years from now, wherever they find themselves, the things they were taught by the only CSP in West Africa would always stay at every stage. Yeah. Not to talk of we that are speaking currently. The classes we attend him helped us improve a lot. That now we speak confidently, we speak like one of my lecturers then in the university. The first thing she told us, Professor Bello Rachel, she said, at the end of your degree you will become a super writer. That was what she said. When she said you become a super writer, and I was like, is it by force to be a super writer? I have a bad handwriting and you want me to become a super writer? Then I was shocked. In 100 level, when mommy come to the class, we call her mommy because she is a capacity. So she came on that day and she said, everybody bring out your notes, write capital letter A to Z, small letter A to Z. I was like, in 100 level, what's happening? Then everybody wrote A to Z. Then you'll be surprised that she had to make some corrections. Well, at the time, yes, she made some corrections in A to Z, and now you are surprised. So I want to do the same thing, don't worry, just be rest assured. I won't do the same thing. I won't tell you to write A to Z. I respect you all, you get. So now, at the time I had gotten to 200 level, I already had articles on the internet. Don't forget I said I have a bad handwriting. Success is what? Must be sustainable. Aside from me being a writer, I had taught nothing less than 10 persons to become writer whose articles are on the internet as well. The same thing goes to School of Eloquence. Imagine me knowing School of Eloquence. I knew School of Eloquence in November last year. From November last year to now is how many months? November, December, January, February, March, April. That's how many months? That's 5 months and few days. Or let's just say 5 months. So in 5 months, look at how much impact the academy, the school has made in me. Do you understand? So now think of how much impact the school has made in 20 years. So now when I'm talking about sustainability, I'm not talking about how many years School of Eloquence has spent, but how many lives School of Eloquence impacted. Did you get it? Yeah. So one of the features of success is that success is sustainable. Now that person who in a definition says that, in quotes, success is when you achieve your aim, then she said buying the 2025 Corolla is one of her aim. You can get a lawyer. So now if she had gotten a 2025 Corolla, I can tell you for a fact that in that same 2025, if she didn't get the Corolla in 31st of December 2025, if she had gotten it earlier, in that same 2025 she would begin to admire another car. Is that sustainable? No. Did you get it? Are you with me? So now, success must be sustainable. Another characteristics, another attribute of success is that success is transferable. The knowledge the only CSP in West Africa had, didn't he transfer it? He transferred it. Do you get? The knowledge your parents had about the African culture, didn't they transfer it to you? They transfer it. One of the culture of the Yorubas is that you greet at all time. So either you are kneeling down, good morning, that's as a female, as a male, good morning sir. Do you get it? So they transfer, they pass it. So that is what? Transferable. I told you after few years at the Department of English, Lagos State University, my lecturer, Professor Bello Rachel, had prophesied that before you leave this place, you all will become super writers. Of course, before I got admitted into that school, when we talk about thesis statements, I don't know what thesis statement is. Of course, we are in school to learn, right?
Yeah.
That's transfer. So when I say success is transferable, transferring 3K to you is not success. You get? I'm sure, of course, you would see transactions successful, but that's not success. So now, Professor Bilu said, at the end, you all become super writers. She do what? She transferred that knowledge. At the point, she took us very, very far. There's a point where I told someone, I said, she doesn't even teach us like undergraduates. I said, she's beginning to take us as master students. How can you tell me we are doing introduction to social linguistics and you are telling me to go and be studying theories, behaviorist theories, evolutionary theories, cognitivist theories? At some point, we did research on autism. Then I begin to ask myself, what has autism got to do with a linguist? Is this even realistic? Or you told us to read about the realist. I don't know, did you get it? But she was able to transfer. Why she transfer? I did what? I received. Not just me and my classmates. So now we have received. Currently, I am a core member who is teaching here in Lagos. Don't forget that it is from that knowledge she had transferred to me. Through that knowledge, I am making money there because I get paid at my PPA. In short, among all core members at my PPA, I am the highest paid. I remembered last 2 weeks, the boss, the operational head, texted me. He said he's currently at Germany. He said he went for a meeting. Then he said, I was told about how much you have been doing at the PPA. I owe you a gift. Then he told me before night I would get the gift. At night when I checked my phone, he sent 30,000 naira just to appreciate how far I'm doing. That is aside from my salary. Do you get it? So now, this is transfer from Professor Bello, from Dr. Gani Babitose, from Mr. Ubon Esen, from Professor Tayo Ajayi, from Dr. Falabio Tio. Do you understand? So now, the likes of Isioma at King's College, I am currently what? Transferring to them now. If you see them, they will sing Portugal anthem to you. They have not been to Portugal before. One day I was passing and I saw him saying, "Erosion, the man of Ripovo, Nasan Valenti." And I was like, "What are you saying?" He said, "I'm singing Portugal anthem now. Is that not what you taught us?" Like, oh, that's fantastic. So now, I said success must be what? Sustainable at first. Then success must be transferable. Another thing you should know about success at last is that success is bigger than one person. So anything you do that you call success, if it is not bigger than what one person can do, it is not success. It is not what? Success. The person who brought about National Youth Service Corps, General Yakub Gowon, in 1973. At the time he brought in National Youth Service Corps, what happened? There was civil war. The civil war just ended. So as to promote peace and unity, then there comes about that innovation of National Youth Service Corps, where human beings who are Nigerians would leave their state to another state so so they can see how people behave in other states. So the moment you this is the brain behind it. The moment persons in Lagos, the moment their children are being posted to Abia State, and persons in Abia State children are being posted to Lagos State, persons in Kogi State children are posted to Nasarawa Lafia, persons in Nasarawa Lafia children are being posted to Zamfara, persons in Zamfara children are being posted to Akwa Ibom. Now, even if you thought you ever think of harming that person's child, you would remember that you have children at Zamfara too. You touch them, your pikin no go come back. Do you understand this? Do you understand it now? So now, but the aim was not violence. The aim was to promote peace. That when you go there, you would hear the story of the Nasarawa people. Then you see for yourself that they are not even bad people. So now, the advantage of what? Relating. While I was growing in Yoruba land, there is one will I say sacrifice, will I say occultic thing they do. They call it, it's a tradition, they call it Oro. For foreigners who is listening, Oro is a traditional practice that whenever they do that act, they don't want to see anybody outside except persons who are doing that ritual at that time. Most especially, this ritual is regarded that a female must not be seen during this process. So as an African child, I grew up with this mentality of Oro kills people. When anybody die Oro, see they killed the person. That was the mentality. Please note, in cases like this, that is why when you are listening, you don't pause. Because if the last thing I said it was Oro kills people, if that was where you sleep at, then you start with you be like Oro kills people. No. I'm not done talking. So while I grew, I explored. I went to places. Then I met people who practice that. Then I now realized that Oro is a tradition used for prayer. So when things is going wrong in the community, so they have to bring out this Oro. So Oro goes from every house. If you are persons who live in the Yoruba land, I would like you to brainstorm. Perhaps you close your eyes or you open your eyes if you can remember. Anytime there is Oro, it will always sound at the front of every houses. If you have ever experienced it, please try and think about it very well. So now, they go to every houses to pray for the land. That God, this is the house of Bangboshe, bless them. The gods, this is the house of Toyin Moremi, bless them. This is the house of Sekino, bless them. Did you get the point? So now, because I had explored, because I had gone to meet the other persons, I understand that, oh, this is the rule. But then, if you're not a member, avoid it. It's just like when the government declares state of emergency or declares a curfew that once it's 8 o'clock, everybody is staying. Are you expected to be outside as a responsible citizen? No. The same thing goes to it. This is our culture. This is the way it is. So when there's a popular saying that says, when you are in Rome, you act like a what? Like a Roman. Thank you. When you are in Rome, you act like a Roman. So when you are in Yoruba land, you understand the style that in Yoruba land, this is how it goes. This is how it goes in Yoruba land. This is what they do. So the moment and before they declares the ritual, they would have made a clear announcement to the society, so people are aware that on Tuesday, 31st of June 1885 at 10 p.m. it's always at night, at late night, at 10 p.m. you are not allowed to come outside due to the sacrifice that will be going on in the community. Did we get it? Now, talking about, do you know I'm coming from? Success is bigger than one person. So I now give instances where I'm talking about the General Yakub Gowon who does not this. Is not, you will not see him. General Yakub Gowon where he created NYSC. So I gave instances then, and I said that it was after the Civil War that's when he created the Youth Service Corps to promote peace and unity. So you see, success is bigger than one person. Now I will ask you, is it just one person that NYSC has produced? No. In my camp alone, 25B stream 1, we were 2,500 in my camp. It's bigger than one person. Even at the time Yakubu Gowon created NYSC, Nigeria as a country has just 12 states. The 12 states at that time all had the orientation camp. Transferable. You know he transferred it. That's part of success. You know he transferred it. And it is what has become what we have in 36 states today. And it has been continued like that. It has been passed from generation to generation, and this year marks 53 years of this continuous movement. So now, what led to this? It was my attention grabber, where I said a success without a successor is an outright failure. Hello. It was my attention grabber where I said a success without a successor is an outright failure. So I was talking about a word, success. Now, who is a successor? Please wake up. I know we are not sleeping, but we might have traveled very far. You know, I said before that I said before that I would take us from Ikoyi here to Ogun State. So now, success had been explained. Now we've arrived at where? Ogun State. Distinguished guests, respected leaders, Alaja, please rise. I said I was going to take us from Ikoyi here to Ogun State at the Gateway International Airport. So now, the Ikoyi to Ogun State was from the success, everything about success. Now we've arrived at Ogun State, so we'll be moving from Ogun State to Osun State now. So now, the quotes that led us to this conversation was a success without a successor is an outright failure. Now, we've talked about the success. Who is the successor? What do you understand by successor? So speak. Who is the successor? Who is the successor? Is what? Someone else, please help her. Please be very fast about it. Please. What?
A successor is somebody that is successful.
Yeah, it's fine. You can sit. Thank you very much.
Yes. Since you said success is transferable.
Transferable, okay.
Successor, that's somebody that
Okay.
you transfer your success to.
Okay. Now, thank you very much. So now, I'm glad that our distinguished guests are following up with this conversation. So now, I said a success. Then when I was doing a critical analysis of what success is, I said success is transferable. Then she now told me, she said a successor is that person you have transferred the success to. To some extent she's right, but a successor is not just a replacement. Now, to tell you something, from what I will be telling you, you would see why the successor is important, and you will see why a successor is valued across the globe, not just in Nigeria. We all have a bank account, right? We all have a bank account, right?
Yes, we do.
Now, when you were going to open your bank account, there's a part where they will say next of kin, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, the witnesses who earns $100,000, please now, You had a witness, you had a place where you had to fill your list of kin when you were going to open your bank account. This is it. So now this next of kin is, in other words, is called a successor. Now a successor is not just a replacement. It's not just someone you transfer to. What are the things expected from a successor? You understand? First, I will tell you this morning. A successor must understand the vision. So anyone who doesn't understand the vision is not what? He is not a successor. Imagine you bring someone here. While I was making an example of success, I said success must be transferable, it must be substantial, and it must be bigger than one person. Do you understand? All of these things I make mention of. All of these characteristics I made mention of. all of these things I make mention of is their characteristics that distinguish guests. All of these things I have made mention of are characteristics that the CSP has. I can call the CSP a success. Do you know why I can call him a success? I'm not calling him a success because he's the only CSP in West Africa. I'm calling him a success because what he has is sustainable. As explained earlier, is transferable and is what? Bigger than what? One person. So now I said a successor must understand the vision. Now we that are here are who? Are his successors. The technical teams, the speakers, the distinguished audience are what? They are the successors. So now, why are they the successor? Take a look at it now. One of the things, Alaja, please rise. One of the things about a successor is that a successor must understand the vision. So now, what is the vision? Please answer, be very fast. What is the vision of this 20 days of eloquence? What is the vision? The vision is to speak for how many days?
20 days.
Do you understand?
And the vision is also to celebrate
now, for us to be able to celebrate the vision, you must have broken the attempted record. And in breaking the record, it's not just about breaking the record. Are we speaking to the world? Are we communicating? What are we telling the world? Communication is not about you being smile. It's not about smiling. You understand? We have comedians who have done well. We have the likes of Gordons. We have, even when stand-up comedy started by Bumi Davis, we have them. But that's not it. So now, how do I get here? I got here when I said that a successor, one of the things about a successor is you must understand the vision. Now the vision is we must speak for 20 days so as to achieve our dreams as Nigerians. So now, in the process of understanding the vision, what are the things? There are certain rules that comes with it. The rules has to do with the handing over of the mic to the next speaker. Proper handing over. Proper handing over. Who spoke to us about it? The CSP, Mr. ACN Ubon. So he spoke about it. He did a critical analysis of the handing over. He used different individuals. This is how you hand over. 2 hands, 2 hands, 2 hands, 2 hands. It became a slogan. Even went to the Guinness World Record group chats where we had to start shouting 2 hands, 2 hands, 2 hands. You hand over like this. But to make people what understand the vision. Another thing we are told there is you shouldn't speak. It's even on the screen, on the timer. That you shouldn't speak for at least for less than how many minutes? 5 minutes. So now, if anyone comes on this stage and speak for 2 minutes, does the person understand the vision?
No.
Is that a successor? No. Do you understand? Another thing is, another way I will use to explain understanding the vision is, take for instance, the housebreaker, his father or his uncle. His uncle. I will use his uncle like Mr. Easy. So now, his uncle was going to leave Nigeria. So now, because his uncle was going to leave Nigeria, his uncle gave him some amount of money. His uncle gave him some amount of money. That, do you know my goal? My goal is to build 3 hotels. Do you understand? So now, the uncle now told me, when I get to the United States, I would get a job and I would find better things doing. So why his uncle tell him that I'm going to the United States for a better business. I have achieved so much in Nigeria, but I want you to be my successor. So now, do you know what the uncle did? The uncle had built 2 hotels. So you are my successor. Take the hotel, manage it. The reason why I'm building this hotel for you is that I want to eradicate poverty in our family. Are you with me? So he said, I want to eradicate poverty in our family. So for me to eradicate poverty in our family, I would want you to manage this hotel very well while I go to the United States to establish my Microsoft business here, so as to see if I can do better at the other side. So if the uncle now end up traveling to the United States and his brother, who he hand over the hotel to, gets the money, like as he's making money from the hotel, he's going to other clubs to spend the money lavishly, is that a successor? No. That is to say, a successor must understand the vision. And aside from understanding the vision, another thing is a successor must preserve the value. Do you understand? For you to be a successor, you must preserve the value. You get? So now, if you look at School of Eloquence, we are the successors. We are the successors because we have satisfied the first requirement. The first requirement says you must understand the vision. So now, we are 30% the successor. So let's see if we would be a complete successor. So now the next thing says preserve the value. So how do you preserve the value? The School of Eloquence has a good image. So now you are an ambassador. So imagine a person who had spoken here, who had been certified by the school, now goes out to a public, to an event where he's expected to speak. Then before speaking, he now proceed to take like 5 shots of tequila. You know how high tequila can take someone. So now, after taking 5 shots of tequila, he now went on the stage. It was not like, I was, I can't remember. I've lost what I'm saying. And he said, you know what? I would like to round up. That person did not preserve the value. Because what the person has done there, he has dented, because the value drops. Just like you bought a player for 50 million. I remember when Liverpool bought Darwin Núñez at that time. They bought Darwin Núñez for 75 million euro from Benfica. at that time. So when Darwin Nunes got to Liverpool at that amount, his form dropped. You know, for someone to have spent 75 million naira on a player, it means that player had showed so much value and quality. Did you get it? So you expect that the moment this player comes to this place, if he displays the same thing he displayed while he was at his previous football club, his value is likely to do what? To rise from 75 million to like 120 million. Do you get it? So now, preserving the value, we as students of School of Eloquence, I'm using us as an example. So for us to preserve the value, if we go out to display what the school has taught us, it is going to increase the school. How? When persons out there, more persons out there would hear about the school. Be like, so wow, it was this school that organized the Guinness World Record attempt. This school broke the record. That's interesting. So if perhaps before the school fee here at School of Eloquence is 20 million, for example, the moment we break the record, the moment we start showing that value, it will increase from 20 million to how much? 600 million. Do you get it? So now, if it increase like that, I'm giving an instance, if it increase like that, we as the face, the more we tell the people about it, the more we preserve the value, it makes School of Eloquence better. Then the next thing you see is we moved from having 2 plot of land to having a community as a school. Then it becomes a university of eloquence. That's how you preserve value. You understand? So now, one of the things a successor must do, a successor must be able to build value. What did I spoke about at first? I said a successor must understand the vision. A successor must be able to preserve value. You have preserved. The third one is a successor must be able to build value. Respected leaders, your excellencies, I know I haven't spoken for a lot of time, but I want us to get going. You know, I've left Ogun State. We've left Ogun State. We are heading to Osun State. We will too get there. So now, when I say a successor is someone who can build value, a successor is someone who can build value. So what I mean by a successor is someone who can build value is that, let me give you an instance. When I was speaking about Professor Bello Rachel while I was in the university, I said something. She said, before you graduate from this university, you would become a super writer, isn't it? Yes. He said you become a super writer, isn't it? Yes. So now, having said that, we became a super writer. Then I said something. I said I had impacted in nothing less than 10 persons who had become writers now, who has different articles on the internet. But I said, what did I do like that? I have what? I have built value. Do you understand? That is on the one hand. Another example is, if for example, the man who I said he lavished the money his uncle gave to him, where I said is not a successor. Now, if perhaps when the uncle left the hotel in his jurisdiction, that this hotel, oh boy, look at this hotel, make sure things run smoothly, make sure you save up, and probably if he follows that style, then after saving up some money, he proceeds to build a bigger one where they can make more money. Then it goes like that. That person is able to do what? Is able to build value. So by so doing, we can call him a what? A successor. So now, a successor must be what? A successor must understand the vision. must be able to preserve value and must be able to build value. Another thing you should know about the successor is a successor does not just do your work, they protect your legacy. It's not that we just speak. What legacy has the school of Eloquence laid? Do you understand? It's just like your parents, for instance. Let me take for instance a son of a policeman. A son of a policeman, for example, he don't just do, for instance, a son of a policeman went on to join the police force. Maybe because, okay, my dad is a police officer, my dad is known for fighting crime, and aside from my dad being known for fighting crime, I as a person, I am very very interested in fighting crime. So what do? I will join the police force as the son of the police. In Yoruba we call it what? Omolopa. You get? So now, as the police son, you've joined the police force. You've continued working as the police force. So as for you to be a successor here, you have to protect your father's legacy. Why? Because before your father retired as a police officer, he was the commissioner of police, Lagos State. So now, if you would join the police force as someone wants to continue the legacy of your father, what do? You protect it. How? You must not be seen that you are accepting bribe on the street. So the moment you are captured on probably on AI glass that has camera, probably you will be captured collecting money. You are captured trying to extort other persons. By so doing, you've destroyed the legacy of your predecessor. Distinguished guest, hope you are getting the point. So now, a successor must what? Must protect the legacy. And why? I will give you for instance. Thank you. So now, what is the quote I said earlier? The attention grabbing quote. The attention grabbing quote says that a success without a successor is an outright failure. For those of you who had got knowledge, but because of the knowledge you've gotten, you feel okay, it's enough, I'm eligible, I don't need to pass it on to other person. What if you are no more? How will it continue? Do you get it? How will you continue? Now, I will tell you something you should know. Here in Africa, we have heard, I will give you an instance. Where I stayed before about 10 years ago, I wasn't as old as I am now. I am not old, I'm a young boy, but I am younger than I am here 10 years ago. So this is what happened 10 years ago. There is this man, he comes around to our street. So anytime he comes to our street, there is an empty land at the next house where he do come to. Then we realize that this man owned the land. He bought the land. You get? So now the man had gotten the land. He had started doing the foundation. He was already building gradually. Then at some point in time, we just realized that this man, we stopped seeing him. He stopped coming. He stopped showing up. So we were like, I was talking to a friend, Gunners. I was like, Gunners, this man that used to come and check the land in the next building, I've not been seeing him for a while now. He said he also noticed that the man has not been coming, but since we don't know the man, but we know one of his friend, so there's nobody we can ask from. So do you know what happened? After like 6 months of not seeing the man's friend showed up on the land. Then we start seeing the man's friend continuously. So now when we start seeing the man's friend continuously, then one day I have to ask the man's friend, excuse me sir, I've not been seeing your friend. Where have you been? I've not been seeing your friend. What's happening? Then he said he lost his friend. That the man had died, he had an accident. Said he had an accident. Oh. So what about his property? He said, the property belongs to me. Because he's aware that the man did not carry along his next of kin, probably his family, his child. He doesn't have his successor. Do you understand? Then someone else inherits the property. That's why I said a success without a successor is an outright failure. Yoruba will say a proverb, an African proverb in Yoruba language. They will say òrìṣà tá bá ń sìn tí a bá fi wọn ọmọ, irú òrìṣà bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn kò ní pẹ́ ṣe kíni, kò ní pẹ́ parun. In English, what this proverb means, probably you need me to do a scientific translation and a literary translation. Let me look at it. A literary translation of that Yoruba African proverb means that a deity or a religion that you practice. So while you practice this religion, you aren't carrying your children or your child along as you practice religion. The Yoruba proverb said such religion will not last, it will end up perishing. Why? Because your child isn't aware of what you are doing. All they know is you go, but you hide it away from them. So when they grow to choose a side because they feel dad did not even show us, dad did not show us anything. We keep growing, we don't know anybody. Anytime he's going to his place of worship, he go there alone. Mom, the same thing. They leave us at home. So while your children grow, they accept whatever the community brings to them. So if the first religion the community brings to them is Judaism, for example, they accept it with happiness because you, who is supposed to be their predecessor, did not satisfy the requirement of a predecessor. So I've made instances talking about the successor, the predecessor, and I've emphasized the quotes I was talking about. So now, what is the danger of not having a successor? Oh God. If you don't have a successor, the first danger is the system collapse. To collapse the system. Just imagine that with how big and conducive School of Eloquence is, with how renowned the dean is as the only CSP in West Africa. So now, he now carries the title with the award given to him, the plaque and the medal. He went on to keep it in his wardrobe and saying that I am the only CSP in West Africa. Nobody come close. I am the only CSP in West Africa. No one come close. Do you understand? So now, he keeps it to himself. He did not have a successor. He made the system collapse because with time, it would get old. aside from him getting old, they might need a satisfied speaker in 3 places at the same time. But because he can't go to 3 places at the same time, what will happen? He will do what? He would attend one, he will miss the rest. So that impact they are supposed to have on the other places, he won't be able to have that impact because he does not have a successor. It collapsed what? It collapsed the system. So at the end, it goes like that, no successor, then it goes like that. The other thing is lose of vision. When there is no successor, you tend to lose the vision. Do you understand? When there is no successor, it causes lose of vision. The reason because the vision is to speak to the world for 20 days. Of course, while we were planning, we didn't force anybody to be part of the plan. So it was a race, a relay that has to do with like-minded people. So now, when there is no successor, it causes lose of vision. So now, the vision is speaking for 20 days. Distinguished guests, I would like to ask a question. Can one person speak for 20 days? No. So that is why you should have a successor. Because when there is no successor, there is lose of vision. The longest speaker in person spoke for 90 hours. So that shows it's impossible a person speak for 20 days. And while the person speaks for 90 hours, he was having 5 minutes break per hour. There were times do you understand? He was very, very uncomfortable. You know how much stress he has to go through. So you see the importance of having a successor. You understand? So it's because the CSP has a successor, that is why this thing is going smoothly. At a point in time this afternoon, I made some research. What research? I have to acknowledge our leader, our predecessor. Who are our predecessor? The New Zealand speakers who did this thing first. So now, while I was reading, I realized that in the process of their speech, at least over 400 persons participated in their 5-day speech. Now, when I now look at the Nigerian own, we have spent 4 days and not up to 100 persons are close to achieving what over 400 persons achieve. That's another way to see the African strength. But that's not what we are going to. What I'm trying to justify here is, well, lose of vision. The moment there is no successor, you lose vision. And when there is no successor, it ends in wasted efforts. Wasted efforts. How? Say how. Ask how. Wasted effort. How? Because the moment there is a success and there is no successor, the effort will be wasted. Now imagine the dean alone, who is the only CSP in West Africa, comes up today and say, because I'm the dean, because I am a certified speaker, today I would embark on the 20 days of Eloquence Guinness World Record alone without a successor. Then he starts. On the first day he pass. On the second day he pass. On the third day he pass. On the 5th day he pass. On the 10th day he pass. On the 15th day he pass. Then he got to the 16th day. Because he doesn't have a successor. He broke down and he couldn't meet the 20 days of speech he wants to do. Of course, he did not succeed. He didn't succeed because his aim, Like referencing back to the first school of thought, as Her Excellency defined success. He said when you achieve your aim. So now the aim of the dean here is to speak for 20 days. So when he speaks for 16 days, he did not achieve his aim. That is where the importance of having a success comes in. To explain this very well for you, I would make instance. I've made use of School of Eloquence a lot. I know we are all eloquent. I would make instance by talking about Russia. We have a common rifle. You can call it guns. A very popular gun. Everybody knows it. If you go anywhere say AK-47, you're like, whatever, I know AK-47. Is there anyone here that have never heard of AK-47 before? Is there anyone here? Thank you. Everybody have heard about AK-47 before. So the full meaning of AK-47 means Alexandra Kalashnikov. So now, AK-47 was invented in the year 1947. That is why it has 47 at the back. So the AK stands for Alexandra, the A stands for Alexandra, the K stands for Kalashnikov. 47 means the year. So now, Alexandra Kalashnikov is a Russian army lieutenant general. So now, there's the latest one, AK-74, is an upgraded version that was made from 2013. Yeah, 2013, 2018 upward. But I would like to tell you, not that I'm happy about it, but I would inform you that the person I made mention of, the Alexandra Kalashnikov I made mention of, is not alive anymore. But they are still making what? They are still making so much AK-47 and it's still even trending to today. So it means he is a success. He is what? A success. He had passed on to people, like we pass on the mic to the next speaker. He had passed on to people. To what? People with a vision. People who can build. They are building more rifle in his name. That is how you achieve success. Building a successor, you transfer value. For you to build a successor, how do you go about building a successor? Law 1, you transfer value. Say you transfer value. So now, using School of Eloquence, the dean has transferred value to us. I've explained value a lot. So for it to not look like I'm repeating words, I hope you understand the point at which you transfer value. On the other hand, you allow mistakes. You allow mistakes. That's Yoruba, that's African proverb in Yoruba language that says Orisha Tebansin Te ò bá fi wọn mọ irú òrìṣà bẹ́ẹ̀ kò ní pẹ́ parun. What is he saying? He's saying that thing you practice, that you are hiding from your children, that you are hiding from successors, that thing will perish. It won't take long before it lasts. Do you get it? You transfer value. So now the next point is you allow mistakes. Why am I talking about you allow mistake? Look at the dean now. The dean is a top speaker in West Africa at large. Are you with me? The dean is a top speaker in West Africa at large. But despite the fact that he is a top speaker, he didn't spend all his time speaking here. Do you understand? The dean could speak for 10 hours straight. But you know what he's doing? He would watch from the bench. He would go take rest. You see, okay, let's see the way these people speak. Do you understand? While they speak, they would make mistake. Okay, when they make mistake, I will correct the mistake. That is how you become a successor. That is how you build a successor. You allow mistake. You watch. Okay, this is how they are doing it. Okay, favor, she has not been sleeping. Okay, the witness are working. Okay, Mr. Uche, the camera is working well. Okay, you allow mistake. The moment you realize that the camera is not covering the timer, and it comes, Mr. Uche, let the camera covers where the timer is. You get it? You allow what? You allow mistake in the process of. Then for you to become a successor, for you to become a good predecessor, for you to have a successor, you must give responsibilities. You must do what? You must give responsibilities. I'm using this place as a case study because it is evident. This is a court. We have been here for a couple of days and we can see the way things are going. You would see, what did I say? So if you build a successor, you have to give responsibilities. Look at Madam Favour, for instance. What's our responsibility? Our responsibility is to be a witness. Now, the predecessor, who is the CSP, had given her a responsibility. Take, you are a witness in this event. Sit. So while you sit, you observe the time at which speakers pass on mic to each other. Not just that, at the time they pass on the mic, you record the time they pass on the mic. So as the living speaker is passing on, while you are writing the time at which the speaker leaves, you are also recording the time at which the new speaker is coming up. So as you write, when the old speaker is leaving, you check the amount of people on seats. You record. While the first speaker was speaking, we had 15 persons on seats. While the speaker was leaving, we had 11 persons on seats. And you know the culture. When you are 11, you do what? You hold your neighbor tight, even if she needs to visit the restroom. She has no choice than to rest in this room, so as not to put us in problem. You do what? You share responsibilities. Distinguished guest, what have I been doing since? I've been explaining to us about. I started from a very long place. I started even before saying I would be going to Ogun State. When I got to Ogun State was when I said I would be going to Ogun State, when I started explaining what success is. I left there. I spoke about a successor. Now we have gotten to Osun State. So now, distinguished guest, from Osun State, I would like us to move to the northern part of Nigeria. So now, we are moving to the topic of my speech for today. The topic of my speech is power is not given, power is earned. Lesson for present and the next generation. What is the topic? Power is not given. Power is what? Power is earned. A lesson for present and the next generation. At this global stage, I have heard many persons speak like the Gen Zs with the mindset of power. We will earn power. Power has to be given to us. I'm sure you must have heard Nigerians, not just Nigerians, Americans, not just Americans, Nairobians, not just Nairobians, Ethiopians. You know, we now live in we have a global space where if you go on X, you will see people from Nairobi, people from Brazil, people from Sao Tome and Principe, people from Macau, people from Gap, people from East Timor, people from Cabo Verde. You understand? You see different people come with different ideas. They'll tell you that this is how it's going here, this is how it's going here. Do you understand? So now, from what I have seen from statistics, I have come to realize that the Gen Z has this mindset of power should be given to us. What is happening now? It's our turn. It's our turn to rule. It's our turn to rule. It's our turn to rule. Aluta continua. Aluta we will fight to the end. We will solidarity forever. So that doesn't give you power. Someone shout power. Now, as you sit, you should start thinking of what is the definition of power. But before getting there, this is it. The topic. Power is earned. Power is not given. A lesson for the current, and the next generation. You know the thing that shocks me most? Do you know the thing that shocks me most? Was when I met some Gen Z. So while I met them at the market, where I was going to buy roasted corn and roasted yam, like we do in Africa, corn and roasted yam. Then they will add some sauce to it. You buy it on the road, you get so sumptuous, so mouth-watering. That's how we have fun in Africa. So while I was going to meet them, I saw them. They were really ranting about the government of their country, but I don't know where they are from. So they said the government needs to give youths the power to control. And I said, okay, so what's the point? How old are you? He said he was 27-year-old. I said, that's fantastic. You're an elderly person. The last election, did you vote? The last election, you know what he said? He said he does not have a voter's card. So I told him, I said, you do not have a voter's card, and you are here saying the current leader at the top rigged the election by not handing over power to the youth. I said, you as the youth, the future hope does not even have hope, because your hope is your voter's card. So why are you complaining? You haven't earned the power, and no one will give you. Like the common words we do say here, we will say, in this life nobody is coming to save you. So nobody is coming to do what? Give you power. So what is power? Madam Moremi, what do you understand by the word power? Madam Joy, what do you understand by the word power? The Heartbreaker, what do you understand by the word power? What do you understand by the word power? So now, power is what, please?
I feel power is
I feel power is what?
Is a push you need to.
A push you need to.
I'll call power a force of attraction.
A force of attraction. I don't accept that. Someone talk about power. What do you want? Okay, I know what. Let's leave it. Since it looked like it's fine. So now she said power is the ability to control in her view. So now, if I will tell you about power, why do you just think straight to the ability to control? Of course, as a product of Nigeria, you must have done mathematics in the secondary school. Then you have what we call the power in mathematics. 2 raised to power 5 equals to what? This. You say what? 2 raised to power 5 equals to what? 2 raised to power 5 equals to what? You said 32. It's fine. That is power. So when I say 2 raised to power 2, it means what? 2 times 2 times power 2 is 2 times 2 equals to what? 4. That is the mathematical power. Now, when we talk about the political power, when we talk about the power I'm talking about in this context, I'm talking about the power to control. Do you understand? When you are big, you are big. When you have power, you have power. You understand? As a core member, you didn't buy the uniform. It was given to you. So even if you are a CLO, you should do what? You should always remember that you are what? You are a core member. I don't know if you get my point. So now, this leads me to what the definition, who is a leader? I won't be defining it, because at times we don't need definition. We need critical analysis. Every one of us, when we hear the word leader, the first thing that comes to our mind is responsibility. So that's why in the African society and the globe, especially in America, if a man and a woman has a disagreement, and this man and the woman, they are married legally, and the marriage results to the fact that they have to file a divorce, then you hear that they would have to share the property of the man into two. Then I begin to ask myself, I and my wife had a disagreement. Probably she cheated on me or something. But regardless of what she did, I would have to share my hard-earned resource into two. And that was the reason why the last time when I was taken to America, I said I wasn't going to stay because I was not willing to share my property. I remain an African man. Do you get it? So now, talking about a leader is seen as someone who bears responsibility. And that's the reason for all the accusation we accuse our leader of. When the road is bad, we say it's our leaders. There was one day, on my way going home, there was this vehicle moving. The tire at the back had busted. Yeah. The driver had flat tire. So instead of him to park the car somewhere so he could fix it, he was driving the car like that. So now, the way he was driving the car, the tire had removed completely. That it was the rim, that iron, that metal part that was on the floor. So as he's driving, it was sounding then I could see stones from the road peeling. I could see spark of light because it was late at night. Then I was asking myself, this man is causing an economic damage. This man is vandalizing government's construction from public funds. This is a fellow citizen, you know. So what he's doing, you get. But at the end of the day, if something happened to that road, if the road got spoiled, if the road did not last, the same person will come out tomorrow and tell you that the government didn't do good roads. Under former President Muhammad Buhari tenure, I witnessed the reconstruction of the road from around K2 down like that to my 2, from my 2 down to Badagry. Before, if I was going from Lasu, from Shomolu to Lasu, that's at Yanoba, I'm always afraid to board the bus because I feel the road is so bad, and because of traffic I would want to take a bike so I can go, even though taking bike is risky. Under President Muhammad Buhari's regime, the road was reconstructed and I was able to board bus to school. Not just constructed, it is a world-class construction. It was a world-class construction. You understand? So these are aspects. There was a time I was saying something to someone. I said, we Nigerians, it's not like we are not building enough infrastructure. But what we lack is the maintenance culture. For you to have infrastructures you can point to. You must have maintenance culture you can point to. That's how it works. The moment the maintenance culture is dead, there is no how the infrastructure will last. Look at the red BRT during the time of the former governor of Lagos State, Babatunde Raji Fashola. Look at the BRT now. Look at the other BRT by former governor Akiwumi Ambode, and some that was made by the current governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. Look at it. If you look at the one brought by Babatunde Raji Fashola BRF, the maintenance culture, the maintenance was not enough. I entered one of it the other day and I wasn't comfortable in it because the fans had removed, the AC are not there. I don't know, but it's not the government's fault there. It's the issue is the maintenance culture of the people. So now, why am I saying all of this? I'm saying all of this because we have been wired, not Nigerians this time around. This expression, this analysis is a global analysis. This is real life issue. This is real life analysis that has to do with everybody. So now, we have been wired to always see our leaders as people who are responsible, because leadership comes with responsibilities.
Yes.
Another thing you should know about leadership is it comes with core value. You all have what? The same aims and objective. At the school of Eloquence, the leader is who? The dean. What's his name? Ubon ACN.
Yes, correct.
So now, what's the goal here? The goal is we must be super speakers. We must speak and people will want to listen. We must be different from other persons. I don't know if you are getting it.
Yes.
So now, that is the goal. That's what makes him what? A leader. So you must have that core value, that vision that you share among yourselves. That makes you what? A leader. So leadership is not just by the leader must always bear responsibility. No. It is our duty. There was one governor, because during Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola's era, for those watching from abroad, there is this slang the former governor will say, Babatunde Raji Fashola will say, Eko ò ní bàjẹ́ o. It means Lagos State will not be destroyed, and he did so much to make sure that Lagos State is in good hands. At that time, academically, there wasn't joke. There was Lagos State schools debates. There was Lagos State schools quiz competition. At that time, there was Lagos State where we do this essay competition. I participated in the essay competition. I participated in the debate competition. It was only at the quiz competition I didn't participate. It was we had a team, a special team for quiz at that time. So you see, a leader with impact, who is leaving impact for what? For eternity. Did you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, boss.
So now, what did the leader do? The leader set the foundation. Are you with me?
Yeah.
So when we say a leader, one of the things a leader do is a leader sets the foundation. If you look at this 20 days of eloquence speech, who started the speech? The speech began by Mr. ACN Ubon, the dean of School of Eloquence, the only CSP in West Africa. He started the speech. That's what they call leader. He laid the foundation. So for those who are stage fright, for those who are feeling that Guinness World Record, the world is watching us, how will I overcome this fear? How will I overcome the world watching me? How will I do it? Won't I make mistakes? Do you get? So now, the fact that the leader has come up himself, he has spoken, he had broken the chain, he had led by example. You understand? As a leader, you do what? you lay the foundation. You get it? Like Professor Bello told me something. I remember the time where our son was preparing for an examination. And our son came to meet her. Our son said, "Mommy, please pray for me so I can pass my exam." You know what Professor Bello told him? He said, "As far as you prepare for your exams, you pass your exams. I'm not here to pray for you to pass your exams." But these same persons, this same Professor Bello, prayed for me one day. She said, "I pray that you would pass, you would achieve more than I did." Then in my head I was like, but when your son came to you, that you pray for him, so he passed his exam. You didn't. You told him that he would pass his exam as long as he reads for the exam. So now, why is she praying for me? She's praying for me because she had laid the foundation of me becoming a super writer. And now, on that track, I'm following that path. So if you know at this point, this boy deserves to be prayed for. Don't worry, you become a super writer. You get? So now, I will tell you a short story of myself as a leader. So I am Kasali Oluwasegun Oluwajuwon, and at the time I was at the university, I was Department of Foreign Languages Apex leader at that time. At the time I got to 300 level. So what happened? I had predecessors. My predecessors are the likes of Senor Drake. When I say Senor is a Portuguese word which means Mr. So at the time we got to the Department of Foreign Languages, we thought Senor means senior. When we see people call Senor, we thought it's senior. But later we discovered that Senor wasn't senior, Senor just means Mr. So because at the Department of Foreign Language, we have this culture, the culture of respect. Of course, in the university in Nigeria, you are not expected to call anybody brother Toby, brother Shola, brother Tayo. But since you are learning a foreign language, it's not the same as other courses like sociology. It's not courses like economics. Apparently, if I had gone to study economics, by the time I got to the Department of Economics in the university, I already know that economics is a social science which studies human behavior, a relationship between ends and scarce means which has alternative uses. I already know that. That makes it a common course. You don't understand. So now, if I was given an economics test while I go to the Department of Economics, their text I can read by myself. Talk about inflation, persistent increase in price of goods and services. What is new?
Supply and demand.
Demand and supply. When the demand is high, when the supply is high, what's happening? You understand? But at the Department of Foreign Languages, you had no choice. You just have to bow to your senior because the lecturer won't start from Ha, B, C, D, E, F, G, F, J, K, L, M. Do you understand? They won't start from the alphabet. Do you get it? They will start from, when I go there, where would you start from? My lecturer went straight to verbs. Why? Because they expected that as a student of the Department of Foreign Languages, that's why as one style, when they admit freshers resume school 3 weeks, 2 weeks before the main students. Why they resume? They expected you to be making preparations like you've submitted the right document to the faculty, you've done a faculty clearance, you've done a departmental clearance, you start getting books from those at higher level. So at the time I had gotten to the department then, our lecturer expected us to already had met with our seniors. We used to call them senior, but senior does not mean senior. Senior means Mr. If it's a female, we call them senorita because they are not married. Senorita means Miss. Senior means Mr. But for our mommy, who has been taking care of us, the registrar of School of Eloquence, if we refer to her, we will say Senora. Why? Because she is married. So there's a difference between Senora and Senorita. So for the likes of Joy, Morimi, they are what? Senorita. But for the registrar, she's what? Senora. Do you get? So now, at the department at that time, we refer to them as Senorita and Senor. They are seniors. So when we got to the department at that time, it was those at 200 level, people like Tomiwa, people like Drake. So they will come to our class, they take us from one gradually, say okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Do you understand? 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That's 20. Do you get it? So they would come, they will explain to us. They now tell us days of the week. Oh, you say what? Segunda-feira. Abi? Days of the week start from what? On Monday. Domingos. You have after Domingos you have segunda-feira, terça-feira, quarta-feira, quinta-feira, sexta-feira. Then Saturday is what? Sábado. So it was them who made this foundation. They are good predecessors because our lecturers had made great impact in them. Before we appeared, before we got admitted to the department. So for these reasons, the fact that they put us through, they had showed, they had displayed an outstanding leadership skill. And that's why when we talk to them, then we talk to them with respect. So now, how do I get here? You know, I was talking about leadership, and I'm about to tell you about my experience as a student leader at the Department of Foreign Languages. So now, what happened? The moment I got to school, I didn't have any intention of going for any political office. But my intention was I would always be whom I have always been. So when I got to the university, I did a combined honored course, Portuguese and English. Both are compulsory. So now, the fact that I am not only majored in English, it keeps me and my fellow Portuguese mates far from the English major students. You know when they call you major, you are major. Do you understand? So English major students get first-hand information. So if you are not close to them, there is high tendency that before the information gets to you, the information might have what? Expired. Remember the guy I cited earlier, the one who misses his exam because of misinformation. A 3:30 exam that was moved to 8:30 in the morning exam. He missed the exam because he thought the exam was still going to hold for 3:30 in the evening. So why I got to school, on my second week in school, I had met with the likes of Arike. She didn't finish with us, she left the school for United Kingdom. So I had met with the likes of Arike, Crown Tomiwa, Bulu herself, Abiola. These are very sophisticated students in English department. So why did I meet them? I met them because I knew there is a lacuna, there is a gap between the English major and the English Portuguese. So if we keep this gap, we will be academically affected, and no one is willing to volunteer So I went to meet them. I said to them that please, I would like us to have a group together where we will study. Then Arike said, you can't just create a group with you now. Let's see how good you are also at the course. Then she asked me to speak about language because we are still in the first week. Then she said I speak about language. I said okay, it's fine. I had gotten a book written by Dr. Ahime, who is now a professor, a former HOD at the Department of English. So he wrote a book, Language as an Action. So I had gotten the book already. So when she told me to talk about language, I quickly referred her to Edward Sapir's definition that says language is a purely human and non-instinctive method of communicating ideas, emotions, and desires by a system of voluntarily produced symbols. So now, I further explained to her. When she said, what are the characteristics of language? I said, language is a means of communication. Man. Secondly, I told her, I said, language is arbitrary. And she said, language is arbitrary. What is the arbitrariness in language? And I told her that language is arbitrary because the names things are called are not justified. Do you understand what I mean by they are not justified? Now, Mrs. Joy, what are you holding?
Biscuit.
Biscuit, thank you. Why did you call it biscuit? Because it is biscuit. Do you understand? So now, that is... You know, so I asked her that, why does she call it biscuit? She said she called it biscuit because it is biscuit. That justify the characteristics of language that says language is arbitrary. Arbitrariness in the sense that it is not justified. They are calling this thing a tile. Why? Now you tell me tie the bag. I will tie the bag. Then when I bring something I knot on my neck, you call it a tie. When I wear something on my leg, you call it a shoe. When I wear something on my head, you call it a cap. And Yoruba will say in their proverb that kò ní burú fún orí ká dé fìlà sórí kún ẹsẹ̀. It means the cap is meant to stay on the head and not on the knee. This is arbitrariness in language. This was the way I spoke to her the other day. So the moment I explained to her this way, she said, tell me one other characteristic of language, then I will accept your offer. And I said, another characteristic of language is that language varies. She said, how? I said, now, I'll use the Portuguese as an instance, and I'll use another language as an instance. She said, which Portuguese instance? I said, in Portuguese, we have Portuguese speaking countries. Yes or yes? Yes. So now, the country with highest speaker of Portuguese language is Brazil. But the owner of Portuguese language is Portugal. Brazil has the highest number because of its population. Distinguished guests, I want you to understand something. There is a difference between a language that has more speaker and a language is geographically dispersed. The language that is spoken most in the world is Mandarin. Why? Because of the population of China. But when I say the most geographically dispersed language, it is English language. Because if you go to many countries, you will find them speak English. So it makes it the most geographically dispersed language. You make use of dispatch rider in Lagos State. Do you understand? So dispatch from one place to another, most geographically dispersed language. Do you understand? So when we talk about most geographically dispersed language, do you understand? So now when we talk about when I continue the explanation to her, so I told her, I said, if we would use the Portuguese as a case study, I said, in Portuguese, if someone wants to ask you what is your name, the person will tell you, Comment se chama? Comment se chama? If I'm to translate it in English language, it means, what are you called? Do you understand? What are you called? What are you called in English? In Portuguese it is Komo si Shama. That is the way they will ask you your name. Now, variation of language. How language varies. The same Portuguese language, but variation. And you know I defined dialect one time where I said dialect is a variant of a language spoken by a geographically secluded group of people within a larger society. I said that earlier.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So now, we're talking about dialect on the other hand. If you want to ask a Portuguese man in Brazil that what is your name, he would say, "Qual é o seu nome?" If I'm to translate "Qual é o seu nome" in English, it means qual what? Is o, leave o is an article. Seu, your nome means name. What is your name? But in the Portuguese, it means como se chama, what are you called? So now, if a Portuguese person from Portugal wants to answer, he would say, "Chamo-me Kieso. I am called Kieso. Chamo-me Kieso." You see, Yoruba starts mismanaging and misusing the Portuguese word. When I say "Chamo-me Kieso," they are already saying "Chamo-me." It means Yoruba eats something on me. You see that? You see what's happening? But the Brazilian Portuguese, if he's going to respond to "Qual é o seu nome," he's going to say, "Meu nome é Kieso. My name is Kieso." Distinguished guests, are we following? So now, if I will be talking about another variation, is if you, as an individual who speaks Portuguese language, if you want to go to countries like, maybe you speak Portuguese language, you live in Brazil, and you want to go to Portugal. So now, if you want to board a train in Portugal, distinguished guests, you would have to master the way Portuguese use their means of what they call their means of transportation. So now, train in Portugal is referred to as comboio. Comboio. That is train. Comboio. That's what we call train in Portugal, Portuguese. So now, if a Brazilian is going to Portugal, because of his knowledge of Brazilian Portuguese, and because he feels, what do we do at Brazil here? If you want to use the bus, if you want to use the train, sorry, we call it train. It's not far from English. You might even think it's English, but it's not English. But the Portuguese, we call it comboio. So that's variation, same language, but because they are in a geographically secluded area, this one is in Portugal, this one is in Brazil, then they begin to have variation. Are we following? So now,
Have you been there?
no, I didn't go to Portugal, and I didn't go to Brazil. I would have gone to São Tomé, but because during because of COVID crisis at that time, so the school didn't grant us the permission to go at that time, and the fact that my course is a double honor course at that time, so the Department of English said, if you be leaving the department, the school, how will you be able to cover up for your English courses? And that becomes a problem. Do you understand? So where am I coming from? I'm coming from when I went to meet the English sophisticated students, the likes of Arike, the likes of Tomiwa, the likes of Abiola, who say I must, before they can accept my offer, before they can accept my proposal of coming together, they must confirm if truly I deserve to be with. And I proved myself. After this explanation I gave now, after giving it to her, she said it's fine. Now I can accept your offer. Now we can study together. Then she gave me the permission that I create the group between Portuguese English students and the English major students. That was how we had a combined group together. The group was created in August 28th that year. So after creating the group, we started tutorials on the group, and I could see the difference between studying with the normal Portuguese students and the English major students. Because English major, they don't have any other thing that they are doing. The only thing they are doing is what? English. So they are already ahead. At that time, at the group, they would ask questions like, who is Geoffrey Chausa? Then I would be like, what is this? What is this? What is this person talking about? Ask questions like, who are the Proto-Indo-Europeans? Who are the Proto-Indo-Germanic family? Who are the Jute family? Then I now begin to understand that, oh, this person is talking about the history of English language, how English language came about. But one thing you should notice there is that I took that bold step as a leader. I left. I went to meet them. Don't forget, when I was talking about a leader, I said one of the characteristics of a leader is that a leader do what? A leader lays the foundation. Don't forget, I wasn't aspiring for any position at that time. I wasn't the class rep. But for us to achieve our aim, someone needs to lay the foundation, which I did. So moving on. After laying that foundation, I proceeded to continue our class. Then when it was time for examination, we prepared for exams together, and it was very helpful. It was very helpful. It was very helpful because they were telling us about things that we didn't know, and we were very accurate. In case there was going to be a class, an impromptu class, we would get the information the same way they would get the information because of the relationship we had created between ourselves. That's where relationship matters, because it's the relationship you create with the second person that would save you from not missing an information that would have helped you fly high. You get? So now, after I had spent my first semester in school, in my second semester, we had who we called Apex leader. At that time, the Apex leader at the department are the likes of Salami Awua, the likes of Froze Viper, the likes of Nino, the likes of Drake. Politically, they are the Apex leader. Then these people who I called Apex leader, they came to me. They were like, sorry, I didn't mention somebody. I didn't mention an important person. Damilari was there. Moyo, sorry. Yes. So, when I was in my second semester 100 level, they came to me. They were like, we would be glad if you joined politics. I said, why? I said, because we could see you have vision. We could see you're a smart person. So joining politics would be very, very helpful. Like, you would contribute a lot to this department. And I told them, I said, okay, it's fine. I've heard. I will think about you. I will think about it. Don't forget when Burna Boy was communicating, where he said, no matter how they are close to you, never buy a dream if it is sold to you. So they have sold a dream. It's my choice. I had to think critically if that dream would affect my academic performance or it's going to help me achieve things. So while he came, I said I was going to think about it. I let him go. Then one very morning, at that morning I was at my hostel. I was still sleeping. I haven't left my bed. So it was Damilari's call that woke me. Then when my phone rings, I picked the call and I said, hello, good morning, Tayo. How are you doing? Fine. He said, he had nominated me at the faculty to be an honourable member representing my constituency. And I said, seriously, I said, but I am not aware. You didn't inform me early, because I'm aware that I would have to go for screening before I can emerge, even though I don't need to do any voting as far as I pass my screening. And the screening has to do with results, my first semester result, because the second semester result is not out yet. So they have to be sure I'm not less than 3.5 as required in the faculty constitution at that time. Then basic question about the faculty and basic academic question. I said, that's not a problem. I trust you to pass the academic questions. I trust you to have the required grade points demand as requested in the constitution. But the only place that might be the problem is the place where you begin to answer questions that have to do with faculty policies, like what is the motto of the faculty, who is the former president, the former honourable from the constituency, who was the first treasurer, who was. Then he said, don't worry, I'm going to resolve the political question aspects. Leadership, please observe. So while he said that, I said, okay, I dressed up, I wore a native. So I went straight to the faculty. So the time I got to the faculty, I saw him. He said I shouldn't pay for the form that he has paid. So he said I should go straight to the screening hall. While I was going to the screening hall, I remember they told me that we only need 2 returning honourables. Meaning, from my constituency, we have to provide 4 honourables. So now, 2 honourables are resigned, 2 honourables are returning. So we are replacing 2 honourable members. So now, when I was going to the screening hall, I saw 2 of my classmates who are the head of class, HOC, and the assistant head of class. In last, we use head of class. Some schools use class rep here in Nigeria. So my head of class and the assistant head of class, I saw them, and I was like, what are you in school for? Because at that time it was student union week, and during student union week the only thing we do is student activities, no class. And he said he came for the faculty screening, that's why he's here. That after the faculty screening he would be going home. I said, faculty screening for what office? He said, for the faculty honourable. Now remember that this is the same thing I was nominated for. So I said, okay, it's fine. I didn't let him know that I came here for the same thing. So what do I do? So I went back to the department to meet them. I told Dami, I said, when I got there, my classmates are there. And he said, it doesn't matter. You are the one I nominated. You have an automatic qualification. The 2 of them needs to compete. Whoever does it better between 2 of them will become the honourable. Then I told him, I said, I'm sorry, I really appreciate your effort, but I'm not willing to accept this offer. I said, why? He said, the reason why I'm not willing to accept this offer is because if I accept this offer, it's likely to cause disunity between me and my classmates. Why? Because they had always said they want to go for the post, they want to go for the post, they want to go for the post. I've seen them always speak about it. So what do? Please, my leader, let them have it. He said, no. I said, don't forget, the goal of unionism, why it is called unionism is what? Because it's one, that's unity, that spirit of unity. So now, if what we create so that we would be united starts to cause disunity among us, then what is the essence? The essence of creating the body has failed. So let them have it. Then I let it go. And immediately the first leader at Flasan told me, if you won't be going for the faculty, I understand you are making sacrifice for your friend and for the faculty at the same time, for your classmates and for the faculty at the same time. I'm going to compensate with you this. I will make you an honorable at the department instead. And I told him, I said, at this point, I don't see being a leader as serving. Being a leader doesn't matter. You don't have to serve in the house before you become a leader. As far as you are impacting, as far as you are making wherever you are a better place, be a leader. Just like the Director General of the NYSC said, the last day of camp, while he was delivering the speech, he told us, he said, distinguished corps members, you've spent 21 days at this orientation camp where you are taught morals. He said, now you are going to your place of primary assignment where you are expected to acquire skills of what the real world looks like. When you get outside, don't be moved. Don't be moved. Don't let the amount you are paid determines the quality or the quantity of what you be giving out to people. He said, because at the end of the day, if the people forget you, they might not forget what you do to them. And as far as they can remember what you do to them, they will always remember you. Maybe you have to bleach your screen, so when they see you in the following year, they won't be able to identify you. As I moved, I rejected the offer and I said I was going to support whatever they do so as to make the department a better place. So after that, I supported them. They went, they won. What did I do? I continued with my academic development. Don't forget, I brought the English major and the Portuguese English together. Unity, I brought them together so we can achieve academic excellence. That is what a leader do. I have created a foundation. So now you know what happened. While they were spending their time at their political office, I was busy doing what I can do. And there was this day, there's a market at PPL called Ayekwe Market. It's not far from last week. So when I was coming, this market is not far from one of the other gates in last week we call the shortcut gate. It's not the main gate. So that gate was created so that students coming from PPL won't have to stress entering bus while they can trek past that gate. So the school made provision so there can be shortcuts, exits for them. So on this day, while I was coming, I met a law student who was very sick. He was struggling. He could barely move his feet. That's to show how weak he is, how weak he was. So immediately I saw him, I moved close to him. I knew he was a law student. Do you know why I knew he was a law student? Law students in my school, they are always putting on white and black. Okay, I'm putting on blue and black. Okay, now those who put on blue and black in my school are the transport students. We used to call them the Oromo of Lasso. They put on blue and black, blue shirts and white trousers. Oh yeah, it is the law students who wears white and black. The moment I saw white and black on him, I knew he was a law student. So I met him. I said, what happened? He said he didn't know what is wrong with him. Then after a few minutes he fell. He could not stand for himself. Do you know what I did there? I carried him from PPL gates because there were no bike. Ordinarily, bikes won't be allowed to enter the school. But at emergency cases like this, bike will be allowed to enter. But the moment he fell, I had to carry him. I carried him myself from the gate to the old school clinic. The reason why I said the old school clinic is while I was in school, that's who had an old clinic. Now there is a new clinic where they do emergency. So in case if you want to verify the information, so you will not go to the new clinic thinking it was the new clinic. It wasn't there at the time that this thing happened. So now, after helping him, there are some law students who saw me on my way. So you know what happened next? The next time when they saw me, they were like, some persons were moved, they were like, is that not Portuguese? I didn't even hear them, but the person beside me said, okay, so they are talking about you. And I greeted them. They said, oh, well done. We saw you were helping someone yesterday. I think the person wasn't feeling well. I said, yes. I said, that's so nice of you. Then we exchanged contacts. Then they said they would nominate me as the humanitarian of the year at their faculty. And I said, it doesn't make sense. I understand the fact that I had done that, but nominating me as an humanitarian of the year at your faculty would deprive someone from a faculty who would have ordinarily win this award. This might just cause discrimination in your faculty. Then people in your faculty will start to feel like, what is the relationship between you and the guy you gave the award to? It's not from here, but you gave him an award that is supposed to belong to someone that is at this faculty. And I said, the reason why I helped the guy I helped was not because I was expecting an award, but because human welfare is human duty. You don't have to wait for the Lagos State emergency to come and pick him up. Before the Lagos State emergency comes, what if there is traffic on the road? If an emergency would come, an emergency can't pass through the exit gate because the exit gate is a walkway for pedestrians. The emergency would have to go through the main gate, Iyanoba, Thorn, through Iyanoba to PPS bus stop, enter PPS street to Jagun, from Jagun to Ayekpe before the emergency bus would pick him up. So what I did, I avoided so many dramas that are avoidable. You get it? That gave me what? That gave me recognition. For many persons who see success as fame, success is not fame. But I got fame through the kind gesture I gave at that place. Now, what led to this discussion is about who a leader is. I'm not trying to call myself a leader, but I'm trying to tell you the positive things I have displayed. Yoruba will say, we make an African quote saying that ìkà mọ̀ pé ìkà lòun ń kàn wọ ẹni tó máa sọ fún un. In English, it means that a wicked person knows that he's a wicked person. He's only waiting for you to tell him that you are wicked. The same thing goes with a good person. A good person knows that he's a good person. Understand the fact that some people would say you don't have to praise yourself. I'm sorry, if you do enough, you will praise yourself. You get? So when people tell you you don't praise yourself, I understand the fact that they are trying to help you so you will not go so deep that you would now start feeling so proud of yourself that you feel like there's nobody on your level. That is the point. So now, after helping this person, something happened to me in 200 level second semester. 200 level second semester, then I came up. I said I will become the president Association of Portuguese Students. The moment I said that, everybody stood up. I said we would support you. In short, at that time, my classmates were saying if I contest as the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, they would vote for me 10 times instead of the president. And I said, everything is timing. The president is doing well. Let President Muhammad Buhari enjoy his tenure. When it's time for me to shine, I will shine. So I left it. So the moment I declared my intent, I fell sick at that point. Do you know what happened? While I fell sick, I could not attend my political screening at that time. So while I was receiving treatment, while I was on the hospital bed taking drip, I got a call from the IEC. What was the call? The IEC said, "Hello, KSO." Most people call me KSO. KSO is an abbreviation of my full name, Kasali Segun Oluwajo. But I've changed it to keep striving onward. So I've rebranded it. I've changed KSO from my initials to keep striving onward. Maybe later, some other time, I will explain to you what it means, what I mean by keep striving onward. But let me continue with my speech. At the time I said I was going to go, what happened? I fell sick. I was at home taking drips and injection. While I was taking drip and injection, what happened to me? The IEC called me. Then I told them I was really sick. Do you know what the IEC did? They said, since I'm not feeling fine, that I should just make sure I send the money for the form so they can be sure that I truly want to participate in the electoral contest at that time. Then they would extend the time at which I would come for my screening. But because of the fact that they had seen how much I had displayed honesty, and because they believed so much in my capacity, because they didn't want to put the department in the wrong hand, because they didn't want the whole efforts of the department to jeopardize, they did what? They waited. So now, distinguished guest, there's a popular saying that it is better late than never. Antes tarde do que nunca. In Portuguese, it is better late than never. If I, at the first place, if I was in a rush, I would have caused a competition which might lead to a beef between myself and my classmates. So now, at the time I said I was going to go for the president, as a Portuguese student at that time, the people I refused to compete with at that time came out and supported me. At that time, there are persons who had ambition to become the president, but the moment they heard I was the one going for the post, they all stepped down. They said, "We are willing to serve you. On your mandate, we stand." That was what happened. They saw the vision. The vision was very clear. It's not a blurry one. It's not a blurry one. Then I emerged as the president. I went unopposed. And the moment I became the president, I do one thing. Anytime I am having a meeting that has to do with the development of the department, I employ the staff at the meeting. It's not just the executives. I make sure each head of class, HOC, which in other words means class rep, each class rep from each level are always present in every meeting I'm having. Not just that, at least I used to send an invitation letter from the president's office to nothing less than 5 persons from each level. Why am I doing that? I'm doing that because democracy, as defined by Abraham Lincoln, is a government of the people, for the people, by the people. And that's why if you look at Nigerian analysis, we have the federal government, that is the apex. You get? If you bring it down, we have the grassroots government, that is the local government. The function of the grassroots government is to bring us closer to the what? To the apex leader. Of course, someone said something. The person said the president, it's not possible for the president to know all the local governments in the countries. In the country. Lagos State, for example, do not have nothing less than 20 local governments. And I can tell you for a fact that if the governor of Lagos State, Sanwo-Olu, had been to all the local governments in Lagos State, he has not been to all the streets in Lagos State. It's not possible. And that is why, that is the importance, that is the reason behind the innovation of what is called local government, the grassroots government. So the grassroots government in Nigerian political style was what I tried to imitate. That is why, as the president at that time, I do send letters to at least 5 persons from each level, so they can witness the meeting. So at the meeting, I address them as distinguished observers. Distinguished observers in what sense? Would maintain all protocols of the meetings as stated in the constitution of the student union, which must not contradict the constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, because all constitution in this country is subjected to the constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Maybe you don't understand. Lagos State has its own constitution. NYSC has its own constitution. INEC has its own constitution. As other bodies, the same way as the student union government. But every constitution that operates in this country is subjected to the constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You get it? So now, at the meeting, they would sit, they would talk, I would ask them questions about at your department, at your level, what are the things you are lacking. Mind you, I said something. Why I gained admission, my first week, second week, to more than my first month, it was my seniors who taught me alphabet, who taught me days of the week in Portuguese, who taught me 1 to 500 in Portuguese, who taught me colors like blue, azul, green, verde, red, vermelho, yellow, amarelo, orange, laranja, purple, rosso. Do you understand? They were the ones that taught me those things. So the fact that I had become a president, I had to make provisions, I had to make sure that those that are coming do not lack the same benefits that I gained. So what did I do at that time? So in our political culture, as stated in the constitution, the president is the head of every department, of every office, but all office is independent. So now, the vice president is the chairperson of academic committee. So we have academic committee. So academic committee are the student body that looks out for tutorials. They make sure all students are having tutorials from their senior. Probably they would invite seniors to come and help students so they can do some tutorials so they don't get lost, so they can be up to date. You get the point? So while they do that at that time, I spoke to the chairperson academic committee. I said, please, I want you to take this with, I want you to take this strictly. I want you to make sure that no student lacks the proper tutorial time, because I benefited from it, and these ones must not lack it. So it was this invitation that made me know the true things students lack. At that time, we had students who could not afford their school fee at that time. Maybe they had like 70%. So what we do? We have the welfare director. So the welfare director, when he reports, he has a welfare committee that works with him. So the welfare committee along the welfare director goes to. At that time, we were lucky because our HOU at that time, Dr. Sunday Bamishile, that's one of the reasons why I used to call him a scholarly father and a fatherly scholar, because there are many times where we will have students who their school fee is not complete, but you will see this man, the moment they go to meet him, he would tell them, how much do you have? 70%. Okay, take 20%, find a way to cover up for the remaining 10%. That's happened many times. Understand? So once they have problems like that, he would see us, we would go and make sure students are doing fine. That was how, as a leader, I built that foundation. The first foundation between the two departments, so we don't miss information that would be of benefit to us. Are we getting the point? So the second foundation was where I made sure I am not too over ambitious that I would cause discrimination between myself and my course mates. That was the second. I use myself as an example because it's something I experienced. Then you know what happened? When I finished my tenure, the accomplishment in my tenure, probably in my next speech, I might be talking about it. But what happened was, when I finished my tenure, other students were begging me that I shouldn't hand over my office, that they want me to continue for another time. Then I told them something. Do you know what I told them? Please, I want us to pay attention to this point. I said, I am in 300 level. This is the exam period. After 2 exams, I'll be done with 300 level. I'll be going to 400 level. So now, if you say I should continue going for the next office in 400 level, then when will the youth learn? When will you learn to handle matters for yourself? When will you learn to become better politicians? So of course, I've done it very well because I was allowed to do it. Let's see how you can do here now. So in case you make mistakes, we can correct you now that we are around. So I told them I was not going to go. Most of them were very, very sad, but I said no, I won't go. I said, you can always nominate me as a stakeholder. I would play a very good role, but I don't want to be the president. So after I finished my tenure as the president of APS, I left. And someone else became president. While he was the president, something happened. The moment I resumed to my final year, I discovered I had become the president. I know I am a capacity, and I am very much regarded among them. So because of this regard, they might be afraid of expressing their constitutional power. So what do? While I resumed school in my final year, I do avoid them, which they notice. So if I realize that the current president is at this place, I would pass the other place. Why? Because I want him to work. I want him to do the things he can do based on his own capacity, based on his knowledge. So if there's problem, we would always come up to assist. I would, as far as they call me, because I have this belief: the moment you emerge as the president, as a leader, you have the constitutional power. So no condition, I can't influence your power. Just like INEC, for instance. INEC is an abbreviation which meaning in full means Independent National Electoral Commission. So it's an independent commission. The same way I feel that president is independent. So regardless of how much respect I'm given, on no condition I shouldn't try to influence his own policy. I should always let him express himself. So I was distant. I distanced myself from them until an issue happened. What was the issue? It was when one day one of his cabinet called me and said, "Leader sir, I was suspended and I was told I should return my certificate." I said, "What did you do?" He said, "Because I missed a meeting." In my head, I was like, during my time, I never suspended anybody for missing a meeting. And there's no place in the constitution that says you suspend someone if the person who means one meeting. So what you should do is to make inquiry. You missed a meeting. Why did you miss a meeting? You get. But because the call was from one person, and because I want that office to be an independent office without any influence of Godfather, so I didn't challenge his authority. I left it while the person who reported was on suspension. And the next day I got another call from another person. That was the FinSec. What did the FinSec say? The FinSec said, "Hello sir, I was suspended for not coming for meeting." And in my head I was like, two suspension in your cabinet, how many executives do you have? You have the president, the vice president, the treasurer, the FinSec, the PRO, the auditor general. What else do we have? They have the welfare director, we have the general secretary, we have the assistant general secretary. So now in offices like that, who are the main powerhouse? The main powerhouse when it comes to signatory, the signatory of every association is the president, the secretary, and the treasurer. There are three main signatories when it comes to office. Those are the three main signatories. So now, out of the three main signatories, you suspended your treasurer, you suspended your FinSec, you suspended the auditor general, and you suspended your vice president. So the moment it got to that year, the moment it got to forced suspension, so I had to show up. But before I show up, look at the level of respect I had for the board. I wrote an official letter to the president that I would like to have a meeting with him on a particular day. Then he wrote back to me that, "Sir, I will be available on that day." So the moment he told me he was going to be available on that day, what did I do? I wrote a letter to all of his cabinet. You know, I could have just said, "Why am I going to write letter to them? Are we on the same level? I'm their father." I wrote a letter to all the cabinet. If they are, I'm sure they are most of them are watching this, and they can relate to what I'm saying. So after writing letter to them, not just them, I wrote letter to some of their predecessors. Then it became a big meeting on that day. But on this day, an observer was not allowed because this is an in-house issue. So in politics, there are things you don't discuss where people who don't have complete political knowledge are, because once they see it, they would react. They might overreact. It's just like there are some issues where that you should be mindful of when you want to narrate to a woman. There are some things, if you narrate to a woman will accept, but the moment you tell a man will never accept. And there are some things, if you tell a man will accept. If you tell the woman will not accept. For example, if you tell a woman that a man is cheating, there's, to some extent, the woman can say cheating. Well, let me come. An African woman can just tell you that he's cheating. Well, he's spoiling his life. Isn't that no? You're likely to hear words like that. But if you tell an African man that your wife is cheating, your woman is cheating, and at that time, if the woman is not in the house, the moment the woman come back, don't be surprised, the man might be waiting for the woman outside the house, not in the room. The moment the woman gets in, you hear things like from afar. If it's Yoruba, be like, ma wo by, don't come here. Bolotimbo, where are you coming from? Explain. They be like, the woman be like, Charlie, I've been outside since morning. What a need to do, you would have exercised patience. Can worry for me to enter. Rather than you shouting outside, then the woman will be like, I've seen this happen most time. Like, are you okay? I'm talking to you. You are telling me I should wait. If you don't tell me where you are coming from now, I will begin to throw your loads outside like stones. You get? That is a man reaction on the one hand. But if it was the woman on the other hand, the man would have calmly handled the matter. On the other hand, if, for example, a man's phone, for example, got broken, maybe he gave the phone to a friend to charge the phone, then when the friend is returning the phone, maybe a part of the screen got broken, the man is likely to just overlook it that like, I'm really pained that this phone got broken, but it's fine. But if it happened to a lady, you are likely to see tears in her eyes dropping. Be like, is it because of your phone that you are crying? Be like, I don't have money to change my. She has the money, don't worry, but she did not plan to spend that money, so she wants you, a good Samaritan. There's one man that spoke here. He said, he mentioned something, he said move button. So he was looking for the one that will press his move button that would change the screen for her. That's, or probably buy another one. My brother was a victim of this. There was a time my cousin at that time, he was working at a betting shop. Then he collected his first salary and gave all his first salary to a woman at that time. He used his first salary to buy Infinix Hot 7 for this lady. You know what? After he had gotten this lady the phone, the lady broke his heart at the end. But I knew at that month he was saying he was broke. So he had to ask mommy to support him financially. It's fine. But the day I knew something was wrong was the day I got home. He was singing that green song. He was singing, if I die, make you no cry for me. And I was like, what happened? He said nothing. And I saw tears. The tears is not tears of joy. The tears is not because the lady has broken his heart alone. But anytime he remembers that he worked for 30 days and packed all the money, his added money, to buy a phone for a lady. At some point, I begin to ask myself if he is a son of our family or is a bastard, because no one has ever tried that before. He is the first person to do that. You get? That's how it works. So where am I coming from? I'm coming from that leadership foundation you build. that human relation you build. So at the time I finished, after I had sent letters to the stakeholders like I mentioned earlier, we had the meeting without the observers. Then I asked the president, Your Excellency, can you give reasons why you suspended 4 persons from your cabinet? I said, and aside from that, constitutionally, it is not in your power to suspend your cabinet like that, because these people are elected by through voting by the majority. So imagine over 500 persons voted for someone, then you just came because you said you are the president, then you just suspend the person. Just like, you don't just suspend the person, you were telling the person to return his certificate of return. I said, please, can you tell us the reason why you suspended them? Then you know what he said? He said the reason why he suspended them was because they didn't attend a meeting. Then I shouted, I said, wow, so they are right. I thought they were telling lies, because in the history of this unit, no one has been suspended because they did not attend meeting. I had a social director who, at the time I had a party to do, which is our own party. He wasn't promoting it. He was promoting another party that will fetch him money. But despite the fact he did that, I didn't suspend him. We were having meetings at times which matters were arising, but yet this man did not still show up at the meeting. So I was not telling him, so if that one must have committed so much atrocity, tell me why you would suspend people based on the fact that they missed just one meeting. Then I explained to him that things are not done that way. So I told his executive members that we would get back to them. So I had to call him to order. I took him to a restaurant where we had to eat. Then I was telling him that this thing you did is wrong. So now, distinguished guest, imagine that I had not given him the chance. Imagine I had ran for the election since they said I should hold the office. Imagine that I had held the office and ran for presidency again. Will he make that mistake in my front? No. Will I know how capable he is? I wouldn't. So the mistake he made already made me know that, oh, this is the way he say things. Then I did what? I cautioned him. Then what happened? They start to understand each other better. Then things start getting what? Start getting better. You get the point? So that is the advantage. At the point, there was a time where even at the faculty, people were like, I heard someone from the faculty was going to become the faculty president. Why not you? Why is it that person? I said, no, there's no need. Let the person go. A leader is not someone that is always after position. Let me have it. At the time, I was in my final year. At the time we were doing our dinner and award, I had 7 nominations. I was nominated as the writer of the year in the category of the writer of the year. I was nominated in the category of the face of Portuguese. I was nominated in the category of face of foreign language. I was nominated in the category of the most reserved student. I was nominated in the category of scholar of the year. I was nominated in the category of finalist of the year. I was nominated in the category of humanitarian of the year. I can tell you for a fact that I have the capacity to win all the 7 awards. At some point, the person who hosted the social director at that time said to me that, KSO, you've won 4 of these categories. Then I said to him, there's this person who is as popular as I am, he's a leader at the department too. I said, me and him falls in this category that you said I won 4 already. I said, I would advise you give him 2, then I will take 2. I said, because if you don't give him, how would you compliment his effort? I didn't mention another category, a political icon of the year. Yes. So you know what? Then I left it. He won 2, while I won 2. All 32 I won. I won the Writer of the Year award and the Final Year Student of the Year award, instead of winning 7. You get? And by so doing, when they were presenting the award to the other guy I was saying, he was so happy. Then in his mind he said, KSO, I never believed that I would have won any award. He said, because I believe you are in charge. You have all the power to do it the way you want to do it. Gen Zs, hope you are learning. If you find yourself in any position, don't use the position to make wealth for your own self. Don't let everything be about yourself alone. So what went wrong while I left? What went wrong was that there was selfish interests and there was lack of control. Lack of control in what sense? If the president has controlled himself, he wouldn't have just suspended 4 of his cabinet. That's misuse of power. That is misuse of power. Are you with me? That is misuse of power. So now, after I left, what are the moral lessons in this thing, in my speech? The moral lesson is that ambition is not enough. Of course, those persons who are presidents at the department, they came because they said they have an ambition. Ambition is not enough. Substance is very, very important. Ambition is not enough. It's not enough that you want to become a president. It's not enough that you want to become a governor of a place. But that quality, that distinctive features, the thing that differentiates between you and every other person, that feature is very, very important. Are you with me? That feature is very, very important. And again, I would advise everyone, as I'm about to round up now, I would advise everyone that you have to learn before you lead. Learn before you lead. The president in charge who had committed that atrocity, I was not expecting him to commit such atrocity because I believe that while I was in charge, he had gotten so much experience with me as a leader at that time. So I didn't expect him to make the mistakes he made. Not just that, there was misappropriation of funds at the time he was the president. How? They had what they do at that time, where the students are advised to have ID card, which is not the school ID card. Why? Because the school ID card may take a little time before it is ready. Imagine admitting over 10,000 students. Their ID cards can't be ready, and the school is not only expected to provide ID card. There are a lot of things the school have to do. So to avoid harassment and all, that's why the student union said, okay, we would make ID card for you, so that when we make ID card for you, you won't end up having issues saying, oh, you are harassed by the security. You are not allowed to enter, probably because there is no means you can identify yourself as a student. So they brought the idea of doing an ID card, which I was against, because I feel that idea would make them want to spend more. And I don't like it when they spend more. I don't like it when they spend more. So what do? I told them, I gave them my point. I said, I'm not in support of this, but I can't tell you what to do. You are the leader in charge. But that's not the problem. The problem here was, after these people had paid this money, what happened? The person, the so-called president, who was quick to suspend his cabinet for not attending meeting, was the one who misappropriated over 140,000 naira. The moment I heard it, when I was called, I told them, I said, I'm not in the cabinet. It doesn't make sense when you call me for such thing. There's the constitution there. The constitution is bigger than me, because the constitution has been existed before me. Even when the constitution is made in your front, the constitution is bigger than you, because it takes a lot of people for that constitution to work. So you don't just sit somewhere. You don't just come and decide that this is how you want things to work because you are given power. Just let's learn to rule. And if you look at from the behavior I displayed, I build character before position, and that's why everybody wants me there. That's why they said, oh, this guy would appreciate if you continue ruling as long as you can, like Muammar Gaddafi of Libya. You understand? So in conclusion, I would say to us, this is a call to action. The Gen Zs with the mentality of, let's give us power. Power is not given. You earn it. You earn power. You must have satisfied the requirements to be in power, because you are not just ruling yourself, you are ruling a lot of people. Take for instance Nigeria, who is the giant of Africa. Nigeria has over 200 million persons, over 200 million people. In Lagos State has the highest population. In Lagos State, we have nothing less than 20 million people in Lagos State. And statistics shows that at least 1 million people come to Lagos State every day. At least 1 million people come to Lagos State every day. So that is one of the reasons why I always respect the Lagos State government, because imagine over 1 million people coming to Lagos State. The security needs to be on board. You understand? The security, that's why they have many bodies. The last man is there, the neighborhood is there, so that things will be in order. So we learn. Let's value humanity before position. It's not a must you are in position before you become a leader. Leadership is in the act that you display. Distinguished guests who spoken for a little time, and I appreciate the little time spent with you. I'll be looking up to talking to you some other time. Thank you, Your Excellencies. We'll be talking later, and I would like to hand over the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've actually learned a lot from you, that we should not misuse our power. Thank you for the wonderful speech. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Oshoja Modinot Omonwumi, and today I would like to talk about stress. What do we understand by stress? What do we understand by stress? Stress is the body and mind reaction to pressure, demand, or difficult situation. Sometimes it is written all over our face that no, this person is stressed. You might feel tired, you might feel worried. Lack of sleep can also cause stress. We also have type of stress. We have two type of stress, which is acute stress and chronic stress. What do we understand by acute stress? This is a short-term stress, while chronic stress is a long-term stress. Example of acute stress: we have headache. We have that is when we have lack of sleep. We have most especially students preparing for exam and their stress. Imagine a student going to night class preparing for exam the next day, or a student that is having 9 to 12 examination, and same day she's still having 3 o'clock examination. Definitely she want to study for her exam, which can also cause stress. Or somebody that his boss has given him or her a duration that you have to submit this particular project this time. Definitely she will be stressed due to research and all. We also have chronic stress. Chronic stress, this is a stress that it is of long term. Example, financial problem. Husband in the house that is still looking for money to pay house rent, or somebody that is looking for money to pay for his child. Definitely he or she will be stressed from financial problem, looking for money for school fees, money to take care of his family, money for many things. Financial problem is one of the examples of chronic stress. Also we also have toxic relationship. Somebody that they just give breakfast, that his her boyfriend just broke up with her and she's stressed. Maybe she's thinking, oh, he broke up with me, I'm not feeling okay, I'm not alright. It is also part of chronic stress. What is now the causes of stress? There are many causes of stress. A lot of things happen and which used to cause stress. Health challenges, yes. Maybe somebody that is not feeling okay, she's curious that what could be the causes of this headache that I'm having. What is the causes of my swollen leg? What is the causes of this? And at the end of the day, she actually went to visit a doctor and they actually told her that this is the causes of your challenges. She will be stressed. She'll be like, what can cause this type of disease? Maybe she was told that she's hypertensive. She'll be like, what is the causes of this? What can cause it? Also, overthinking can also cause stress. Somebody that they actually gave, maybe they gave her bad news now that something happened or something. She'll be like, how did this thing happen? I don't understand. What can be the causes of this thing? Or a student academically, she's stressed. She's afraid that the exam that I did, though, I don't know if I'll pass or I'll fail the exam. All these things cause stress. Or somebody that is trying to impress others. If I put on this dress, will they complain? I'm going to a party. Let me make this type of hair. If I make this type of hair, will they complain? Is it okay? All these things causes stress. We also have signs and symptoms of stress. There are different signs and symptoms. We have physical signs, we have emotional signs, we have behavioral signs, we have health signs, we have different type of signs. Under physical signs, we have headache. Headache is part of physical signs because you know that no, I'm feeling this, I'm having this type of feeling, I'm not feeling okay, my head is bangling, I'm not okay. Or body pain. These are types, they are examples of physical signs. Fast heartbeat. These are examples of physical signs. Tiredness, they are examples of physical signs. We have emotional signs, which is anger, anxiety, frustration. When somebody is furious, what is what can cause this thing? Maybe they told her that your report, your medical report, this is the report, this is the result. She should be frustrated that this is why is my result like this? I'm eating good food, I'm taking fruit, I'm using my medications. What can be the causes of this? Or somebody that is sad due to one reason or the other. Or someone that is sacked at work, that she feel down, like, why will they give me sack letter? All these things are they are different signs of stress. Or behavioral signs. Somebody that is crying, maybe something happened, so she starts to cry, she's emotional, which can also lead her to start avoiding people. I'm not okay. I'm low self-esteem, she's not feeling okay. These things, they are type of signs. They are one of the symptoms of stress. She's not okay. She just feel, no, what is this? What can cause this? I'm going to night class, I'm reading my books, I'm attending my class, lectures, I'm not missing lectures, exam, I'm trying my best. So why will they give me this type of results? She's not okay. She's overthinking that. Why will they give her this type of result? This is not mine. All these things are type of stress. For her to overthink, she's furious that my result, when it comes out, I'm going to make it excellently. And at the end of the day, she fails. Definitely she'll start to think that why will my result be like this? Poor concentration. When she's somebody that is not okay, maybe due to one reason or the other, he or she lose focus at work. For her to lose focus, she's stressed, because there is not how somebody will lose focus at work or at anything you love doing most, that you will not be stressed. You will even overthink. You start to be like, what is this? I don't understand. Effect of stress. Stress have a lot of effects in the life of humans. Under health effect, I said it weakens the body. Yes, somebody that overthinks, someone that is feeling headache, definitely her body will be weakened. She will not be okay, she will not be alright. Under health, which it can also lead to high blood pressure. When the person is not stable, she's thinking. Emotionally, she's not okay. Psychologically, she's not fine. What do you expect? All these things can lead to high blood pressure, which is also part of stress. Such a person, her energy at work will be very, very low, because she's not okay. Definitely, somebody that is not okay will not work well. Even if you are playing with her at work, you be like, let's go out. Okay, have you taken your lunch? Did you eat breakfast this morning? The energy, the vibe she'll be giving you will not get it, because she's stressed. We have mental well-being also. When she's stressed, she's emotionally down. She lose her peace of mind. Somebody that is stressed, you don't expect somebody that is stressed. It will be written all over her face. Maybe due to one reason or the other, or she's not having enough time to rest. She's not having enough time for herself. Definitely, stress will be written all over her faces. Even communication, she will not be able to communicate very well. Her communication will be very, very low. Somebody that is not okay, how do you want her to communicate? She will not be able to communicate directly. Even if you are talking to her, she'll just be like, abeg, let me be, please, I'm not myself at the moment. She's going to isolate herself, because initially, even if she's not isolating herself, she's not talking to anybody. So what's the point? She feel like, let me just be on my own. So definitely this will lead to low performance at work. Assuming she concentrate on her work, she's doing fine, she's smiling, she's going to concentrate. But due to stress, she will not be able to concentrate very well at work. All these things can also lead to forgetfulness. She start to forget things because she's stressed. She's mentally, she's not okay. Even if they ask her to come and present at her working place, she'll just be looking because she's not concentrating. She already lose focus. She can't remember things. She's already forgetting things due to the fact that she's not okay. Mentally, she's not okay. So when stress is ignored, it can slowly steal joy. Yes, it will slowly kill the person's joy. The person will not be happy. Her peace of mind, she will not be at peace because she's already stressed. Her strength will be low. What she's supposed to do at the right time, she will not be able to do because she already lose concentration. She will not be herself. So for somebody that is stressed, it is very, very important. You have to take care of yourself. When you see that you are stressed, you just have to rest. That is the most important thing. This is how to there are a lot of ways how to manage stress. Rest properly. Talk to somebody. You need to talk to somebody. If it's a friend, babe, I'm not feeling, something is wrong with me. I'm feeling, this is what I'm feeling, this is what I'm feeling. Talk to somebody. If it is health issues, talk to your doctor. They know the best way to treat you. They know the best thing to do. They know the best drug to give to you that will make you feel better. If it's that at work you don't get the work you are trying to do, tell your friend, tell those that know how to do it. Please, can you please explain these things to me? If the person is a student, like, okay, you don't understand what the lecturers are teaching, just call a colleague of yours that no, this person knows more better than I am. Can you please explain these things to me because I don't understand? Learn to say no. Yes, you are the only one responsible for your family financial, and at the moment you are financially down. Tell them, at the moment I'm not okay. I don't have that financial ability for now. Let them know. Learn to say no. You don't have to force yourself. You don't have to stress yourself. Because these things matters. Your health matters. Your health should come first. So you don't have to stress yourself. Organize your life. Yes. Okay. At the end of the month, if I collect my salary, I'm going to finance my family, take care of myself. This is what I want. This is what I will use my money for. Organize your life. At the end of the year, this is what I want to be. This is what I want my savings to be. Just make sure you are well organized. Part of my savings, I want it for emergency purpose. Anytime any emergency arises, I should be able to use this for this. So make sure you organize yourself. Organize your life. Eat and sleep well. Yes. Fruit is very good for the body. Make sure you eat fruits. Take vegetables. Eat very well. You don't have to take junk things that are not necessary. Soda drink. One of the speakers told us earlier that soda drink is not good for us, most especially those that have ulcer. You don't have to take these things. Things that you know, doctor actually recommended for you, that take these things. You have to take it. Things that doctor asks you not to take, make sure you draw it back away from it. You don't have to take it. It is not necessary for your own health. Because at the end of the day, it is going to be your problem. Nobody will carry it for you. Take a break. Yes, even at work, when you know you are not concentrating, you are not feeling it, at that present moment, you are not yourself. Take a break. You can tell them at work that, please, at the moment, I'm not feeling okay. Mentally, I'm not okay. Can I take a break? It is important because of your health. Then ask for help when you need it. Yes. At the moment, you know you need help, you need somebody to talk to. You can just talk to anybody that you know, no, this person has a listening ear. When I talk to this person, he or she will listen to me. Talk to somebody. You can't say anybody can help. A problem shared is half solved. Yes, if you talk to somebody, even if the person will not be able to solve your problem, he or she can advise you. He or she can let you know, oh, this is what you should do, this is what you should not do. It is very important. You might be stressed and you will not know you are stressed. Sometimes stress does not always show. You just know that you are not feeling yourself, you are not okay, you are down. So at the present moment, stress is not okay for the health at all. Stress is not okay for you. Imagine somebody that is hypertensive and still stressing herself. What do you expect? This can lead to death. When she's not putting her, she's not resting, she's not taking the right amount of food she's supposed to take. They ask her, okay, and also patients that they ask not to take soda drink, not to take pepperish food, and at the end of the day, she does not listen. She's still doing all these things. These things could lead to death. So it is much more better if you can just listen. Make your health priority. So at the end of the day, I just want us to know that our health is very, very important. Let us remember that life is not a competition. Yes, you are not competing with anybody. If you die now, you die. That is the end. People will actually live their own. Life is, you are not competing with anybody. You know, I feel like taking this thing. Take it. Eat it. So far it is healthy for you. If your mind is tired, make sure you rest. You don't have to overwork yourself. If you are resting does not mean you are lazy. It does not mean. You know what is wrong with you. You resting does not mean you are lazy. Not at all. If your heart is heavy, speak to somebody. I said it earlier. You know something is wrong with you and you need somebody to talk to. Just talk to somebody. So there is a saying that says health is wealth. Yes, your health should come first, regardless of anything. Your health should come first. I don't want us to take our health with levity and like, I don't care. It does not matter. So it does not matter. Let's make our health a very, very important thing. Please. A state whereby you just change your mood. You just feel my mood is off. I don't know what is wrong with me. Visit a doctor. Tell them, let them know how you feel. Please. Eat the right amount of fruit. Take fruits. Eat vegetables. And most importantly, rest. Your life, it is not a competition. You don't have to compete with anybody, regardless of anything. Please. And lastly, I'll still say our health is wealth. Thank you. And right now, I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning to the world. We've come so far, and I'd like to celebrate us. This morning, I'll title my speech Postpartum Depression, and most especially how our culture here in Nigeria helps reduce postpartum depression. I'd like to ask us a question, and please, I need your response. What happens when... Okay, let me rephrase it by saying, what happens after a child is being delivered? Naming ceremony. What other thing? Good. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So after a baby comes, people comes together to celebrate the naming, the aunties, the mothers. I'm talking about Nigeria here, because I know outside the country there are no aunties and people just coming in, neighbors coming in to come and check on you. Mothers go through changes, they go through pain. Somebody was talking about pregnancy hormones some times ago. After 9 months, even during the 9 months, you see a mother changing. Probably her skin complexion is this, she's changing to another one. She's not herself. And after the child is born, we don't really focus on the mother. The society expects the mother to be happy, not forgetting that she had gone through pain, she had gone through changes, her emotions are everywhere. What if she's not fine? What if she's not truly happy? And that brings me to my topic, postpartum depression. What is postpartum depression? It is a depression that comes in after childbirth. It is that sudden sadness that comes in after a mother has given birth to a child. Postpartum depression is usually deeper than the normal sadness. Some things will happen and you're just sad. But postpartum depression is more than sadness. It is intense sadness. It is anxiety. It is emotional exhaustion. The mother is just exhausted emotionally. She's just tired. And I don't mean the tiredness that comes from you lifting every weight. It is emotional tiredness. It can also show in mood swings. Postpartum depression can also be a feeling when you feel disconnected from the baby. There's a way that even you that you have not given birth, you just carry somebody's child and you feel so connected, like, oh, this baby is so cute, and then a mother is now having to feel not connected to her baby. That can be painful, right? And that can lead to the depression, postpartum depression. It is also when a mother is feeling like she is not good enough. Of course, to people around her, it might feel like what she's saying, but to her, these feelings are real. To people around her, for people who speak up, it's not because it's not every mother that goes through postpartum depression that speaks up. For people who speak up, you listening to her, you feel like, okay, I don't understand what you're saying. But to her, they are real feelings. Sometimes it could even lead to her thinking of harming the baby. That's how intense and serious postpartum depression can be. She's just thinking of harming the baby. I'd like to make some clarifications. We have something we call baby blues. It is similar to postpartum depression, but it is not postpartum depression. Baby blues is just that sadness that comes on a woman after birth for a short period of time. And this can be between a few days to 2 weeks. That is not classified as postpartum depression. It is what we call baby blues. But postpartum depression can lead into weeks, into months, and even lasts for a very, very long time, and it is more intense. I already spoke about how intense it can be. A mother having to think of, oh, this child is not normal. You thinking that you want to harm your child, the child you suffer through, 9 months, and at the end of the day you want to harm the baby, is not normal. But to her, they are actually real feelings. Statistics says that 1 in 7 women have postpartum depression. I mean, when you gather 7 women together, you'll find at least one of them that has postpartum depression. Of course, many cases are not diagnosed because women fear to speak about it. What if I'm not listened to? What if, and that is why some women don't speak up. They are trying to avoid the shame that comes with having to speak up. So that is why some cases are not diagnosed. But the cases that have been diagnosed just shows that when you gather 7 women who have given birth, you find at least one of them that is going through this depression. These are not just numbers, because every woman is important. It doesn't matter if it is 1 out of 7, if it is 2. Every woman is important. They are smiling on the outside, they are looking so well, but deep inside them there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on within them. Now, I would like to take us through causes of postpartum depression. What are the things that causes postpartum depression? The first one is hormonal changes. Even as a woman, just as a lady, there are a lot of things going on. Not to now talk of somebody that carried a child for 9 months, now having to go through the labor pain, having to bring a new life to the world. Our emotions are everywhere. Our emotions are all over the place. Even you that you are not pregnant, you are just, as a lady, you're just going through your monthly flow, and then you are just mood swing. Somebody will just say something and you're already sparking, and people will be wondering, what have I said that you're acting like this? That is just for your monthly flow. Not to now talk of a woman who has just brought a new life to the world. Our emotions are all over the place. She's exhausted physically. She's exhausted. I had the privilege to stay with one of my auntie when she was pregnant. For her, she was even pregnant with twins. I'm not the one carrying the child, but I can feel the exhaustion for her. I'm stressed on her behalf. Looking at her having to go to work with the pregnancy, and then she's back. She's just there sitting down like somebody that has been cutting firewood since the morning. Then she don't have to give birth again, having to take care of the child, bathing the child, doing, and we still even expect that the mother have to take care of the house, even with the new baby. She's exhausted physically. And this can cause postpartum depression. Emotional pressure. I feel this is common among firstborn mothers. They are pressured emotionally. Am I good enough to take care of this child? Am I perfect? All those things affect them emotionally. Therefore, they are pressured. And this can lead to postpartum depression. Lack of support. There's nobody to call on to. There's no mother to call on to. No neighbor to help you out. You are just the only one having to do your things yourself. Lack of support. And when there is no support, she'll be tired. And this is also one of the causes of postpartum depression. Personal history. Personal history, that is what the person is dealing with outside of the pregnancy, outside of the child delivery. They have challenges, they are going through. And now they know how to give birth. Combining these two things together can cause postpartum depression. Postpartum depression is not sign of weakness. I'm not talking about this to probably say, oh, some women that are going through that they are weak. No, they are not weak, they are strong. And if you are a woman right there, you are going through postpartum depression, trust me, you are not weak. It is just a result of physical, emotional, and psychological changes. You'll be fine. Now, symptoms to watch for. I said earlier that some women do not speak up when they are going through this depression. But what are the things that you can see that can make you say, oh, probably this person is going through this depression at the moment? They cry a lot. Even when you're depressed normally, there's a way that you're just sad, your face is, it's just written all over your face. These women that are going through this depression, they cry. In fact, sometimes you don't have to be there when they are crying. They can just wake up in the middle of the night, they've thought about a lot of things. And they cry. That's one of the symptoms. They feel hopeless. That's also one of the symptoms of postpartum depression. They lose interest in things they used to enjoy. Maybe before she got pregnant, maybe she's somebody that usually loves watching movies, or the woman loves reading novels, Once she's in this phase of this postpartum depression, she just loses interest. Like, the thing is just not more fascinating her. So that's also one of the symptoms of postpartum depression. She feels disconnected from her baby. She doesn't even want to have anything to do with the baby. Not like she hates the baby, but there's this connection that is expected, but she's not feeling it. If you are privileged to be with probably a woman that is going through that, you see that they don't want to carry that baby often. In fact, some of them go to the extent of not wanting to breastfeed their baby. That's because they don't feel connected. And this is not to say that they are weak. They are just feelings that are from physical, and some psychological changes. They feel guilty and worthless. That is how intense this depression can be. They feel guilty and they also feel worthless. They have trouble sleeping. Not because the baby is crying. In fact, sometimes when the baby is sleeping, they find it hard to sleep because they are depressed. Of course, you say, oh, she's a nursing mother. The baby might be giving her a hard time. Probably the baby is not sleeping. The baby is crying. So, of course, she might not be able to sleep. But when the baby is sleeping and they are tired, they find it hard to sleep. Just because they are troubled. They also feel hungry and they get irritated easily. They feel angry. Just at little things, they're already angry. Why are you drinking water? Why are you eating? Just things that will not even trigger your hunger are the things that will trigger them to be angry. And it is not their fault. It is not their fault. And if you notice these signs in people, if you notice this sign, even in yourself, do not ignore it. It is not just stress. Some people are not even aware there is anything called postpartum depression. They just feel, oh, maybe they are feeling like this because they are stressed. It is not just stress. It is not just tiredness. It needs attention. It needs attention. Now let me walk you into a small compound here, where probably a mother just gave birth to a child rather. I mean, in the Nigerian setting, once the mother gives birth, you're already seeing the mothers, our mother-in-law, our aunties, they are all over the place. They're already in the house. Even neighbors, they are in the compound, not because they are invited, but because culture says do not leave a mother alone when she has a baby. People are already saying, oh, don't stand up, sit down, we got you, bring the baby. They bathe for the baby, they cook. And yeah, that is when our culture comes in. Our culture helps to reduce postpartum depression. Let's compare a mother that gave birth in this environment to somebody who is abroad. After giving birth in a good hospital, they go home to silence. No mother to assist, no auntie, no neighbors to even come and check on you because they mind their business a lot in that place. And this silence, that's where postpartum depression begins. When there's nobody to talk to, there's lack of support, nobody to laugh with. Just that little thing that we've seen as a normal thing here, where everybody gathers together when a mother has given birth. That is when you remember one story that has happened. The mother is laughing, everyone is just doing their things. That helps a lot. Why people don't talk about postpartum depression, I mean, why some mothers going through it don't open up. There are some reasons why they don't even talk about it, because they are afraid of the fear of shame. They don't want to be judged. Imagine somebody walking up to you, and I'm directing this question to you. I want us to listen and just say what you feel about it. Imagine a mother walking up to you and she's telling you that, I don't know, I just feel like arming my baby. What would be your response? Will you judge the person or not? To judge, yes. The knowledge, you won't judge. Because it is not normal. Somebody walking up to you, maybe she just gave birth and she's like, I want to tell you something. You'll be like, okay, go ahead, what do you want to say? Maybe I sense that you will say, oh, I need your help, this one, that one. And then she just open her mouth to say, you see that baby right there? I just feel like arming the child. You move back and be like, excuse me? Is that not your child? So the fear of being judged by people, that's why some mothers don't talk about it. They rather bottle up the emotion inside of them than to speak about it. They don't also talk about it because of shame. When some people are not even aware of what I'm talking about, postpartum depression, when you talk to them, people might start making jest of them that you do not see. You're right when people say which means that look at this woman, look at what she's saying, and then people start making jest of her. The shame that comes with speaking up, that's why some mothers don't talk about it. Lack of awareness. Some mothers, they are going through that depression now, but they don't even know that there's something called postpartum depression. So of course they will think it's normal, so they don't talk about it. Lack of awareness. Cultural and societal expectation. Everybody assumes and everybody expects a mother who just give birth to be happy. Of course, naturally, you went into the labor room, probably you gave birth through CS or you gave birth the normal way. So far as they are saying, oh, congratulations, that is congratulations on your baby, they expect the mother to just be fine. But what if she's not fine? So that expectation is already there that, oh yes, you've given birth, you have to be happy. That expectation won't even make her speak up, because she expects that people around me thinks that I should be happy, so therefore I am happy, even when she's not happy. So cultural and societal expectation makes people not to talk about what they are going through. So instead of speaking up, many mothers suffer quietly. They go through this depression alone. And even sometimes people around them, they don't understand what is doing them. To them, they can only understand what is going through them themselves. Trying to explain it to people, you might not even understand what's wrong. So they suffer this quietly. Now, how can postpartum depression be treated? Talk about it. If you are a mother, you're listening to me right now, you're going through that depression. I said it earlier, you are not weak. Just summon the courage to talk to somebody about it. Trust me, you won't be judged. Nobody is going to look down on you. You're already a strong being, having to go through the 9 months of pregnancy with a lot of hormones here and there, and then you survived giving birth to the child. That already shows that you're a strong being. Summon the courage to talk to someone about it. It could be your friend, it could be your mother, somebody you trust. Seek professional help. Seek professional help. And when I mean professional help, it might mean that you have to go through therapy. You have to go through therapy rather. Sometimes it might mean that, this postpartum depression can be intense to the point where it's beyond just talking. It's beyond just speaking to someone. They have to recommend medications. So seek professional help. So for you, it might just be talking to somebody or probably seeking therapy. And for you, it might be medications. Either way, seek for help. Rest well and care for yourself. And also support system. Asking for help doesn't mean that you are weak. Asking for help doesn't mean you are weak. So ask for help. If it means that you are going to call your junior siblings to come and stay with you just to help you through the period of you nursing your baby, ask for help. Because I believe strongly that support system helps reduce postpartum depression. I am very, very sure that when people are around you, when people are around nursing mother, it helps reduce that stress. It helps reduce the depression. And as I said earlier, Asking for help is not a sign of weakness, it is a sign of strength. Now, I'm back to the culture aspect. How culture helps to reduce the rate of postpartum depression. How our culture helps to reduce the rate of postpartum depression. There is one thing we call omugo. I don't know if I pronounced it well. There is in the Igbo land. That's what they call omugo. Omugo is when you just give birth to a baby, and then your mother has to come in. Your mother-in-law will come in. Your aunties, just to take care of the baby. They will come in. They will support you. In fact, sometimes you don't even have to do anything for the period of time that they will be there. Your mothers will, in fact, you might not even have to bathe your baby at all till the baby grows up. That is the support system I'm talking about. And our culture encourages that. Our culture encourages that a lot. They don't even have to ask you. In fact, if my neighbor give birth now, the neighbor does not have to invite me before I go there to greet them and say, congratulations, that is, the Lord will keep the baby. That's our culture. They don't have to invite you. Once you just heard that this person has given birth, you are thinking of a way to support. Probably you want to gift the person. Probably you want to go there to help them clean the house. Probably you just want to do one thing or the other. But in the Western setting, you're pregnant alone, you give birth alone, and you are expected to take care of the child alone. Even your neighbor, sometimes your neighbor will not even know your name. Not now talk of knowing that you gave birth. And that is why I say our culture helps reduce postpartum depression. Why the world is investing heavily in medical care, in medical solutions, some culture, like Nigerian's culture, have already made it easy by, our culture is already like a preventive emotional care on its own. Trust me, I'm not trying to take away the fact of, drugs, medication, medical attention. I'm just trying to say that our culture, Nigerian's culture, is already good enough, to prevent that postpartum depression. Because when people are around you, which time do you even have to be thinking that maybe I'm not a good mother, maybe I'm not a good mother? You don't even have the time. When one auntie is already telling you about your childhood story, how you did something some years ago, and you're already laughing, you won't have the time to even start thinking of anything. You are not even stressed because, you hear mother joke about it that I've not touched water for like a month except when I go to have my bath. Even when you want to have your bath, there's one auntie or one mommy that is following you into the bathroom because they want to help you. So there's just support everywhere. You are not stressed emotionally, you are not stressed physically, you are just there, the baby girl lifestyle in quotes now. And that will reduce postpartum depression a lot. Of course, postpartum depression exists in Nigeria, but the rate at which it exists in Nigeria is not as much as, other side of the world when there's no support system. I'm not saying that our culture, is perfect. I'm just saying that it is powerful. It is powerful. In many parts of the world, we celebrate Independence Day, right? We celebrate Independence Day. But in postpartum care, interdependence saves life. Interdependence, that is, you have to depend on people, just like the case of the omugo that I said, people having to come into your house to help you. It means you are depending on them. and it saves life, compared to somebody that just have to go back home after delivery. You're going back home to a silent home, just your husband, yourself, and the child. No support. You're not depending on anybody, as it's where. That silence alone will breed the depression. It will bring about the depression. What therapy tries to rebuild, some culture had already designed the solution. What therapy have to rebuild, some culture already designed it. They already have a solution. Just with our culture of you having to be there for a new mother, the culture of you having to be there for a new mother is already a solution to postpartum depression. I'm not saying that it is perfect, do not get me wrong. It is not. It might not be perfect, but at least we can see the impact. Postpartum depression is not a lot compared to the Western world. Now, another aspect of the culture. In Nigeria, when you give birth, you're already seeing that your mother is already calling you. Don't worry, I'm coming with pap now. Let me go and make pap quickly. Or you will eat amala. Beyond the food, of course, the food is, it's like medicine on its own, because they have their, what do I call it now? They have their spices or their recipe. Yes, that's the word. The Nigerian culture, we have our recipe. They know how to make it. It serves as medicine for the mothers that just give birth. But beyond that, the food passes a message itself, which says you don't have to take care of yourself right now. We will take care of you. That is, you don't have to worry about what I'm going to eat. You don't have to stress yourself. We are here for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Sometimes if you are being privileged to be in a home where a mother just gave birth and you guys are just a lot, you will see that in case the mother just wants to stand up, maybe she even wants to go and wheel, you will hear people, oh, where are you going to? Sit down, sit down, sit down. Out of care that, oh, you just went through something serious. Do not stress yourself. In fact, if they can help you go to the restroom to wee for you, they will do that. That's to tell you how much our culture helps to support mothers. That's to tell you how much our culture helps us to care for mothers. As I said earlier, the food, beyond the, oh, I'm bringing pap for you now. Oh, I'm bringing amala and egusi or amala and efo for you, because that's what you have to eat. Beyond the food, it passes a message that you don't have to worry about yourself. We are here to take care of you. And that's one of the greatest things about our culture. I'll say shared responsibility reduces pressure. Of course, it's obvious. When responsibilities are shared, the pressure that, if you are the only one doing it, the pressure is a lot. But once you share the responsibility, the pressure reduces. A mother once said that, she traveled out of the country to give birth to her baby. So she said after giving birth, there was nobody, she was just the only one. So for the first few months, she was there in her house, nobody to help. She said she would wake up in the middle of the night, she would cry. Not because she's tired, not because the baby's crying, but because she said she missed being cared for. I'm not trying to bring down or to, say that this part of the world are not good. Of course they are good, they have their own things where they are good at, but I'm just trying to say that our culture here helps. So she said for the first few months, she was not herself. But after some months, she had to tell her mom that, see, you have to come over. And she said immediately she stepped into the house, it was as if every load was lifted off her shoulders. And that's to tell you how much our culture helps. I'm so proud to be a Nigerian. I don't know about you. Postpartum depression thrives when pressure is high and support is low. I'll repeat that. Postpartum depression thrives when pressure is high and support is low. But in our culture, it flips that. When support is high, pressure is low. I'll say that again. Postpartum depression thrives when the pressure is high and the support is low. But our culture helps to flip that narrative. That is, when the support is high, the pressure will be low. The goal is not perfection. I'm not talking about this and trying to romanticize our culture. I'm not trying to say that our culture is perfect. But the lesson here is, where culture provides connection, where culture provides support and shared responsibility, it becomes a protective shield against postpartum depression. And the world in general can adapt this culture. I'm not saying that you should just take all over the culture or something, but pick up something that helps. Like support system, it helps a lot in reducing this depression amongst the mothers. And I'll conclude by saying, two women, one is surrounded by people, the other one is surrounded by silence. One is held, the other one is struggling to hold herself together. The difference is not strength, the difference is support. I'm not trying to say that one woman that is going through baby postpartum and the other that is not going through, I'm not saying that one of them is weak. They are both strong. I'm just saying that the difference here is lack of support system. And if there is one thing we must take from this conversation, it is that mothers do not just need medical care. Of course, medical care is important. They do not just need medical care, they need human care. And in your own capacity and ability, try to tend and try to care for a mother around you. Thank you. I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you very much for that wonderful information. Good morning, School of Eloquence, and good morning to the world. The idea that leadership is tied to gender has been challenged throughout history. The power of women who rose to position authority improved their capacity. Our topic is the power of women in leadership, and we'll be looking at the story of Queen Amina of Zawza. Queen Amina of Zawza, she was born in the city of the ancient Zawza, now known as Zaria City or Zaria in Kaduna State. Long before modern Nigerian came to be, in ancient city of Zaria of Kaduna State, known as Zaria and Kaduna State today, in northern Nigeria, a child was born. Of course, a child was born with purpose. She wasn't a child that just wants to stay or remain as a queen because her mom is actually a queen, and she doesn't want to just be a princess. She was born with purpose. She have her goal and her vision. Amina was the daughter of Queen Bakwa Toru.
Which tribe is that? Sorry.
Hausa. Yeah. From the moment she could walk, it was clear that Amina was different because of the way she speaks, the way she acts. She wasn't really seeing herself like a princess that she was, but she was seeing beyond that. Most times Amina like kind of admired the way the military, the army, the men usually go to war and fight and all of that, interact. So she actually picked interest. From there, she learned how to ride horses, handle weapons with skills. She thinks like a lion. Not just that, she also thinks like a leader. Probably she was actually looking forward to become a leader someday. And as well, she was being trained with the military, although it was said that her parents didn't really agree to that at first. But you know, a princess can ask of anything from her dad and they can actually grant it to her. So they actually allowed her to practice and to watch the military wherever they are in field or they are going to battleground. She grew older and her passion became stronger. When her brother became the king after their mother's death, she didn't just stood by her brother as just sister, but she was there like a military advisor to her brother, protecting him and also protecting the land of Zauza, the ancient city of Zaria. She usually followed the army to war. Of course, she was trained ever since she was a child. And most times, Amina didn't just follow them. She usually lead them to war. And she actually conquered so many cities and towns. And that is why they will tell you, some people formerly said, Amina in her time lead men to war. You in your own time, where are you leading men to? She wasn't just a princess, but a legend. When her brother died, of course, the society or the city of Zavza already believe and trust her. So she automatically became the queen of Zauza. She believed her kingdom could be greater. She dreamed of expanding the city, and so she extended her war and her military, and they were able to conquer the city of they extended this to Kano State and also to Castina. And one thing about her is that every town or city she conquered, she will make sure she build wall around the city or town. And that is why most times if you go to Kaduna State today, if you're able to like visit Zaria city or Zaria in Kaduna State, you'll see some walls named after her, Queen Amina Wall. She also protected the art of trading among her people, and of course their safety was her priority. She built strong wall around the city for protection actually, so that enemies won't be able to like break through. Her name became known to everyone and even to her enemies. They actually feared her because they know that if Amina should lead her military to your city, she would definitely get what she wants. The spirit of leader. She started that when she was small, and then she took that down to her adulthood. Amina is a queen that every woman admired, but then before she started this her journey, a lot of people were whispering like she's supposed to be in the kitchen learning how to cook. She's not supposed to do this. She's not supposed to involve herself in this. But she did not let all of that get to her. She just wanted to become who she wants to become, a leader. And that was how she was able to conquer most of these cities and towns. And she was able to protect her people, and also their safety became her priority. It was said that Amina died in the year 1610, although it wasn't what killed her was not revealed though. But till date, Amina is remembered for her dedication, her discipline, because she actually, because of the way she was focused, history hold it that she didn't even marry. She was never interested in marriage. So now history actually remember her for her boldness, her fearless, her discipline, and her strength in leadership. And now today you can see that a lot of wards in Kaduna State, in Zaria to be precise, named after Queen Amina. And also there's a school, I think there's a school in Kaduna State, Kaduna town actually. I think it's a secondary school. It was actually built and then named after her. I think it's all girls boarding school, Queen Amina. And also if you go to Ahmadu Bello University in Zaria, the first hostel you will see immediately after their main gates in the main campus is Queen Amina Hostel, a very beautiful hostel actually. It was named after her. That is the power of a woman. She was dedicated. She was focused. She was a disciplined person. She believed she can actually lead her people without any hindrance. She didn't let the voice of people actually pin her down to say because she's a woman, she can't do this, she's a woman, she can't involve herself in this. And that is one thing I think we women of nowadays should actually learn, because there is nothing we cannot do. And there used to be a saying, or there's a saying rather, that said what men can do, women can do better. But some will tell you, men can actually do better, they should keep doing it. But if you must have the spirit of a leadership, you must actually start from small. If you actually want to be a leader in future, you must start from small, little beginning. Amina didn't let the people whispering, didn't let their voice hinder her. She did not allow them to hold her back. Rather, she followed them, the military, she learned, and she was able to acquire all of that, and also to conquer most of the city. And she was able to expand the Zaria city today, and then she extended it down to Kano's and Castina. Now, one lesson we should gain from this Amina story is that believe in capability. Believe in capability. As a woman, believe in capability. You can do it. Start from small. Be observant and learn. The talk of people shouldn't pin you down from who you want to become. That is the power of a woman. You shouldn't let people talk you down because you are a woman. The power of capability. And also be courageous and bold. Be very, very courageous and bold. Because only then you can be able to achieve whatever you want. Be bold to speak out. Be bold to ask questions. Be courageous to ask for help if there is need for it. She also challenged social barrier. Most times, I think this our word now, we allow social barrier to actually pin us down. People telling you that you are just a girl, you are just a woman, you can't do it, don't go there, you can't do that. That's not true. And also, I would say as a woman, be visionary and strategic. Have vision. Be focused. Define your vision. Let it be clear. Know where you're going to. Know what you want for yourself. You don't have to say yes because you are menstruating you won't be able to go to work. Of course, I know it's painful, but have vision, have focus. And today I want to tell us that leadership is not defined by gender, but by strength, by vision and determination. Be confident. Prepare and be fearless. Go for that thing you want. That course, you can do it. That engineering you've been admiring, you can actually do it. Your second degree, you can do it. Go for it. Our position as a woman must not actually always end in the kitchen. Don't say I'm just a woman or I'm just a girl. No one is stopping you, because if you want to be a leader, if you want to brave just like Queen Amina, you must start today. You must start by taking that decision. You have to be fearless. Be bold. Sometimes if you're even saying like, can I actually talk to this man? Go there first. At least make an attempt. That is the power of a woman. You don't sit down and keep mute. Because if you are being mute all the time, you won't get the help needed. The power of women in leadership. Queen Amina didn't just sit down one side. She didn't just sit and cross her leg just like the princess that she is. She didn't say because my mom or her mom is the queen, she won't do anything. You can see that from the story of Amina. Amina didn't just leave to like, okay, I want to take over from my brother or from my mother. It is because the people have seen her act. It is because the people have seen her and they actually trust her that, okay, this particular person can lead us well. That is why the power was automatically shifted to her. She started from small. And today I want to encourage us. You know, some of us little siblings at home, most times if they tend to speak boldly, you don't have to shut them up because you don't know the kind of spirit they have in them. Most times it is inbuilt and they have to grow with it. Some children really speak, they usually speak like an adult. When they speak, you have to pay attention to them. You are a woman. Today I'm telling you that you can actually do it. That leadership, you can rule. That position, you can achieve it. Do not let any barrier, do not let what people say or people are saying hold you back. Amina led her military to war, to conquer cities and towns. You, where are you leading your own people to today? She was always at the war front. As a leader, she was at the war front. She's always there to lead. She didn't just sit back and then give instruction. Always be prepared. If you want to become a leader, you must always be prepared to lead and start from small. I don't know if the story of Queen Amina inspire you today. And as a woman, I want to tell you that you can actually lead. be courageous, be confident in yourself, and also be fearless. And at this point, I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
It's amazing to be back here again. On this fine morning, I would like to take us on a little trip down history lane. But before we take the trip down history lane, I remain Taiwo Ojewale. Now, I have titled this speech Tracing the Nigerian History and the Nigerian Identity. Tracing the Nigerian History and the Nigerian Identity. Now, the choice of this topic is very much intentional, and that is because as Nigerians and as we speak to the world throughout this period, throughout this speech relay and marathon, it is very important that we convey a very strong sense of national unity and identity. It is very imperative that the world gets to know about the Nigerian culture, the Nigerian people, who we are, what we stand for, and most importantly, how we came to be. Now, if I'm to ask any of us this question, how much do we really know about our country? I believe many people would probably say, Nigeria was colonized by the British. Nigeria gained independence in 1960, and then the flag is green, white, green, the passport is green, and all of those things, which by the way are quite good. But then, as good as all of these are, I would consider them rather basic in the larger scheme of national identity. There are several other factors, several other elements that we must keep in mind in order to claim our national identity, in order to retrace our steps. And that is why this morning I would be standing here not as a philosopher, as I have done in my previous speeches. I would be standing here not as a grammarian, as I have done in my previous speeches. This morning I would be speaking to us as a historian, as one of the custodians of Nigerian history. Now, let us trace and understand the Nigerian history. It is very important that we clarify that the entity, the national and the political entity known today as Nigeria began with the amalgamation of the Northern Protectorate and the Southern Protectorate in 1914 by the then Governor General, Lord Frederick Lugard. But then, if we are to really understand who we are, it means we must understand the period before these events, the period before the amalgamation. And so, before the amalgamation, who were we? How were we existing? What were we doing? What was our identity? What was governance like? What was the political structure like? These are important questions and issues that we must address in order to fully understand the Nigerian identity. Now, historically, we can divide this into three sections: the pre-colonial era, the colonial era, and the post-colonial era. Now, each of these already give us an idea of what each era is all about. But let us begin with the first one, the pre-colonial era. What exactly was the pre-colonial era? How were we organized? What was the state structure like in the pre-colonial era? Now, very simple. Like the name sounds, pre-colonial, we have a prefix there, pre. And anything pre would mean before, prior to. So the pre-colonial era is basically how life was like for the typical African. This time around, you would observe that I'm choosing my words differently. I did not say how life was like for the typical Nigerian, because as at that time, what is known today as Nigeria had not yet been created and was not in existence yet. So how was life like for the average African, if I would use that term? Now, it is very important in tracing our history that we must understand that before the advent, before the coming of the Europeans, Africans had their own organized system. As a matter of fact, I must clarify that colonialism did not bring to us civilization. We already had existing civilizations. For example, we had the likes of the Songhai Empire. We had the likes of the Mali Empire. We had the Ashanti Kingdom. All of these are just few examples of the different empires we've had on the continent before the advent of the colonialists. And when we take a deeper look at each of these empires, just like every other empire in different parts of the world, just like we had the Roman Empire, just like you had you have the British Empire, the Aztec Empire, and many others. In the same way, these empires had their rise and fall. But you see, one interesting thing about history is that history is written by the conquerors of war. History is presented from the viewpoint of the victor and not the vanquished. And that is why for the longest of time, many or most of African and Nigerian history has been presented in the wrongest of views. Because for a very long time, we have been the victims of history and not the writers of our own history, which is the more important thing that we're going to be correcting today. As a matter of fact, recently I was working on a foreword for one of my professors, a professor of African history. I was working on a foreword for him for a book, and there was something I read, or I believe I wrote in the foreword there, and it was that Africa or Africans as a continent has been spoken about more than it has been heard. Africa has been spoken about more than it has been heard. When you go online, I can assure you, you would find more resources, more materials about Africa than by Africans ourselves. Africa is being spoken about more than the world is actually hearing us. And that is why I decided that this morning my speech is going to be about the world hearing from Africa and Africans. and not just Africans being spoken about. So like we have seen, we have had civilization for the longest of time. In fact, let's not go too far. Let's come down to what is now the modern day Nigeria. We had our own brilliant and existing socio-political structures and institutions. We had the old Oyo Empire, which stretched as far as present day Oyo State, covering almost all the western states we have today, and as far as Dahomey, which is present day Benin Republic. That was how vast the old Oyo Empire was. In fact, we had the Sokoto Caliphate, we had the Benin Kingdom. I could go on and on and on. These are the most common ones. And one thing we would observe in all of these is that, again, we had our own civilization. And I would like for us to investigate this. Let us take a historiographical perspective at the issue. Now, still under the pre-colonial era, basically, when you look at the curriculum, the Nigerian curriculum for probably history and government, there are three major parts, three major divisions of the pre-colonial era, and which are the Yoruba pre-colonial system, which is essentially under the old Oyo Empire, then the Igbo pre-colonial society, and then the Hausa Fulani pre-colonial society. Of course, this does not mean these were the only pre-colonial societies we had. As a matter of fact, present-day Nigeria is made up of hundreds of ethnic groups. But then we would focus on these three being the three major ethnic groups in Nigeria. And starting with the Hausa Fulani pre-colonial society. Now, again, history being a very beautiful endeavor helps us to understand how we are where we are today. In tracing the history of the Hausa Fulani pre-colonial society, we have to look at it under the lens of the Sokoto Caliphate, the Emirate system. And the Sokoto Caliphate began as the Kanem Bonu Empire. When you look at your map, you see that Kanem, I believe, is towards northern Africa, and Nigeria is in Western Africa, which means that there was a migration of individuals, people from the old Kanem Empire who migrated to what is now present day Bonu, and they established the Kanem Bonu Empire. Now, the Kanem Bonu Empire metamorphosed into the Hausa Fulani Caliphate system. How? Very simple. Because of a singular event. As a result of the Sokoto Jihad, which I believe many of us must have heard of. The Sokoto Jihad, led by Usman Danfodio, on the 21st of February 1804. He led the Sokoto Jihad. Now, for the sake of clarity, breaking down these words, a jihad simply translates to a holy war. And so Usman Danfodio led the Sokoto Jihad of 1804. And essentially, what happened was that the existing Hausa kingdoms were disintegrated, and a new system was birthed, and that was the Sokoto Caliphate. Now, you would observe that I keep referring to it as the Hausa Fulani pre-colonial society. And that is because for many Nigerians, we are unable to differentiate between a typical Hausa man and a Fulani man. Now, I would have you know that they are not the same. It might be difficult for many to differentiate, but then Hausa is a culture on its own. Fulani is a culture on its own. They have their language. Their language, I believe, is Fulabe. So they have their culture, they have their language, and they are quite distinct. Of course, there are areas of intersection. But then, we call it the Hausa Fulani Pre-colonial Society because before that Sokoto Jihad, the Hausa Kingdom was essentially the upper class. But then, after the jihad, there was a kind of reversal with the Fulani coming into power and the Hausas no longer being the ruling class. Now, after the jihad, like I said, a new system was formed, the Sokoto Caliphate. And if we are to understand the Sokoto Caliphate, so that we can really understand what our identity was like, what civilization was like, what the governance, the political institutions were like. If we are to really look at it in that sense, then we must also understand that this Sokoto Caliphate was centralized. Now, in political terminology, we have what is called centralization of power. And the centralization of power, just like it sounds, simply means that power is concentrated at the top. And in this case, power was centralized in the hands of the emirs. Now, the Sokoto Caliphate actually had two capitals, or you could call it two headquarters. One at Gwandu and the other in Sokoto. Gwandu and Sokoto, one for the administration of the eastern part, the other for the administration of the western part. So we had at the top of the political hierarchy the emir. The emir was both the political and the spiritual head of the Sokoto Caliphate. And that is why the right terminology we would also use for that is a political system called theocracy. 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 So we know we have different cracies in government: democracy, plutocracy, bureaucracy, meritocracy, gerontocracy, and the likes. But in this case, theocracy simply means government by the divinely ordained. And we would have it in countries like Saudi Arabia. Their political head is both political and spiritual head. We would have it in a country like Vatican City, where the Pope is both the political head and the spiritual head. And so, in the same way, in the same light and vein, the Sokoto Caliphate was actually largely theocratic. So which meant that the emir was both political and spiritual head of the people. But then, the emir was just one out of many officials The emir could not have handled an entire complex system of administration. And so we had other officials that facilitated the administration of the Sokoto Caliphate. So we had other officials such as the Alkali. The Alkali was basically the judge. And that is why, again, when we look at the breakdown of these officials, whether for the Hausa Fulani Pre-colonial Society, or in the Old Oyo Empire, or in the Igbo Pre-colonial Society, we would see that truly, before the coming of the white man, Africa, what would be Nigeria, already had a level of civilization, where they had our own method, our own mode of governance, of administration. Of course, we did not have English names for them, but when you compare it to the modern or the English or Western system of administration, governance, and all the names we now have today, democracy and all, you will see that to a large extent we had all of these things. We just did not call it that. We just did not call it legislature. We just did not call it judiciary. We just did not call it executive. But we had all of these arms of government even in the pre-colonial era. So when you look at the Hausa Fulani Pre-colonial Society, there were the executive. We had the emir at the top. We had the waziri. The waziri, I believe, was equivalent to the prime minister. So we had the executive arm, we had the legislature, we had the judiciary, the alkali, making or adjudicating law, applying the Sharia law, which was what the Hausa Fulani Pre-colonial Society was using. And so we had other officials. We had the Madawaki or the Madaki, the head of the military. We had the Dogari. You can translate that or make it equivalent to head of police. We had the sacking power, sacking ruler, sacking father. The sacking power was basically the head of fishermen, because again this was the pre-colonial society. So the occupation then was different from what we have today. Fishery was prevalent, farming was prevalent, and so the head of fishermen, or the person in charge of that ministry, as we could call it in today's language, was the sacking power, or rather the sacking ruler. That was the sacking ruler, and then the sacking power was in charge of the butchers, the butchermen. And then we had the sacking power, sacking ruler, and sacking father. The sacking father was the head of the palace workers. The head of palace workers. And so there are several of these. We had the Maji, or could be called the Mogaji, the Maji. The Maji was more or less the treasurer. If we were to equal it to today's terminology, we would call it the Minister of Finance. And that is why, again, like I said, we had our existing civilization. That colonialism came, or the white men came, did not mean they introduced civilization to us. This is something that we must correct as Nigeria speaks to the world. So we already had our civilization. We already had our own governance. We already had our own socio-political structures. We just did not call them the name that the white men called them, or as what we know them today. And so, proceeding from the Hausa Pre-colonial Society, it is also important that I mention that the Hausa Pre-colonial Society had several features. And one of such features, as I've mentioned earlier, is that power was centralized. And one thing about the centralization of power is that it would often lead to or almost facilitates an autocratic or dictatorship system of government. And so to a very large extent we could say the emirs were dictators because they had final says and their power could not be contested. Now, in addition to that, another important feature of the Hausa Fulani pre-colonial society would also be the existence of a system of taxation, which again, like I said, many of these concepts, which we might say are Western concepts, many of these concepts that we now practice today are, as a matter of fact, not new to us. Taxation is not a new concept. You might have it in economics, you might have it in people studying business administration, you can even have it as a course in the tertiary level. But then, before all of these, we already had these concepts. And so taxation was already existing in the Hausa Fulani pre-colonial society. There were different types of tax. For example, there was the zakat. I believe the zakat, if I'm not mistaken, was tax on land. There was the jangali. The jangali was tax on cattle. And so there were several of these. Taxation was already existing. So again, I would keep emphasizing, as our title is, tracing the Nigerian history and the Nigerian identity. It means having our own voice, using our own tongue, debunking some of the misconceptions that have been written about our own history, about our own identity. So that was basically how the Hausa Fulani Pre-colonial Society was. Another feature was that they practiced or operated the Sharia law. They operated the Sharia law. So their judiciary was basically founded or based off the Sharia law. So moving from the Hausa Fulani Pre-colonial Society was also the Yoruba Pre-colonial Society. And when we now start to look at the Yoruba Pre-colonial Society, we would see that history is indeed interconnected. We will see that this Hausa Fulani Pre-colonial Society actually had an influence. It had an effect on the decline, the eventual decline of the old Oyo Empire. But before we look at that, let's discuss the Yoruba Pre-colonial Society. Now, again, we would discuss the Yoruba Pre-colonial Society under the lens of what was the old Oyo Empire. Again, as Nigerians, it is important that we understand our history and where we are coming from. Now, generally, Oyo has been the political headquarters of the Yoruba people. And while it is naturally acclaimed that Ile-Ife is the spiritual headquarter or the spiritual home. And that is why some historians have actually acclaimed that Ile-Ife was or is the cradle of human civilization. Ile-Ife is where human civilization began, according to one of the schools of thought. We have several schools of thought. And one of the schools of thought is that life actually began right here in Africa. And as a matter of fact, there are archaeological evidences to support this. I believe the first human fossils were found right here in Africa. I believe in Tanzania, a cave in Tanzania, if I'm not mistaken. So, in either ways, there is scientific backing to support the fact that human life actually started from Africa and then spread into other parts of the world. So some have said Ile-Ife is the cradle of human civilization, and generally it is said to be the spiritual headquarter of the Yoruba people, and that's why the Oni of Ife is a very significant figure in both the history and the affairs of the Yoruba people. And that's why we also have the Alafin of Oyo, also very important. And as many of us would know, every now and then there are usually tensions between either an Alafin or an Oni, a power tussle. But in either ways, our concern is not about the power tussle that exists between these two political offices. We are trying to understand the Yoruba people, how we started, what our pre-colonial society looked like. Again, it will be examined under the old Oyo Empire, because the old Oyo Empire dominated largely most of the Yoruba cities, towns, kingdoms. Now, at the head or at the top of the old Oyo Empire was the Alaafin, and which Yorubas would call Ikuba Bayeye. Now, there have been different explanations as to why the Alaafin is called Ikuba Bayeye. Some have said because the Alaafin has defeated death, which, as we would know, could not be the reason, because no Alaafin is alive except the current one. Another interesting explanation, which I think I might prefer, was that a particular Alaafin, the name is stuck in my head at the moment, but a particular Alaafin who was greatly feared, he had a wife, and I believe once the wife was with him and they were being intimate, and she casually or jokingly said, "Is this not you? Is this not the Alaafin that the whole of Oyo is afraid of? Look at you right here in my hands." And she just said it casually, playfully, and the Alaafin didn't say anything. I believe the next morning he called her into the palace. "Sit down." She sat down, and he asked the guys to bring the calabash, 2 calabashes. They opened it. In the first one was the head of her father, the second one the head of her mother. And so she shouted, "Ah, Baba mi, Yeye mi, ah, Iku." And so some have said since that day their life have been called Iku Baba Yeye. Ah, Iku Baba Yeye mi, my father, my mother. But again, that's the interesting thing about history. We never can 100% verify many of these information, and that's what I like about history. The fact that we could have several schools of thought, could have several debates, so far as you are able to present them with historiographical evidences. So the Alaafin sat at the top, of the political structure of the old Oyo Empire. And while the Alaafin was there, again, we must understand that even the Yorubas, even the old Oyo Empire, had a rather structured system of governance. Today we hear of executive, legislature, judiciary, and all of those. But we had those things. We just did not call them those names. For example, the Alaafin would have been the executive, the chief executive, the president or prime minister. And then we had the Oyomesi. The Oyomesi. And when you look at the interpretation of this, Oyo Mo Esi, Oyo as the response, Oyo Mo Esi. Because the Oyomesi was a council of 7 kingmakers. They were the ones who installed or evicted an Alaafin. And this, in governmental terms, is actually a concept known as checks and balances. Those that probably did government, you must have heard of that, checks and balances. It would seem like checks and balances was a concept introduced by the white man. But then we had our own checks and balances. You would hear of separation of power. Separation of power introduced by Baron Charles II Louis Montesquieu, Baron de Montesquieu. But even before the French philosopher Baron de Montesquieu introduced it, again we had separation of power even in the old Oyo Empire. The Alaafin, while to a large extent was almost autocratic, was actually not dictatorship. Because when you look at the history very carefully, you would see that in fact some Alaafins were executed. Some went on exile. Some were removed. So while the Alaafin had a lot of power, it was still not dictatorship. It was not a dictator. So we had the Alaafin, we had the Oyomesi, the 7 kingmakers, and basically we could call them the legislature, because just like we have it in present day Nigeria, the legislature has the power to either impeach. You see, these are things that again Europeans, the white man, have given it name. They call it impeachment today. But before they called it impeachment, we were already doing it in the old Oyo Empire. We could just not call it impeachment. It had its own name. We were already doing these things. So to a large extent, when you look at all these even modern terminologies, all these modern governmental and political terminologies, you would see that truly before the white men, before Europeans, before British invasion of Africa, we had a system of civilization and administration. And that's why it's rather unfortunate again that to a large extent Africa has been written about or spoken about than it has been heard. So it is very important that we keep these things in mind as we try to understand and reclaim our identity and understand our history this morning. So continuing from there, the Oyomesi were the kingmakers, and basically they had the power to install and remove an Alaafin, and this happened on different occasions. The head of the Oyomesi was the Bashorun. The Bashorun was the head of the Oyomesi, and that's why I believe a good number of us should be familiar with the Netflix movie Bashorun Ga. So you see, it takes understanding. When I watched Bashorun Ga, I think because I was a historian, I appreciated the movie in a different light. Of course, I saw criticisms about the movie, many of which I agreed with, but I appreciated it from a different light because it was really telling us things that actually happened in Yoruba history. Truly, the Bashorun, like I had said, is the head of the Oyomesi, and we had Basharuns that became so powerful. They were almost as powerful, and in fact, in some cases, more powerful than the Alafin, and could even, for no reason, order the execution of the Alafin. I find that very interesting. Imagine the Senate president ordering the arrest of the president. That's just how interesting it sounds the same way. So the Basharun was the head of the Oyomesi, and they had the power to determine if an Alafin had been abusing his power, and should the Alafin be found guilty of abuse of power. It was quite simple. There were checks and balances, and one of such was the impeachment. An Alafin could be removed, and it was through a sacred process, or we could call it a ritual. And that was the Oyomesi presenting the Alafin with either an empty calabash or a calabash with white parrot egg. This was symbolic. Any Alafin that received this symbol would either have to go on exile or commit suicide. And so there were several Alafins that actually met this fate, this terrible fate. But again, it shows that there was a system of checks and balances even in the old Oyo Empire. But it did not stop there. We had a form of judiciary as well, and that was the Ogboni. The Ogboni served like the judiciary. We had all the political institutions. We had the Osiefa, we had the Onoefa, we had the Otunefa, we had the Aremon. The Aremon was basically the prince. But one interesting feature of the old Oyo Empire was that while it was monarchical in nature, it was a monarchy, succession was not hereditary. So the fact that you are the prince, you are the Aremon, did not mean that after an Alafin died, that you would assume power, or that you would become the next Alafin. So the Aremon was just the prince without any tangible rights to the throne. So the question is, how then were we choosing the Alafins? How then was the political head of the old Oyo Empire, how were they being chosen? Now, there were ruling houses, and it was in a kind of rotation. So like I had said, the Oyomesi was in charge of picking individuals from these ruling houses. And when you take your time to even assess and evaluate the history, we would see that many a times these ruling houses would be at loggerheads with each other. So, in addition to all of those, one interesting thing about the old Oyo Empire, again, was that the reason it is at the center of our discussion is because the old Oyo Empire, again, controlled most, and to at a point, almost all of what is now Western Nigeria. So the old Oyo Empire was so vast, it was so vast and large a kingdom that even other kingdoms, other territories were paying tributes to the Alafin. And again, it will take understanding this history for us to appreciate some documentaries. For example, the Netflix movie Woman King, I believe, with Viola Davis. again, I appreciated the movie from a different point of view, because I watched it from the point of view of a historian. Watching it brought back visual reminiscence of what life was like before the colonialists came. And that is why I had said earlier that the old Oyo Empire actually stretched from that Oyo even to as far as Dahomey, present-day Benin Republic. And it is even more interesting to note that when we say the old Oyo Empire, there's a reason it is called the old Oyo Empire. Because where we know as Oyo today was actually not even Oyo as at that time. As a matter of fact, there are about 3 different Oyos. There's the old Oyo Empire we're talking about. There's one we call Oyo Ile. There are about 3 different Oyos like that. And that is why even places we have here in Lagos, you see, when we trace this history, we begin to understand our identity. For example, we are currently in Ikoyi, but then there's also a place that is called Ikoyi Ile. And in the history like that, when we have places like this called something Ile, it shows that there was a process of migration. The original inhabitants moved from the home, that particular place, and came to settle in a new place, which could now have a new name, like we now have Ikoyi here now, even though there's Ikoyi Ile. So the same applies to many other such territories. So when you watch Roman King, you see that basically the issue was that Dahomey wanted to stop paying tribute to the Alaafin. And that is why, again, like I had said, we had a system of administration before colonialism. Nigeria, Africans were already civilized. The concept of tribute, taxation, were already being practiced. We probably just call them different names. So, as at that time, the official in charge of collecting the tribute was the Ilari. And that's why, again, when we look at the Netflix movie Lisabi, we would see that the same thing played out, Egba and Oyo. And that's why, as at the time, the old Oyo Empire had a lot of enemies. And that was one of the factors that contributed to its decline. Oyo Empire had a lot of enemies. There was Dahomey on one hand. There was the Egba people on another hand. So, all of these, among others, contributed to the eventual decline of the old Oyo Empire. So the old Oyo Empire, the Alaafin, was collecting tributes from all these territories. Egba, kingdoms in Ogun, places in Ekiti, Dahomey, amongst others. But then, aside the tributes and all, another important thing was that we must also understand that women played a significant role in pre-colonial Nigeria. And that is why, again, many concepts that we have today, which we could describe as Western concepts, are really not new to us. We would hear of feminism today now. Feminism. But then, the reason we have feminism is because there is the belief that women are not equal to men. Now, while it is true that pre-colonial Nigeria was largely patriarchal, largely dominated by men, women were not ostracized. They contributed to the socio-political development of the pre-colonial Nigeria. And so we had political offices specifically for women in the Yoruba pre-colonial society. We had the Iyalode, a very powerful and influential position. As a matter of fact, one of the most notable Iyalodes was Iyalode Efunshetan Aniwura. Some of us should have heard the name, Efunshetan Aniwura. And she was quite influential, quite powerful, that to a large extent, even when the colonialists came, they relied on some of these Iyalodes, they relied on some of these political offices in order to be able to effectively establish their colonial rule. Yeah. And so, again, as we proceed to the Igbo pre-colonial society, we must continue to keep in mind the theme of the speech this morning. Again, tracing the Nigerian history and our Nigerian identity. As we speak to the world this morning, we must remember that we are speaking as Nigerians to the world. And we can only do that effectively if we have first claimed our identity and understood who we are as a people, where we have come from and how far we have come. So in the Igbo pre-colonial society, unlike the Hausa Fulani Caliphate system and the Old Oyo Empire, the Igbo pre-colonial society was what in historical terms we would call acephalous, or in political terms called acephalous. It was acephalous in nature, and acephalous meaning a headless society. And headless in this term is far from being derogatory. Headless in this term means, unlike in the Sokoto Caliphates, the emirate system we had in the Hausa Fulani pre-colonial society, the Igbo pre-colonial society did not have centralization of power. As a matter of fact, what we had was a form of decentralization. There were age groups. We had the Umuna, we had the Ofo title holders, we had the Ozo title holders. There was the village council, the council of Oparas. And these socio-political institutions was how the Igbo pre-colonial society managed their affairs before the advent of colonialism. But now, it is important that as historians now, because now we are all historians. In fact, we have always been historians, because you cannot tell a story of who you are unless you understand your history. And so this morning, we are not just potential record breakers, we are also historians. And so as historians, we must examine convergences and divergences in all of these pre-colonial administrations. Now remember that in the Hausa Fulani pre-colonial society, we had mentioned that there was an existing system of taxation. And so taxation was not a new concept. There was the Jangali, there was the Zakat. But then, unlike that administration, in the Igbo pre-colonial society, we did not have a system of taxation. And I am emphasizing this because when we come down or come forward in history, we would see that in the year 1929, something very significant happened. What happened in the year 1929? The Aba Women Riot. The Aba Women Riot, 1929. And what was the cause of the Aba Women Riots? Very simple. Eventually, when colonialism started in what had now been called Nigeria, when colonialism started and the colonial masters tried to introduce taxation in all these areas, Again, when the colonialists came, they observed that each region had its existing system. And that was why they introduced something called indirect rule. When colonialists came, they did not just impose themselves upon us. They sought to dominate through indirect rule, which had first been tested in India. The success of indirect rule in India by Britain led them to try it in Nigeria. And in Nigeria, it had three outcomes. Now, the first in northern Nigeria. In northern Nigeria, indirect rule was very successful. Why? Because of the reasons I have mentioned under the Hausa Fulani pre-colonial society. Number one, there was already a centralization of power. And so it was easy for the colonialists to use or leverage that centralization of power to indirectly govern the northern protectorate, as it had later been called. Which meant that when the colonialists came, there was no longer the Sokoto Caliphate or the Emirate system. It became the northern protectorate. And then the second outcome was in the Yoruba land. Now, in the West, indirect rule was partially successful. Again, because of the features that we have examined under the old Oyo Empire. Number one, remember the Alaafin was not autocratic. The Alaafin was not a dictator. It could be removed by the Oyomesi, the 7 kingmakers. Then, number two, it was partially successful because even though the old Oyo Empire or the Yoruba pre-colonial society did not have as structured or as an organized system of taxation as we had in the Hausa counterparts, there was already a system of tribute collection. And which is why I'm deliberate in my tracing of this history, in helping us understand what led to the eventual events. So like we already know from the movie Lisabi and even in The Woman King, we already saw that the Oyo Empire was collecting tributes. And so in a way, the tribute made it slightly bearable for the colonialists to introduce taxation and also impose indirect rule. But it was partially successful. And then the third outcome, which we had in the eastern parts, the Igbo pre-colonial society. The third outcome was that indirect rule was a total failure. It was a total failure in eastern Nigeria. And this is largely because of the introduction of taxation. The introduction of taxation. So, like I said, the Igbo pre-colonial society did not have that existing system of taxation. And so when the colonialists introduced it to them, it was strange. Moreover, remember, they had no political head per se. And so it was difficult when the colonialists introduced what was called warrant chiefs. Warrant chiefs. The warrant chief system was how the colonialists sought to introduce indirect rule. So when they introduced taxation and then they wanted to start taxing women in 1929, women in Aba rose up in protest, and it led to the 1929 Aba women riots. A very, very interesting point of discussion, showing again that women have contributed to a large extent to the political and social development of not just Africa, Nigeria, the world as a whole. So, This officially marked introduction to colonialism. Colonialism started officially, we could say, around the 19th century, the late 19th century. But we must understand how it began. How did colonialism officially begin? How did it officially begin in Nigeria? Now, in the year 1851, something very interesting happened. And this was the bombardment of Lagos. In history, we call it the attack and conquest of Lagos. Now, before Lagos was attacked and conquered in 1851, I would have you know that Lagos, or I don't use the word Nigeria because Nigeria had not yet existed at the time. There was nothing like Nigeria at the time. So I'll just say this part of the world, or Western Africa, had already had encounters with Europeans. It was not our first encounter. And in fact, as an interesting historical fact, if I were to ask you, what country was the first that Nigeria, or what would be Nigeria, or West Africa encountered the most? What country, what European country had the first encounter with Western Africa? Now, the answer would be the Portuguese, not the British. The Portuguese were the first to interact with Western Africa. And that is why, in fact, the name Lagos was given to us by the Portuguese. Think about it. When you look at all the states in Nigeria, we have Oyo, we have Osun, Sokoto, Nasarawa, Niger. But Lagos is the only one that has two names, Eko and Lagos. Because the original name was Eko, but when the Portuguese came and they saw that it was a territory surrounded by bodies of water, they likened it to a place in Portugal. That is why when you go online, when you look at the map, there are two Lagos in the world. There is Lagos in Portugal, and there is Lagos where we are today. So the Portuguese were the first to interact with us, and they gave us that name, Lagos. Now, but when the Portuguese came, they were basically interested in trade, just trading with us, simple trade, agricultural trade, among others. That was a major concern. And then a country in Europe learned that Portugal had encountered a new territory. Portugal was trading with some new people, and they decided that they wanted to find out for themselves. And so after Portugal, other countries, most notably Britain, Germany, the Dutch, the French, all started coming into Africa after Portuguese first landed here. And so when they came, they all came with the same motive as well, simple trade. Now, the trade initially was a very interesting kind. The trade was not your normal trade by barter. It was a very special commodity, the human commodity, which in history we know as the transatlantic slave trade. The transatlantic slave trade, a period marked by massive emigration of Africa's most valuable assets, our human capital, our human people. But then the transatlantic slave trade soon came to an end. The British ended the transatlantic slave trade, and when they ended the transatlantic slave trade, what was introduced is what we call legitimate trade. Legitimate trade now meant they were interested in trading other commodities, spices, peppers, agricultural products, as opposed to trading humans for these things. Now, the introduction of this legitimate trade is very important, because the introduction of legitimate trade is one of the things that we can link to that attack and conquest of Lagos in 1851. Now, as at that time, two ruling houses were at loggerheads: Oba Akitoye and Oba Kosoko. Two ruling houses. Now, as at the time, Kosoko was the Oba of Lagos, and he rejected legitimate trade. He wanted to continue the slave trade. And so, diplomatically, the British consul, in the person of John Beecroft, and Oba Akitoye liaised. And so, Britain bombarded Lagos in the year 1851 and conquered Lagos. And Akitoye was installed as the new monarch of Lagos. Now, exactly 10 years later, in 1861, Lagos was declared a crown colony. That's a very interesting thing we must discuss. What does it mean if Lagos was annexed, Lagos was annexed as a crown colony? The annexation of Lagos. Now, what it means, or the implication for us as we trace our history and identity, is that Lagos was merged as the property of the British Crown. And in the following year, 1862, Lagos was declared as a crown colony in 1862. And this period, this time frame, officially marked formal colonialism. Then in the year 1900, we had the amalgamation of the Lagos colony and the Southern Protectorate. And then in the year 1906, we had the separation. Then in 1914, the amalgamation of both the Northern Protectorate and the Southern Protectorate and Colony of Lagos, which officially marked the birth of what we now know today as Nigeria. Which means that Nigeria as a political entity was not born in 1960. Yes, we gained independence in 1960, but we were not born in 1960. Nigeria was conceived and birthed in 1914 with the amalgamation of the Northern and Southern Protectorate by Sir Frederick Lugard, the first Governor General of Nigeria. And so this is where we now begin to understand our history and identity as Nigerians today. The name Nigeria itself was given to us by Flora Shaw in the year 1897, not in 1914, which shows again that Nigeria itself was conceived before it was given birth to in 1914. She proposed that name Nigeria in 1897 when she was yet still a mistress of Lord Lugard. And then in 1914, when we were amalgamated, the name was officially given to us. And that is why, if we remember, in 2014, Nigeria celebrated its centenary anniversary, 100 years. If we remember, there was this 15 naira note, this special 15 naira note celebrating 100 years. 100 naira notes. I think it was both 50 and 100 naira. No, it was both. There was 100 naira too. Celebrating 100 years. Showing to us that truly Nigeria itself was born in 1914, not in 1960. That was when, for the first time, these previously different pre-colonial systems, the Igbo pre-colonial, Hausa pre-colonial, Yoruba pre-colonial, were forcefully merged together and called a single entity, and then being ruled as one single country. And throughout this period, from that 1914 down to 1960, when we gained independence, which was more or less half independence, there were some very, very significant events that occurred, which we must understand to see how we are who we are today. For example, we had constitutional developments. Today, we know that we are being governed by the 1999 Constitution. But before the 1999 Constitution, there were colonial constitutions that provided certain things that we can still see today. The first was the 1922 Clifford Constitution, introduced by the then Governor General, Hugh Clifford, who came into power in 1921, but the Constitution was introduced in 1922. Now, when the Constitution was introduced in 1922, one significant thing that the Clifford Constitution introduced was that it introduced for the first time in the history of Nigeria something called elective principle. And what was elective principle? For the first time, Nigerians had the opportunity to vote, to exercise their franchise. But it would interest you that this franchise was a rather conditional one, because the same Clifford that introduced elective principle also attached a suffrage. Now let us clarify these two terms: franchise and suffrage. Franchise is your right to vote, but suffrage is the qualification to vote. So as Nigerians, we all have the right to vote, right? Yes. A 12-year-old Nigerian boy or girl has a right as a citizen of Nigeria to vote, right? But then can they vote? No. Why? Suffrage. You can have franchise but not suffrage. Suffrage is the condition, the qualification that allows you to exercise that franchise. And so even though as Nigerians we had franchise in the 1920s, however, there was a suffrage. And the suffrage that Clifford gave to us was that, number one, only male adults could vote, which meant that women were disenfranchised. They were not allowed to vote. The second condition was that even if you are a male adult, you must be a resident in Lagos or Calabar. The third condition was that even if you are a male resident in Lagos or Calabar, you must have been earning a minimum of £100 per annum. So which meant that if you are a male adult resident in Lagos and Calabar and you were earning £90, £99, you will still not exercise your franchise. And if you are a woman in the 1920s and you were earning even £10,000 per annum, you were still automatically disenfranchised. And so that was the state at the time. But then, since Clifford introduced elective principle, you cannot have elective principle, election, without political parties. And this introduction led to the first political party in Nigeria, and that is NNDP, Nigerian National Democratic Party, formed in 1923 by Herbert Macaulay, who has since been regarded as the father of Nigerian nationalism. Now, I would have you also know, interestingly, that Herbert Macaulay was also the grandfather of Samuel Ajayi Crowther. Herbert Macaulay was the grandfather of Ajayi Crowther, and also the father of Nigerian nationalism. He created the first political party in the history of Nigeria, NNDP, 1923. And so, in addition to all of this, In 1946, we had a new colonial constitution, the Arthur Richards Constitution in 1946. And one significant thing Arthur Richard, as a Governor General, did was that when he came into power, he modified some of the things that Clifford had done. For example, he reduced the suffrage from £100 per annum to £50 per annum. But you still have to be a male adult resident in Calabar or Lagos. 3 seats were allocated to Lagos, 1 to Calabar. Now, still when Arthur Richard came, under the Richard Constitution, something very important, which again is the reason we are having this discussion, we're having this speech this morning, understanding the Nigerian history and tracing our identity. I want us to understand that we are speaking in pre-colonial context now. So which meant that what we see today is not what was happening at the time. Today we have Lagos State, Ogun State, Enugu, Ebonyi, Rivers. But as at that time, there was no statism. When Lugard came, we only had Northern Protectorate and Southern Protectorate and Colony of Lagos. But then for the very first time in the history of Nigeria, when Arthur Richards came into power, we had regionalism. He introduced regionalism into Nigeria. And he divided the country into 3 regions. The Northern region, Eastern region, Western region. You can begin to see how we have the manifestation of what we have today. So these regions were first introduced, created by the Arthur Richards Constitution, 1946. And the introduction of this regionalism laid the foundation for the federalism that we would later have. Today we call ourselves the Federal Republic of Nigeria because we are practicing a federal structure. But again, like I'm saying, to understand how we are where we are today, we have to trace it back to history and understand our roots. As we speak to the world today, we must share with the world our roots, our origin story, and our identity. So, he introduced the 3 regions, the Eastern region, Northern region, and the Western region. And this was what laid the foundation for federalism that would come in the next constitution, the 1951 Constitution, John McPherson Constitution, 1951. Now, McPherson also introduced quite a lot of significant things. He also paved the way for federalism. As a matter of fact, today we have House of Reps, House of Senate. The McPherson Constitution introduced the House of Reps into Nigerian politics. Then in 1954, we had the last pre-colonial constitution. We had the Littleton Constitution, Oliver Littleton Constitution, 1954. Now, it is important to note that Oliver Littleton was the only constitution who was not a governor general. Lord Lugard gave us the Nigerian Council. It was not a constitution, but just a council, a figurehead, an advisory body. They had no power to make law because the governor general had veto power. Clifford gave us the Legislative Council. Richard also gave us the Legislative Council. He had more members. All of them were governor generals. McPherson was a governor general. But then Oliver Littleton was a Secretary of States. A Secretary of States. Just as Winston Churchill was once a Secretary of State before becoming Prime Minister. So he was a Secretary of State, but the Constitution was named after him, the Littleton Constitution. And Littleton Constitution contributed a lot to the eventual independence of Nigeria and present-day Nigeria. For example, the Littleton Constitution gave us autonomy, self-government. What simply meant was that those regions that were created by the Richard Constitution, Littleton gave them the power to rule themselves. And so the positions of premier were created. Again, remember, we are talking in retrospective terms. Today we have the governor of Lagos, the governor of this, the governor of that. But as at the time, there were no states, so there were no governors. There were regions, and these regions were headed by people called premiers. And that's why we later had the premier of the Western region, the premier of Eastern region, the premier of Northern region. And the first premier of the Western region was the nationalist, Obafemi Awolowo. So we had premiers introduced by the Littleton Constitution. And when Littleton introduced premiers, he also introduced a new political office. For the first time in the history of Nigeria, we had the position of Prime Minister. And these were the steps that gradually shifted us closer to independence. The introduction of premier, self-autonomy, Prime Minister. And in the year 1959, Nigeria held its first general election in 1959. We had our first general election. And in the following year, on October 1st, 1960, Nigeria gained independence. October 1st, 1960, we gained independence. But now, if I were to quiz us a little, try to see if we are familiar with our history. If I were to ask you, who was the last Governor General of Nigeria, what do we think it would be? Who was the last Governor General? Yakubu Gowon was the military head of state. Governor General. So this shows that many of us are out of tune with our history, which is why I have deliberately chosen the topic this morning. Now, interestingly, KSO is actually correct. The last Governor General of Nigeria was actually Nnamdi Azikiwe. But many do not know. The last European Governor General was James Robertson. But the last overall was Nnamdi Azikiwe. He was the first and the last indigenous Governor General before Nigeria gained independence in 1960. And because we were colonized by Britain, as I've explained earlier, our independence was not a full independence. In fact, post-independence, many of our socio-political organizations were modeled after the British system of administration. And that's why when we gained independence, Nigeria was practicing parliamentary system, the cabinet or the Westminster system of administration, which meant that essentially we had two executives, a bicephalous executive, head of state, head of government. The head of state is traditionally the ceremonial president, and the head of government is essentially the one with the real power, the prime minister. And so when we gained independence in 1960, we had our very first prime minister in the person of Tafawa Balewa. And we had our very first head of state, ceremonial president, in the person of Nnamdi Azikiwe. Very wrong. The first head of state of Nigeria was the Queen of England, Queen Elizabeth II. She was the head of state alongside Tafawa Balewa. And this is one of the reasons why I said Nigeria's independence was half independence, was partial independence, because we were not entirely free from the grip of the British. So the Queen of England remained the head of state from 1960, and for the next 3 years she remained our head of state until 1963, when finally we say Nigeria became a republic. Good. And this is the reason why we say Nigeria became a republic. Many of us have been taught these things in primary school, secondary school, but we've never really understood the implication of what it means. Why do we say Nigeria gained independence in 1960 and then we later say Nigeria became a republic in 1963? Many of us have just crammed these things, and it has affected the way we perceive ourselves as Nigerians, our national identity. So we just gained independence, but we were not truly independent. We became a republic because in republicanism, the country is entirely free from external control or dictatorship control. And that is why we became a republic in 1963. Now, when we became a republic in 1963, we were still practicing parliamentary system of government, which meant that our prime minister was still who? Tafawa Balewa. But this time around, our head of state had changed, and Queen Elizabeth II handed over power to Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, who became the first indigenous head of state of Nigeria. So he was the first indigenous governor general and also head of state of Nigeria, 1963 to 1966. So they worked together again for the next 3 years again. And at these points, something very interesting happened that would further change the landscape of Nigerian history and development. Ladies and gentlemen, for the very first time in the history of Nigeria, on the early hours of January 15, 1966, Nigeria encountered its very first military coup d'etat, led by Major Chukwuma Ngozi Kaduna Patrick Nzogu, as well as Major Emmanuel Ifeajuna, amongst other majors. But they were the faces of the military coup. So they led the first military coup in Nigeria. But again, this is history we're talking about. History is interconnected. It is not a series of isolated events. Before Nigeria experienced its first military coup, we cannot isolate it from what was happening on the continent at the time. We must first ask ourselves, what was happening in Africa at the time? And so at the time, other parts of Africa had already experienced military coup. For example, the first military coup in Africa took place in Egypt, led by Colonel Abdel Nasser against the monarchy of King Farouk. And when we even come down to West Africa had also experienced military coup even before Nigeria. And that was in Togo. Togo had also experienced military coup. I believe that should be 3 years before, in 1963. And that was led by Nasimbe Iyadima. So it was not a new event in Africa at the time. We could say this was perhaps a motivating factor that gave Nzogu and Ifeajuna the stimulus to plan and execute the coup. And for the very first time in the history of Nigeria, we experienced the first military coup on the early hours of January 15, 1966, where we lost our Prime Minister, Tafawa Balewa. We lost the Premier of the West. Remember, I told us Littleton introduced Premier for the regions. So Premier of the West, Samuel Ladoke Akintola. Premier of the Northern region, Sir Amadou Bello. And then Festus Okotie Obo, who was the then Minister of Finance. These were the 4 key politicians that were assassinated, among other key political office holders, and military officers. So Nzogu led the coup, and again, it is important for us to understand these things, to fully understand who we are as Nigerians and how these events have shaped us as a nation and as a people. Now, I want us to interact as intellectuals, again, not just as record breakers, but as historians now. We are now historians, like I've said. So as historians, I want us to analyze the first military coup. When we look at the events that happened, I said 4 key politicians were assassinated. Tafawa Balewa, the prime minister. Now let me ask you this question. Where do you think Tafawa Balewa must have been when he was killed during the coup? Take a second, think about it. Where do you think Tafawa Balewa would have been? Government House. And the government house then was where? Lagos, because Lagos was still the capital of Nigeria. And that's why, in fact, as Nigerians, we must understand this. The first capital of Nigeria was where? Calabar, not Lagos. So it was moved from Calabar to Lagos, then Lagos to Abuja by Ibrahim Babangida, who built Aso Rock. I believe that was in 1991. So, if Tafawa Balewa must have been in Lagos, now we said the premier of the West, S.L. Akintola, where do you think he could have been? Somewhere in the West, the capital, Oyo, or could have been, but it was actually in Oyo at the time. The premier of the North was also in the North. It was in Kaduna. The Minister of Finance would have been in Lagos. Now, what am I trying to do here? I'm trying to paint a picture before us. These 4 key politicians were in 3 different parts of the country. Lagos, Western region, Northern region. And yet, this coup, led by Nzogu and Ifeanyi, managed to eliminate all 4 of them at almost the exact same time. Exactly. At almost the exact same time, on the early hours of January 15, 1966. I personally consider it one of the most strategic coups in the history of Nigeria. When you look at the events and you look at the detailing, that was the only coup where you killed multiple people in 3 different parts in Nigeria at almost exactly the same time. Nigerians woke up to the news of the coup. It was a surprise. And so when we now look at that event, would we then say that coup was successful or unsuccessful? Successful. But it was actually unsuccessful. Because for us to say a coup was successful, ask yourself, have you ever heard of Nzogu or Ifeanyi as presidents or military head of states of Nigeria? Which meant that something went wrong. Which are the things we need to understand as Nigerians, our history. What went wrong? That's the question we should ask ourselves in understanding our history, in tracing our identity. What went wrong? Now, again, the coup would appear like it was successful. But then, Nzogu did not take over power. Ifeanyi did not take over power. What happened? As much as many of the targets were eliminated, one key target was missed. And that was the highest ranking military officer at the time. That was the person of Major General J.T.U. Agui Ironsi. The failure to assassinate Agui Ironsi led to the abortion of the coup. You needed to take out the top military officials before you can take over power. And so for that very short period of time, Nigeria was somewhat divided. Nzogu handled the coup in the northern region. Ifeanyi managed Lagos. And while Nzogu was done with his part in Kaduna, he was expecting feedback from Lagos, because the success of the coup in Lagos would determine the success of the coup in the whole country. But there was no feedback from Lagos. And Nzogu, out of panic, declared that northern region as a military state for that short period. He declared martial law over the northern region. But it was like a ticking time bomb. Nzogu was an Easterner in a northern territory declaring martial law. It was just a matter of time before the bomb exploded. So eventually, Agui-Ironsi, according to history, as history will tell us, the Senate handed over power to Agui-Ironsi. And Agui-Ironsi emerged as the first military head of state of Nigeria. And that marked the beginning of military rule in Nigeria. You can see the way our events have transcended from colonial to military, from pre-colonial to colonial to military. So we started ruling ourselves, but under a military system of government, with Agui-Ironsi as the first military head of state of Nigeria. Now, so you would then ask, how did the events of the coup manage to resolve? How did it end? Now, Agui-Ironsi promised to pardon Nzogu and other conspirators or participants of the coup. And so, Nzogu returned to Lagos, and upon arriving, he was arrested. Little to no surprise. But the interesting thing is that Nzogu did not even die. He was not killed. He was imprisoned, yes, but he was not killed. Nzogu later died during the Nigerian Civil War. He was fighting on the side of Biafra. And it was during the Nigerian Civil War that he lost his life. So eventually he lost his life on top Nigeria's matter. So Agui-Ironsi became the first military head of state, and he did something very interesting. He tried to centralize power, and in order to do that, he introduced something called Decree 34, also called the Unification Decree. Decree 34, which turned Nigeria into a unitary system of government. Now, we must understand the implication as well. If you understand politics, we have structures, systems of government. We have federalism, we have unitary, we have confederalism. Today, Nigeria is practicing federalism. But before then, when Agui-Ironsi created unitary system, what it meant is that power was centralized. And this created resistance, especially among the northerners. And so, 6 months later, on July 29, 1966, we had something called the July rematch, or the counter coup of 1966. So, northerners staged the coup against Agui-Ironsi. Agui-Ironsi was an Igbo man, by the way. So northerners staged the coup, and Agui-Ironsi was assassinated on July 29, 1966. He was assassinated somewhere in Ibadan. He was on a visit to the military governor of the western region at the time, Adekunle Fajui. So he was assassinated, and a new military head of state was installed in the person of Yakubu Gowon, who till today remains the youngest military head of state Nigeria has ever had. Yakubu Gowon. He was, I believe, 31 years of age when he became the military head of state of Nigeria. Now, and from that period up until about the next 9-11 years, Yakubu Gowon would remain the military head of state of Nigeria. Now, during his tenure, there were significant events, significant features, which again have defined who we are as a people. For example, did you know that Yakubu Gowon was the one who introduced the Naira note? which meant that before Yakubu Gowon came into power, we were still spending British pounds, pound sterling and shillings. So even after independence, even when Tafawa Balewa was there, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Agui Ironsi, we were spending pounds and shillings. But Yakubu Gowon rather introduced for the first time our own currency, our own symbol of pride. So he introduced Naira and Kobo. And then he also changed the driving from the standard British left-hand side to the right-hand side. And that's why today Nigeria drives on right, and then our driving is, the steering is on the left of the car. So he changed it from the left hand to the right hand. Now, all of these are symbolic. What Yakubu Gowon was trying to do as at the time was creating our identity as Nigerians, telling us that we cannot claim to be Nigerians if we are still modeled after a past colonial government, if we are still a ghost, a fragment of a colonial administration that had passed. How can you claim to be independence and you do not have your currency? So he created the Naira and Kobo, changed from left-hand drive to right-hand drive, and then, just like we have many youth corpers participating in this record-breaking event, it would interest you to know that Yakubu Gowon was also the one that introduced the National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, I believe May 25, 1973. 1973, introduced NYSC. So these were some of the features that Yakubu Gowon introduced and how they shape who we are as Nigerians today. Some of the things that we can still see today, such as NYSC, such as the Naira and Kobo, such as our driving system. But then Yakubu Gowon eventually had to leave office, and in 1975, I believe May 29, if I'm not mistaken, in May 1975, Yakubu Gowon was on a trip to Uganda, Kampala, the capital of Uganda, for an OAU summit. And while he was there, he received an interesting phone call. Now, for the sake of hilarity, I imagine the phone call would have sounded something like this. Hello, sir. Don't bother coming no more. They don't remove you. Because that was technically what happened. While he was away, he was removed from office. And the interesting thing is that he was actually removed by his best friend, or well, his school friend, Joseph Gaba. Yes, he was the one that spearheaded it. But then Murtala Mohammed came into power, and Murtala Mohammed today is arguably, yes, is arguably the most loved military head of state in Nigeria's history. And that's why when he was assassinated in 1976, February 26, I believe, February 26, 1976, Murtala Mohammed was assassinated, and Nigerians actually wept. He was assassinated in a very sleek, fine, black Mercedes-Benz with Nigeria's flag at the front. The car is at the National Museum. You see it there. You see the bullet hole in it. He was assassinated February 13, yes, February 13, 1976 by Buka Suka Dimka inside his car while he was probably drinking Limca. So but then we were told he was going to mosque. He was going to pray. It was on a Friday. He was going for Jumat. And I can imagine that they had studied that every Friday this man is always going with no bodyguard. I can only imagine that level of peace you must have had. A whole military head of state going with just driver and his ADCs, aide de camp, at the front. Nothing else. No escorts. No hammer tank. No bulletproof. No gun. I believe no president would ever try that today. So that was, that led to his assassination anyways. And before he died, actually, Murtala Mohammed had promised Nigerians that he was going to hand over power to civilians. There was going to be a transition to civilian rule. And so when he died, it was like the promise was cut short. But then his deputy, the person of Olusegun Obasanjo, assumed power. And when he came into power, he actually did try to fulfill the promise of his predecessor, Murtala Mohammed. But before he handed over power to civilian, again, he did some things which we must understand. And look at how they have shaped our history and identity as Nigerians. First of all, it was under Obasanjo's regime that the Festac 77, Festival of Art and Culture, today we hear of Festac. The Festac 77 was organized and held in Lagos, yeah. Under Obasanjo's regime, something very significant that also defined our identity as Nigerians was that Obasanjo was audacious enough to nationalize two British assets, Barclays Bank and British Petroleum, as a result of Britain's continued trade with South Africa during the apartheid period. Nigeria had asked Britain to stop trading with South Africa until South Africa stopped its apartheid policy. But Britain continued, and as sanction, Obasanjo nationalized two British assets as sanction against the British government. And why am I saying this? I'm saying this because, again, we need to understand our history as Nigerians and understand that there was a time when truly Nigeria was the giant of Africa, where Nigeria had that might and that audacity to nationalize British assets as sanction. It shows that truly, as Nigerians, we must recognize that identity, that power that we have, even as we speak to the world during the next few days. And so he nationalized two British assets, and in addition to that, he also launched the Operation Feed the Nation. And one very significant feature which I would not forget is that it was under Obasanjo's regime that we had the mass retirement of civil servants. I remember that very, very well because my mom was one of the civil servants that was forcefully retired under Obasanjo's regime. So there was mass retirement as a result of ineffectiveness of the civil service, actually. That was the reason. So eventually Obasanjo handed over power to civilians, and that was in 1979. 1979, we had a new election which produced a new civilian president and introduced a new system of government, which was the presidential system of government, presidentialism. Remember that prior to that, the first time we had civilian rule, it was what? Parliamentary. But this time around, we now had the presidential system of government. And we had our very first executive president in the person of Shehu Shagari, the first executive president of Nigeria. So Shehu Shagari became the first executive president of Nigeria in 1979, and for the next 4 years he would remain the executive president until 1983, when again the military decided to come back into the picture. This time around, it was someone that we all know very well. Someone that later ruled us as a civilian, in the person of Muhammadu Buhari as a military head of state. And his deputy or his vice was in the person of Tunde Idiagbon, a name I believe some of us must have heard. Tunde Idiagbon. And both of them would rule Nigeria with very strict and firm hands for the next 2 years until 1985. When again another military coup. You can see Nigeria has been riddled with a lot of military coups. In 1985, I believe that should be December 1985, Ibrahim Babangida took over power in what we call a palace coup. It is called a palace coup because a palace coup is when the coup comes from within your party, within your faction. So it was not a bloody coup. We have different coups. It was a bloodless coup. No life was lost. Buhari was not killed. The Diagman was not killed. So it was a bloodless coup. And so Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, famously called IBB, came into power as the new military head of state. And when he came into power, he had some things that pretty much also defined Nigeria to today. For example, like I said earlier, he shifted the capital of Nigeria from Lagos to Abuja. So it was Babangida that actually built Aso Rock that we know today. And he also built the bridge without which some of us would not have been here today. The third mainland bridge. I can imagine if we had out to swim or use canoe instead of taking bus or Uber, your boat would have been a canoe ride. So, but he built the third mainland bridge. Good features of his government. We're only focusing on the positives today. We're only focusing on the positives of all of these. Otherwise, there are some things that I would. No, we're focusing on the positives of all of them. This is Nigeria to the world, so we have to focus on the positive. So, in addition to that, Ibrahim Babangida. Now, something significant which defined democracy in Nigeria. Something he did was also something we've all heard about. Now, for the longest time, Babangida promised to hand over power to Nigerians. And, it felt like an empty promise for the longest of time. And then finally, in 1993, succumbing to pressure, decided to hand over power to Nigerians. And so, a new election was held, a presidential election in 1993. And there were two parties. Yes, I believe SDP and NRC. And I believe the political candidate for SDP was MKO Abiola Moshood Kashimawo, I believe Okonlaro Olamide Abiola. And for NRC, Alhaji Bashir Tofa. And from historical records, we have been told that till today, that remains the fairest election in the history of Nigeria. I mean, the type where the margin, when you say the margin is wide, the margin is wide. That even if you rig itself, you know that the rigging, it can't work like that. So it was rather obvious that the winner of the election was MKO Abiola. And however, for some reasons which today we might never know, or except we read Babangida's book, I think he mentioned it. He talked about it in his book, which he launched was last year or so. He talked about the election. But for some reasons which we might never know, on June 12, 1993, Babangida annulled the election and said it was not a free and fair election. And up until he left, he introduced or installed what we call an interim government. Interim simply meaning provisional, temporary. He installed an interim government headed by Ernest Shonekan. And Ernest Shonekan, Yorubas called it Ijoba Fidie, and I really like that because the literal translation of Fidie means sit down with half bum, sit down with small bum. That's the literal translation. Because indeed his interim government was very short. It was like he lived up to that name, interim. It was very short because he was installed, he spent about I think 90 something days if I'm not mistaken. So he was removed by Sani Abacha, a master coup plotter who had a hand in every single military coup that ever happened in the history of Nigeria. None of them was behind the mastermind of Sani Abacha. And it's quite interesting that Sani Abacha that we're talking about, because we are trying to break a Guinness World Record. What if I now interest you and tell you that Sani Abacha's name has actually appeared in Guinness World Record before? But I will not tell you what the record is for. You will have to find that on your own. But yes, Sani Abacha is a Guinness World Record holder. But don't wait for my mouth to go hear everything you do. So he removed the interim government, came into power, and all this while, when he officially came to power in 1994, MKO Abiola was still fighting for his right, for his mandate. And so I believe in June or July 1994, I think June 28, 1994, he went to Eko, I think somewhere around Balogun, and declared himself the president. And again, as history will tell us, not one, not two, not three, not 10, but about 20, 30 police vans went to pick MKO Abiola as he was declaring himself president. And so he was arrested. And why are we sharing this? Why are we talking about this? Because again, it is a very important event that shaped democracy in Nigeria and how, as Nigerians, we understand the concept of democracy. So thereafter, Sani Abacha, well, he did quite a lot of other things. Very few were positive that I can think of or mention. But then in 1998, as fate will have it, he lost his life. Till today, the exact cause of death is unknown because no autopsy was carried out. In line with Muslim rites, he was buried, immediately afterwards. So, and now, the irony is that remember that Murtala Muhammad, when he lost his life, I said Nigerians were sad rather. They cried. The irony is that in the case of Sani Abacha, it was the opposite. Jubilation on the streets because of the oppression. So there was elation all over the country. So after Sani Abacha's regime and after he lost his life in 1998, the medical report says it was cardiac arrest. That is according to the medical reports. But we never can tell. Some have said it was Apu. Some say it was Indian girl. Whether it was Indian girl or Apu or cardiac arrest, it shall went. And he was no longer with us. And when he left, we had another military head of state in the person of General Abubakar Abdusalam. And his was very short. Immediately afterwards, organized election handed over power to civilian. And then we had the Fourth Republic in Nigeria. So which means that Nigeria has had 4 republics. The first one, from what year? 1963 to 1966. Second Republic, 1979 to 1983. Third Republic, which was the interim government, 1993, the shortest republic ever. And then the Fourth Republic, 1999. Till when? Till date. And that Fourth Republic, we had our very first we had our very first Fourth Republic president in the person of Olusegun Obasanjo, coming back again as civilian, and he spent 2 terms, 1999 to 2007. Then after his tenure, we had another president in the person of Musa Yar'Adua, 2007 to 2010, when unfortunately he passed away, and power was passed on to his vice, the person of Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, acting president to around 2011. 2011, he won the presidential election from 2011 to 2015. Then 2015, we had a new president again, the person of Muhammadu Buhari, 2015 to 2023, and where we have the current sitting. What did Buhari do? Okay. What did Buhari do? That's a very interesting question. What did Buhari do? The interesting things. Now, starting from Obasanjo, me why they talk about. Now, but actually they all did something quite, in every bad there will be good. Now, in every bad there would actually be good. Now, starting with Obasanjo. Now, one of the things that we would say Obasanjo did was that he actually laid a very good structure. What do I mean? For example, when you look at the people that he had as ministers or heads of parastatals, I mean the likes of Okonjo-Iweala, you see that as at that period, and that's why currently she's the president of, I believe, what is it? World Trade Organization. You see, it shows that he already foresaw the potential. Well, that is politics for you. So when you begin to trace them down as well, Yar'Adua, I believe, for the Fourth Republic, I believe Yar'Adua would be like the most loved. You'd hardly hear anyone say something negative about Yar'Adua. And I believe the economy was rather stable during his time. Same with even Goodluck Jonathan. His tenure was riddled with insecurity, which, like every other president, tried his best, I would say. But then, even the economy was still better. We know how much we were buying fuel at the time. We know how much dollar was. We know how much spaghetti was. How much kg of gas was. So yeah, we could say there were good things about them. And the interesting thing I've come to know about Nigeria is, I wish there are some things I could say, but then the interesting thing about Nigeria is that would be that when you look at each administration, look at each tenure, you see that they're usually better than the next. It's like I would never have thought that a day would come where I would miss the administration of Buhari. If they tell me I would miss Buhari.
And he said it in his last speech when he was leaving the office. He said, "Stay like you miss me."
And we did not know that I was being prophetic. Tell me, say you know me, Sam, now. You know how much transport was. So even that boy now, I believe I've answered that question because even himself, he still saw the good in the bad. And if we look at this pattern now, it's possible that so from 2023 to 2027, we have President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Now, when you look at the pattern now, let's hope we don't miss this one, and the next one will be so. But then, even his own, if I had to look at positive, we could still identify some positives. We could still identify, for example, you can look at the student loan. The student loan, whether we like it or not, is a positive introduction. And if we are being sincere, actually, amidst all of the old, economic brouhaha, we should also admit that strikes in universities have been less than the previous administration. I remember students I taught for JAM class in 2022-23. Now they are telling me, Dr. T, I'm going to my final year. So fast. And when I calculate 2022-2023. Exactly. So when I calculate the years, I'm like, my time has actually gone. By this time next year, I've spent 4 years. Just like yesterday when, we were voting. So we have successfully traced the history of Nigeria. I have traced for us our history and then our identity right from the pre-colonial era up until now, the present day Nigeria. And I believe that we can all now see how all of these events, all of these historical facts have shaped who we are as Nigerians and how they have formed our identity. And so again, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue successfully to attempt and break this Guinness World Record, remember, it is called 20 Days of Eloquence. 20 Days of Eloquence. Nigeria speaks to the world. Let us speak as Nigerians. Let us speak with the pride and the authenticity of individuals who know their history, know where we are coming from, and then know where we are going to. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we have been enlightened about our history, our identity, and who we are. And on this note, I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Nigeria and the world. That was a very powerful one. And considering the fact that I already stood on this podium to speak on the topic I am Nigerian, I feel quite proud right now. Because despite everything, despite our systems, despite the contradictions, despite the chaos, the Nigerian spirit can never be broken. My name is Oluwagbemisola Hannah Ogumefu, and I will be speaking on the topic parental involvement in the education of their children when little becomes too much. Parental involvement when little becomes too much. I remember when I was doing my postgraduate degree in education, the topic I researched upon then was the importance of parental involvement in the education of their children. And that was because as at that time in Nigeria, parental involvement was at an all-time low. then parents believed that as long as I've paid the school fees, every other thing depends on the teacher for my child to succeed. So it was the work of the teacher to make sure that the children learn, the children do what they needed to do, the children become successful generally. And I wouldn't blame them anyways, because as at that time or prior to that time, education had always been, or let me say, formal schooling had always been the teacher coming to class to disperse knowledge, to impact knowledge into the children, into the students. But as time went on, there was a shift in the education space, and we see teachers no longer impacting knowledge in students, but becoming facilitators of knowledge. And what does that mean? It means that I, as a teacher, I do not come to tell you what you need to know. I am only like a signboard to direct you to where you need to go, to what you need to know. But it is your job as the student to discover that thing. I won't tell you. And what was the importance of that shift? It took away the power from the hands of the teachers and gave it to the students. Because as a student, a learning facilitated by themselves lasts longer. So what they research upon themselves, what they discover themselves, they get to retain it for longer period than what was just spoken to them and they just regurgitate. So it was imperative at that time to begin to encourage parental involvement, so that parents in turn can encourage their children or wards to begin to study on their own. At that period, we began to have things called flipped learning. And what does flipped learning mean? Before you come to class, unlike in the olden days where you come into class, if I want to tell you about the history of Nigeria, for example, it is when you come into class that you begin to hear it for the very first time. But in the case of flipped learning, the teacher would have given you some resources to go and research upon, or better still, the teacher would tell you, oh, in the next lesson we will be talking about the history of Nigeria. Go and research. The teacher could even give you materials to look at. And then when you come into class, we begin to discuss. So what have you researched? This person could have only researched the pre-colonial era. The other person could have only researched the colonial era. The other person could have researched only about the constitutional development in Nigeria. Another person could have only researched about, let's say, the presidential system of government. And by the time everyone comes back with their research, we discover that we have a fuller class, because everyone reads the same material the same way but digest it in different ways, and because of that they bring out different ideas from it. And when all these ideas are brought together, it gives a broader outlook on that topic. And that was why after some time teaching had to move to flipped learning, which is still ongoing presently. And because of that, teachers didn't become disempowered. They only became differently empowered, because now you are not the alpha and omega of your class, although you are still kind of. But now you are a facilitator of learning. So your work as a teacher is to empower the students to believe in themselves, to believe in the potential they carry, to believe that they can do more, much more than you can even give to them. Little wonder Alexandra K. Trenford mentioned that the best teachers are those who show you where to look but do not tell you what to see. And that was why I said earlier, teachers began to act as signboards, directing students the way to go, but not necessarily telling them exactly how to get there. They began to encourage critical thinking, building soft skills in students, research skills. But something has shifted. And that's why I'm here today to speak with everyone that is committed to the flourishing of our children, to have this very honest conversation with us, unfiltered and extremely necessary. There is a problem that is affecting every school presently. It's like a pandemic, affecting every classroom, affecting every child, and affecting every staff room. It's a growing trend. It's not just in Nigeria. It happens all over the world presently. So it is a growing trend that most teachers whisper it amongst themselves. They talk about it in staff rooms, but none of them have ever spoken out. And that is why I'm here today, to talk about the wave of excessive parental involvement. I know, yes, we clamored for it. We asked for it. But what we had in mind as teachers when we were asking for it is very different from what we are having today. And you know very well that for every action there is a reaction. And due to the action of what is going on presently, the reaction is becoming alarming. And that's why this talk is extremely important at this time that we find ourselves. Let's look about the changing educational landscape. Before now, like I said, parents had absolute trust in the teachers of their children. They had absolute trust that when I commit my child to you to teach, you will not only teach my child academics, but you would also teach my child morals. In as much as I also teach my child morals from home, I am trusting that you're going to uphold the morals that I have embedded in my child from home. And that is why you see cases those days when a child misbehaves. Sometimes the parents will come to school and say, "Teacher, help me deal with this child. This is what he or she has done." We see scenario of students going on with homework and not even daring to bring it back undone. If they don't do that homework, their parents would have to go with them to school to explain to the teacher why it was not done. "Oh, this is the reason, please have mercy." It wasn't like teachers were being autocratic, no. But it just shows the extent at which parents trusted the teachers of their children. But now the educational landscape has changed. Teachers that were once trusted are now walking on eggshells around parents. Every decision they take is now being scrutinized. Every discipline they dish out is now being questioned. Every grade they award is now being challenged. And every policy made is now being debated. Parents now treat schools and teachers like a supermarket or like a business where they will say the customer is always right. Unfortunately, the school is not that kind of business where you say the customer is always right. But then, more unfortunately, is that the school itself has forgotten that it is not that kind of business. And that's why you see them crouching behind the parents, because the customer is always right and they don't want to lose their customers. I remember many years ago, a parent walked to me and told me, I used to be way smaller than this anyways. So I looked at me and said, this thing you're teaching my child, is it not too hard? The child was in year 2 then. That's what we call primary 2 in Nigeria. So the child was in year 2. That was 6 years old, thereabouts, in the British system. So she was like, oh, what you're teaching my child, is it not too complicated? How do you expect a 6-year-old to understand all these concepts, to do this, to do that? If you had a child of your own, would you do this? And I was there. I had heard so many times when teachers talk about parents talking down on them, that because you don't have a child of your own, that's why you are treating my child this way. And because I looked very small, much smaller than I look right now, even though I'm still looking small. So she looked at me and she was like, if you had a child of your own, would you tell your child to do this? And I was just there looking. So I allowed her finish speaking, and then I asked her a question. I said, may I ask you some questions, ma? She said, yes, go ahead. I said, okay. May I ask, how old is your child? She looked at me. You are the teacher, you should know. I said, I just want to confirm. She said, okay, my child is 6. I said, oh, interesting. So what class is your child, please? She looked at me again. She said, she's in year 2. I said, oh, interesting. I said, I have a child that is 5 years old, 1 year younger than your child, and my child is in year 1, and my child started doing this same concept you are complaining about that is too complicated for a year 2 child to do. My child started doing it when he was in nursery 2. And when she heard that, number 1, I had a child. Number 2, my child is younger than her child. Number 3, my child started doing that same concept she was complaining about 2 years before her child was even introduced to it. She went silent and she couldn't say anything. I always say something. If your child is going to be in my class, you should be able to trust me that I am professional enough to do my job. If you don't trust your child with me, then your child has no business being in my class. Take your child to a teacher you can trust. You shouldn't micromanage me. I am not a customer-based business. I am taking care of generations. So you need to understand the dynamics of what is going on. Yes, I will carry you along with whatever I'm doing, but I don't have to take the final say from you, because I am a professional in my own right. You will not tell a doctor how to treat you. Neither will you tell a lawyer how to fight for your case in court. So why should you come to my profession and tell me this is how my child should be taught? If you can simply do it, why did you bring your child to school? After all, people do homeschooling. Go ahead and do it. We see parents come to school and say, oh, I've heard a parent say clearly, I've only brought my child to this school to be taught math and English. I didn't bring my child to be taught morals, so don't teach my child morals. Yes. And I was so happy that day with the kind of response my boss gave to him. My boss said something. She said, in as much as school is a business that I must make money from, I did not start this school solely to make money. I began this school solely to touch lives.
of the children that I teach. And if you will not allow me touch the life of your child, you're free to take your child and go. And that was the end of the conversation. That parent knew that for his child to be in, if you really like what we do here, and you want your child to be a part of what we do here, we have a standard that you have to follow. That is one thing schools need to also understand. I'm not here just to talk to parents alone. I'm also here to talk to school managements. Because when you have your standard and you stand by it, people know the truth and they still want the truth even when they are asking otherwise. They only need to be sure that you know what you're doing. I've been in a school where a parent came to talk to my boss, and she said, I don't like the way Miss Bimi teaches my child. She does not love my child. She does not do this. She leveled a lot of allegations against me. I wasn't there. So, and my boss said something to her, because the child happened to be of the genotype SS. She had the SS genotype. And coincidentally, the day before that day, I was running helter-skelter to ensure that this child was okay, even before having to call the parents in. Because as teachers, you need to understand, we don't only just facilitate the learning of your children. We are doctors. We are first aiders. We are psychologists. We are nurses. We are basically everything to them. We are basically everything to them. We ensure not just their academic powers, but we ensure that they are physically okay. We ensure that they are socially balanced. They're emotionally fine. They're psychologically sound. We do all these things embedded in one. And my boss responded, so I said, if only you were here yesterday to see how she was running helter-skelter to make sure your child is fine, you would not say what you just said now. Because no teacher who does not like your child would go that extent for your child. And that was the end of discussion. Another one came in and said, oh, I don't like this, I don't like that. And my boss asked the question, when you came into the school, before you came into the school, did you see any advert anywhere? She said no. She said, how did you join? From referrals. I said, okay. So those people that referred you must have told you something about this school. She said yes. And those things you heard must have felt good, that you felt like you would really like your child to be here. She said yes. I said fine. See, those things that you heard, they were not done by me. I only sit in this office to oversee everything. Those things that you heard that made you decide that I'm bringing my child to this school were done by these teachers. Allow them do their jobs. These are schools that stood for the rights of their teachers, that protected their teachers, because they understood that they already used a fine-tooth comb to get the best hands. And now it is their turn to protect the interests of their teachers. Allow them do their job. And I've also worked in a school where my boss told me, customer service is eye service. And I told her, excuse me ma, I don't do eye service. Let's help these children become better. Let's identify the problem and let's deal with it. I don't do eye service, because if my own teacher had done eye service with me, I won't be here today. I will not be here today. So I will not do eye service, because I don't want any other teacher to do eye service with my own children. These children, they are not just my students. They are a generation that will pass on whatever I pass into them onto the next generation. And that's why I will not do eye service, because I will not toy with their life. And we see a lot of schools like that. All they do is they package everything just to please the parents, just to ensure that parents don't take out their children from the school. The changing dynamics of the educational landscape. But then, parents, it's not that parents are bad or that they hate teachers. No, they don't. They really do not. Actually, they have good intentions. They have good intentions. They have good, they want the best for their children. They want to be sure that the money they are paying is actually well utilized. They want to be sure that their children are in safe hands. The only thing is they don't know how to draw the line. And because they couldn't draw the line, most parents have moved from the partners that they should be to become supervisors. They now start asking you, what's the topic you will teach next week? And so, how are you going to teach it? There's nothing bad in asking the topic you will teach next week, because like I said, teachers have now become facilitators of learning. So, even before you ask, we'll give your child the topic they will do next week, because we need them to go and research. We're building research skills in them. We need them to go and research about it, then come back and ask all the questions we want them to ask. Because not only are we just teaching them, we're building critical skills in them. Communication skills. Those things that you have learned, or those things that you have researched, come and tell us, what do you understand? What have you picked from it? So we are building communication skills. We're building resilience. Ability to be able to sit yourself down without giving up and doing what you need to do. We don't only give them information on a platter, because the world will not give them anything they want on a platter. The world needs problem solvers, so we build these problem solving skills in them. So naturally we would give them the topics. But by the time you're beginning to ask, and so what materials are you using? And this material, no, you're not supposed to use it. Excuse me, why don't you just come in and take over? We'll gladly learn from you too. Because we are lifelong learners. We would gladly learn from you too. Parents have moved from being supporters to become critics. You know, there is a difference between critiquing your work and letting you know, oh, you're doing this one, we really like what you do here, but I think it will be better if you do this, or I have this idea, I just want to share with you. There's a different thing. Yes, we would appreciate that. But when you begin to criticize what we do, if you did not trust your doctor, you won't go to him. So if you're with a doctor that you criticize, you will not give yourself to him to be treated. So why give your child to a teacher that you criticize? Why? Parents that are supposed to be collaborators. So it takes two to tango. You're supposed to work hand in hand. They've now become overseers. Some parents have totally, completely handed over their responsibility to the teachers. A child does not do homework, blame the teacher. Why did my child not do homework? Excuse me. Parents will tell you, I've heard parents say, the homework you give my child is too much. But in your own office, you bring work home. I'm not an advocate of too many homework, actually, because I'm an advocate of play. In fact, I encourage my parents, the parents of the children I teach, I encourage them to allow the children play. But then the child should understand that there is time for work and there is time for play. So when a child comes home with homework and you say, oh, it's too much, the homework should not go beyond 15 minutes, the homework should not go beyond 5 minutes, the homework should not go beyond, and then a child that knows that yes, this is what you're saying, this is the kind of battle you are giving my school and my teachers, then the child brings home just 3 questions and takes a million years to answer the questions, and you come back to school to battle the school again. Why would this? But then questions will be given in the exam. In the assessment, you have like 20 questions, and there'll be a timer, 1 hour, or even 1 hour 30 minutes, as the case may be. And afterwards, the papers are collected. The child that is used to just doing 5 minutes, answering 3 questions in 1 hour, 3 questions, or in over 2 hours, and you're complaining that the homework is too much, now get into a setting where you have to answer 20 questions in 1 hour. Please, what do you expect the child will do? The child fails. Then you come back and ask the teacher, why did my child fail? You have not allowed the teacher do their job. And now I remember during our own days, when you fail, you go and explain to your parents how you failed and why you failed. So on the way home, you are thinking about it already. You will need to go and explain why you failed. What were you doing when the teaching was going on? What were you doing in the exam hall that you could not replicate what has been given to you, or even answer the questions, transfer the skills that you've been given to answer your questions? You will need to explain to them. And we know for some African parents it's usually tougher. But now, when a child fails, it's the teacher that will be called into a panel. Come and explain why the child failed. And you hear things like, there's nothing like a bad student, there's only a bad teacher. Yes, I partially agree with that school of thought. Yes, partially. Because I've seen cases where teachers too do not give their very best to students. And I've seen cases where when you see a teacher who gives her very best, his or very best to students, the students actually do so well. But I've also seen cases where teachers are giving their all. Well-trained teachers giving their all, but because of the kind of how would I call it, the dynamics that we're finding in the educational spaces now, what the schools do, what the parents do, that work is not showing. Now teachers are under surveillance. Now you see a teacher that wants to go the extra mile for the child. They are thinking, they are planning their lessons. They are thinking, okay, I want to do it this way. But at the back of their mind, as they are thinking, I want to do it this way, they are like, hope they won't come for me. No, don't let me do this one. Okay, I will do it this way. Hope they won't come for me. No. I've had a teacher colleague, a colleague of mine tell me something. One of the parent came for her, and it was very messy. It was very messy. And looking at the scenario of what actually happened, the teacher was, I'm not saying this because I'm a teacher, but the teacher was not in the wrong. She was only doing her job. But the parents did not understand, and she took it the other way. And it wasn't the first time she would do that. She does that every time. And because of that, the teacher had to say, I'll just leave the child. And I had to say, no. You will not neglect any child. I had to tell her, I understand what is going on, but you will not neglect any child. I'm the type of person that I'm used to being under fire from parents over my students. I am used to it. But every time at the end of the session, they always come back to say thank you. And because of that, I told her, I said, see, I don't care if I'm under fire with any parent. I don't care. As long as what I'm doing for that child is what the child needs, let them come for me, no problem. One day, they will understand what I'm doing. It might not be now, but one day, wherever I am, they will send a thank you into the wind. So I told her, you will not neglect this child, not on my watch. But we see cases where, because of these issues, some teachers will just say, I don't want problem. Let the child just be on one side. I don't want problem. A child comes with, I've seen issues where a child comes with water bottle to school, forgets it in school, and then the next thing you are calling the teacher. Why didn't you confirm that my child packed his water bottle? For an 8-year-old. Excuse me, am I supposed to still be your child's nanny? At that level, I am teaching your child to be responsible. Where is the responsibility of the parent to also teach that to the child? When my first son was in nursery 2 and he forgot his water bottle in school and he came home, I remember what I told him. I said, welcome back, sir. You have forgotten your water bottle in school. I said, that's amazing. If it was his lunch bag. I said, welcome back. You just told me that you don't need food tomorrow. He had a spare. I told him I won't give you spare. You just told me that you don't need food tomorrow. No problem. The following day, I did not even discuss with the father so that he would not talk me out of it. The following day, I prepared breakfast. I made sure he ate to his satisfaction. He was filled. I said, are you satisfied? He said, yes. I said, fine. I got bottled water. I kept in his bag. I bought biscuits. He had snacks at home. That day I said, because you don't have lunch bag, there's no way I will put your snacks. So I went to buy biscuits. Then biscuits were 5 naira. So I bought 2 5 naira biscuits, kept in his bag. And then I told him, if your teacher calls me and tells me that you begged for food from another person, you are in trouble. You come back and meet me in this house. And that was the last day. That was the very last day that he forgot his things in school. Not only that he stopped forgetting his things in school, he never destroys anything. Nothing. You buy toys for children, they destroy. He never destroyed any of his toys. None of them. They were all in perfect shape. Not because he did not play with them, but he understood that, yes, in as much as I have the right to do these things, I also have a responsibility to protect them. They are mine. And I never had to talk about that again. I did the same thing when he was wasting food. He would take food to school and you just eat a little out of it and bring the rest home. Initially I was like, okay, you didn't finish, okay, finish it up and all that. But one day I got angry and I sat him down. I said, mister, in case you don't understand, for this food to get into your lunchbox, I have to wake up by 4, even though I sleep by 12. I will sleep 12 a.m. I will wake up by 4 because breakfast has to be ready before 5. I will pack your lunchbox. Then you will get to school and then you will pick it. I said, no. I'm giving you the last opportunity today. If you bring it back the same way, you're telling me, mommy, I don't need food anymore. He thought it was a joke. And I made sure I followed through. After that day, the very next day I went to pick him at school, instead of saying welcome mommy, what he told me was, I finished my food. And that was the end of it. He stopped wasting my food till date. He stopped wasting my food. I didn't have to tell the younger ones the same thing. He told them, you don't know the mother you have come to meet. These are the things you should not do with her. That's not being harsh to your child. That's only teaching your child responsibility, the value for things. In my line of teaching, I have seen children who know the amount of things, but they don't know the value. And then you hear a child, how much does your bag worth? How much does your house worth? Oh, your dad took you out of the football club because he could not afford to pay for it. And everything they talk about is money, 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 money. You hear a child tell the driver, tell the nanny, tell even teachers, you know, I can sack you. And because they actually know they can sack them. Because the parents have transferred the power into their hands. Most parents cannot even talk to their children anymore. You hear things like, oh, thank God my child is not the only sports child in Lagos. So you know your child is sports. You hear things like, that's my boss, oh. An 8-year-old, your boss. I saw a write-up online some time ago. It says, hard times build tough men. Tough men build good times. Good times build weak men. Weak men build weak systems, and then weak systems build hard times. So it keeps going like that. I don't want my child to go through what I went through. Nobody's asking you. I once spoke about safeguarding and child protection. I'm not asking you to abuse your child, no. But in as much as you are giving your children the rights they deserve, because the children, they have rights, you're not denying them their rights. They should understand that for every right there is a responsibility. You have the right to education, yes. I have sent you to school. It is your responsibility to do well at school, to pay attention during lessons. Now we have children, we are having rising cases of class disruptions, and teachers are having to to leave lessons that is supposed to facilitate to start managing low-level disruptions. You see, children that don't want to learn, and they don't want others to learn, because they believe that, after all, my dad's company is there, my mom's company is there, why do I have to learn? They don't hide it, they say it. You see, children in your class, as I am here speaking, they are there sending emails to their parents, reporting their teachers. Oh, this teacher did this, that teacher did that. And they know that when the emails get to their parents, the parents will forward the matter to the school, and the school will be right behind them. There is no shield for the teacher. I'm not asking schools to support bad attitude, no, far from it. But imagine if a doctor's guild does not protect her doctors, and you have to now tell a doctor, I think I'm having headache. You're going to give me paracetamol and or instead of paracetamol, just make it cocodamol. The doctor will just tell you, instead of being here, why didn't you just go to a pharmacist, since you know what you want? And even a pharmacist will not even give you. The pharmacist will still ask for your prescription. That is in systems where the right things are done anyways. They know that when the matters get to their parents, the parents would be behind them. Now, in as much as even as teachers, we encourage that, yes, be a participant in the academics of your children, in the education of your children. Ask them, try to bond with them, ask them how their day went and all that. We need to understand that there is a thin line between asking them how their day went and gossip. Now, what most parents are building in their children is gossip, and they begin to, oh, this person did this, that one did that. There is no qualitative discussion. There isn't any qualitative discussion. Teachers are constantly under surveillance. And a teacher who is constantly under surveillance cannot give the best she has been trained to give. They can't. And because of this, children are absorbing the wrong lessons from their households. No more respect for authority. They don't respect their nannies. They don't respect their drivers. they don't have respect for adults. You see a child is coming and then dumps all his bag with the nanny or with the driver, and the child is just walking. I've had to stop so many students and say, go back, go get your bag quickly. Even when parents, sometimes you see parents are the ones carrying the bags, say, no mommy, no daddy, please. That's the first line of responsibility. They need to understand, it's my bag, I should carry it. Except in cases where, let's say the child is in foundation stage, and you know, because of all the food and all the things they bring to school, their bags are usually heavy. Yes, we can say you can help them carry. In fact, even we would offer to help. But now that we have trolley bags and all that, we tell the parents, please give to the child to drag along. It's easy to drag along. Let them begin to have these responsibilities. You see schools that school resumes on Monday, and by Tuesday the lost and found is already filled to the brim with things that these students bring to school and never look for. They never look for it. Never look for it. Because they know my parents will buy another one. My parents will buy another one. I heard a story of a parent that the child destroyed his laptop, and the mom told him, well done. For this laptop that you've destroyed, I'm going to have to get you another one from your allowance. So she made sure that the boy saved. Yes, he might not have saved up to the amount of the laptop, because we know what technology is talking about these days. Things are expensive. He might not have saved up to that amount, but she made sure that he saved up. And you know now how it is when it is their own money. So by the time she got the money and bought him a new laptop, he was very careful with it. Sometimes you'll see children will just carry laptop. Now that we have the use of personal owned laptops in schools, children will just carry expensive laptops. We'll just carry, yeah. Oh, it fell. And you'll be wondering what's going on. Some children will just drop the laptops anyhow, even trample over it. And sometimes I'll practically scream, you're standing on the screen, get it up quickly so it doesn't damage. I say, oh, okay. And I wonder, where did this all go wrong? They need to learn the value of things. We need to teach them the value of things again. They don't know. Most children don't know the value of things. At best, many of them just know the prices. Oh, this is $10,000. This is, I bought this at 200,000. And they'll be saying, how much is yours? Mine is 200,000. How much is yours? Oh, yours is just 100k. Oh, that's so cheap. When a parent could ask a child, how poor could you be to wear a 1,000 naira earring? How poor could you be? And I wonder in my head, what lesson are you putting into this child? Is it to know the amount of things, or to know the value of things? I once had an issue with a parent some time ago, many years ago, and you know, it was the boy's birthday, and the way birthdays used to be celebrated then, they come in with the cake is divided and shared amongst the classmates and all that. The teachers take theirs, the celebrant takes his. If they want some part to go home, it goes home. If they want everything to be shared, it's being shared, and all that and all that. So the cake came in, they didn't ask for any part to come on. They gave the authority that the authorization that everything should be shared in school. We said okay. So by the time it was time to share the cake, she told me that, oh, the boy had cousins in school that she would like to also get out of the cake. I said okay, that's fine. So when it was time to celebrate the boy, we cut the cake. I told him, Mr. Celebrant, come and pick anyone you want, because he is the celebrant. It is his cake. He should take anyone he wants. So he took everything he wanted. I said, are you sure you're okay with this? He said, oh, I also want the decoration on the cake. I said, By all means. He took it. So I said, are you okay with it? He said, it's fine. I said, fine, you can keep yours now. Please call me your cousins because I don't know them and I don't know the classes they are. He said, oh, no, let me take you to them. I said, no. Call them. I want to give it to, I want to be sure that they got it themselves. So he called them over to the class and I told him, please, by all means, give them their own cake. So he gave them the cake. And afterwards, I distributed the cakes amongst the children in the class, and myself and the other teacher in class took ours. Only for after the children had gone home, I was still in school working, and I got a call from the parents. My son said, you did not give him cake. Imagine how lost I was. And I was searching in my head. How? Why will I give everyone cake? I even made sure that all his cousins got individually and not give the celebrant. So I was like, is he sure that I actually gave him? He was even the very first person to get. I said he did not get. I said, okay, if that be the case, I apologize about that. That there is a piece that I took as a teacher. If you don't mind, you can just drive by and pick it up. I would rather not get a piece than for the celebrant not to get. She said, oh, no, don't worry, that's fine. I just wanted to be sure. I said, I apologize once more. I said, okay. And then, after the call, I sent an apology to her that I am very sorry if he didn't get a cake, but I'm very sure that I actually gave him a cake. But if he did not get, I apologize again. The very next day, I saw the father and the mother in school with my boss. And the next thing I heard was, I know this is an apology, but I have issues with it. Issues? How? Asa? And I'm like, how? You know this is an apology. I mean, thank God you know it's an apology. But you have issues with it. How? So I gave it to my boss. I said, please, look through it. What do you think is wrong? Probably the way I formed the words or the sentences or something. Probably my tone. She looked at it. She couldn't say anything. I apologized again. Then I left. Then I took it to another person who is one of my superiors. Took it to her. I said, could you please look through this text message and tell me what is wrong? Because at this point, I wasn't trying to prove a point. I just wanted to know what was wrong so that I won't make that mistake anymore. So she looked at it again. She said, there's nothing wrong with this. It is an apology. I said, okay. I took it to another person. Could you please help me look through? Because I know we have different perspectives. So maybe if different people look at it, they might be able to look at it from different angles and tell me what is wrong. Because I really wanted to learn what was wrong. The other person who looked at it, there's nothing wrong with it. I said, okay, thank you. I went back to my class. Subsequently, I think that same day we went to the dining. At the dining, the way they do there is each child goes to where the food is being served. You ask for whatever you want to eat. You ask for the quantity you want. That's how, to avoid wastage. So this particular child has always been the one that, in our class, the rule is no food wastage. I personally do not like food wastage because there are children dying all around the world of hunger. So if you have access to food, why should you waste it? So I teach my students too the same thing, and I make sure that whatever rule we make in class, number one, we make it together, number two, we all follow. I won't say because I'm the teacher. I personally do not even like to eat. It was so bad that they when I taught them how to write a Kenny's poem, they wrote one for me and said food eater, and I was like, oh my god, these children have seen me finish. So I really do not like to eat. But when it comes to eating, I have to force myself to, because the rule has to be obeyed. It's do as I do, not do as I say. I try to lead by example. But this particular child is always wasting food, and I've been talking to him. You don't waste food. Okay, let's do it this way instead. When you want to eat, just go collect one scoop. If you need more, go back and take more. One thing with the dining is they will never tell you stop coming. If you like, come back 10 times. They'll keep giving you. So if you need more, go back and collect. But this particular boy knows he will only eat one scoop. He will collect 4. And then he will just pick. And then leave the rest to waste. Why are you collecting 4? It's not a preserved meal that would have said, oh, they served excess and you can't finish it. You requested for 4, for crying out loud. So that day I told him, I said, ask for 1. If not, anything you collect, you will finish it. Because that's the rule. And every other child is looking. Because they will also say, why am I finishing my own meal and this person is not finishing his own meal and nothing is being done? Because this is a collectively made rule. We made it collectively. It was not imposed on anybody. So everybody should be willing to follow the rule. And the boy went, collected 4 as usual. Collected chicken. And I said, okay, you know what I'm going to do? I don't mind if I have to feed you. You know you're my baby. I will feed you, don't worry. And I started feeding him. And he was eating. Only for me to get a report the next day that I was stuffing the food down his throat. And I was mortified. I was like, stuffing food. He said, an 8-year-old said, I saw her. He was gagging and she was still stuffing it. How? Is it like Indian movie that, you know, the action would have happened and then he's still going in slow motion? Maybe I had finished feeding the child, then the action of me gagging him was happening while I had left. I didn't know. An 8-year-old, at 8 years old, she was already a false witness. I saw her. I saw him. He was gagging. It was at that point the complaint came that you are forcing someone who is vegetarian to eat chicken. Number one, I had never even been told that he's vegetarian, and this boy had constantly collected chicken by his own self. So you know you are vegetarian and you are collecting chicken. Why are you collecting it? If you're vegetarian, you should not. I didn't serve you. You ordered for it yourself. And then the next thing the head of school mentioned was, even my husband does not finish his food. He wastes meals. And then I just gave up. If that can come from a head of school, all in the name of we don't want to lose these parents, so we are not teaching the right morals into the children, then I give up. Children begin to pick up wrong lessons. They begin to understand that it is fine to look adults in the eye and talk to them anyhow. They begin to understand that it is fine not to have respect for anybody, not to have respect for authority. And in turn, these children, they lack resilience because they know that once I have any problem, my parents will solve it for me. I don't have to push through. Once they are tired, oh, please go and rest, you don't have to do anything. But when you were in school, you knew how you were doing TDB till daybreak. You were hustling, you were reading. In the Nigerian context, we'll say you were jacking, pulling through. But then it comes to the turn of your own children. I don't want them to go through what I went through. All the suffering they are supposed to go through, I've gone through it. Nobody's asking the children to suffer. But you need to understand that hard times create strong men. And good times create weak men. Before they ask, they have received. Before they knock, it has been opened. Before they seek, they are found. They don't even know the difference between want and need. But everything I once saw a child in this present economy where, how much is minimum wage, please? 70,000, somebody's salary. And the child spent over 75,000 on snacks at a spot. On snacks. Now that's not even the worst part of it. The worst part of it is, after buying everything with her own hands, she chose the snacks she wanted and it was paid for. And then she got back I don't want this, but you chose them. Lack of responsibility. Your children have over dependency. And then you now ask me a question, why a child does not have inner drive? Why does he not have self-drive? Am I still the one that will enter the child and go and drive the child? You're not giving the child anything that would drive him or her. And then you are asking the teacher, why does my child not have inner drive? Because when the teacher is even trying to encourage this child, everything the teacher is doing, you're bringing them down. They lack problem solving skills. Because once they run into any problem, Daddy, Mommy, and then you come like the superhero that you are, and you make all the problem disappear. So they know that once I have a problem, why should I stress myself to think about how to solve it when I can simply call a mommy or daddy and they will appear? And even if they can't appear, their peers would appear. How can a parent ask a nanny why a 14-year-old is looking unkempt? 14-year-old looking unkempt. And the question is not going to the 14-year-old. The question is going to the nanny. Why is my child looking unkempt? I understand that yes, that's what they are there for. You brought them in to help you take care of your children. But you need to understand that these children also need some level of responsibility. This year makes it 20 years that I've been teaching. And over the years, I have seen clear disparity between children that have responsibility at home and those that have no responsibility. I said in one of my speeches, when you're teaching your child how to wash plates, it's not the skill of washing plates you're giving to the child. Because when the child grows, the child would outsource it. But there's a skill that the child learns from washing plates that cannot be outsourced. Problem solving skills. I talked about the skills I learned when my dad taught me how to wash plates. Organizational skills. I still use it till date. When things are becoming scattered, the first thing I do, I arrange it. And I still do that in the process I use to teach my students math till date. Math is an abstract subject, yes. But they also need to understand that even though it is abstract, it is in everything that we do. So when I teach them the concept of math, I bring it to the real world where they can easily organize it and see that thing that is catching your head, especially word problems. You know, when you say John has 20 balls and he gave Uche 18 balls, how many balls does he have left? When you read from the beginning to the end, then everything is scattered. So no, take it step by step. John has 20 balls. How many balls does he have? If you want to write it down, if you want to draw, I encourage them to draw. Okay, he has 20 balls. He gives Uche 18 balls. What is he doing? Say, oh, he gives, he's taking away. Beautiful. Now, if he takes away 18 balls from the 20 balls, the next sentence says, how many does he have now? What are you to do? Well, I'm supposed to get the answer. And that's where we get the rucksack method. The child will not see that kind of question again and say, oh, I don't know what to do. We see students in exam halls. They're giving assessment and they see the paper. They just look at it and the next thing, I don't understand. And you ask, have you read the question? No. Have you tried to analyze it? No. So how don't you understand? Oh. We see it happen. Day in, day out. And sometimes I say, I don't understand. I say, can you read the questions? And when they read, in the place of reading, you just hear them say, oh. We don't encourage problem solving. And because of that, they don't have it. They lack accountability. No accountability whatsoever. because you don't hold them accountable to things that they should be held accountable for. Instead, somebody else is held accountable. I used to have a student in my class. There was a day she forgot her laptop in school. Laptop. How will you come to school and for please? Even those of you that are core members, do you forget your laptops? I don't understand. A child will come to school and forget laptop. And the nanny was so distressed that day. She came to my class and you could see the distress in her face. And she was like, if I don't see this laptop, I am in trouble. I had to stand up. And I started looking around the school for the laptop because it was obviously not in class. She took it out of class, chopped it elsewhere. I had to help her look for it. In fact, when we saw it, if she could carry me, she would carry me that day. Because of the kind of trouble, I don't want to imagine the trouble she would be in for her to be in that great distress. But the child that lost the laptop, no care whatsoever, no worries, because she's not going to be held responsible. No worries. And now we see children come into class. A teacher is teaching, they are doing something else. As you're stopping them from this one, they are jumping to another one. As you're stopping them from that, because there's really no concern, no responsibility whatsoever. They don't care. If you like, pay 10 million. If you like, pay 20 million for school fees. If you like, pay 40 million. They don't care. They really do not care. They really do not care. Because you've not allowed them to understand accountability. You need to learn to hold them accountable. Let them understand that yes, in as much as you have the rights, you also have responsibilities. And hold them accountable. They are emotionally fragile. It is in this time and age that I see children having to go to therapy because somebody refused to be their friend. Excuse me? The very first day I heard it, I'm like, what's going on? I had some students I taught a few years back. There was one very small student, very small like me, small but mighty. And she was the one controlling even the tall ones. And then you will hear something like, what did she say to you? Go and tell her that she's stupid. And then you see the tall one going, you are very stupid. And I'm like, oh my God. As if someone told you to go and do something wrong. You did not even process it in your head. And you just went to regurgitate it. Where are we going with these children? And then you hear things like, because he refused to be my friend, I am depressed. To the extent that the child has to see it. The child is not being bullied. This is not a case of bullying that would say, okay, the child needs to see a therapist or something. This is not a case of bullying. This is a case of low self-esteem. You cannot choose your own friends. Your friends have to now choose you. And if they don't choose you, you begin to feel bad. You begin to feel depressed. We are now preparing children for failure instead of preparing them for the real world. You now hear things like, the competition has to be, you don't have to let them know that it's a competition. You just have to like, excuse me, the world is a competition. These children should be made to understand how to compete fairly. They need to understand that failure itself is a gift. You don't have children who are dreadful of failure. You have children that even you as a teacher, you are scared that they should not fail. Do you know why? Because if that child fails, there'll be trouble. You can lose that child totally. They feel discouraged. They don't understand that failure is a gift. It helps you to know what you're doing and what you're doing better. The speaker once spoke about driving and gave the analogy of using driving, saying how many of us were professional drivers the very first day we started driving. How many of us? The same thing with walking. How many of us started jumping and leaping and flying the very first day we took our first step? Children need to understand that every professional was once an amateur. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a step. They need to understand. I spoke about the power of yet. They need to understand how powerful yet is. We need to support them to reach their full potential, not shield them from the harsh truth. I don't want my child to suffer. And that's why we see young people, youth, any little thing, suicide. Any little thing, suicide. And you wonder what's going on. Emotional intelligence, zero. They are so emotionally fragile that they don't even know that tough times don't last, but tough people do. Erosion of teacher authority. The authority of the teacher has been greatly eroded. That now you cannot even talk to the child anymore, because the child knows that if you say anyhow, you will collect. I've heard of cases where parents go to school to fight teachers. I've heard of cases where a parent went to school because he is in a highly placed position in the society, got to school, slapped the teacher, and the school asked the teacher to apologize. Where are we going? And you now expect that the child of that parent to see the teacher the next day and respect the teacher. And this does not only happen in Nigeria. There was a time on the internet, there was a video that went viral of a teacher fighting a student. I don't know if we saw that video. The teacher was fighting the student. In as much as I know that I would not stoop that low, but I think I understand what went on behind the scene. The school must have always been behind the student. Probably she has been reporting the case and nobody was doing anything. And the students knew that they had the power. And they knew. Because these children are actually smart. Many years ago, I heard a speaker say something that whatever you want to teach a child, whatever value you want to build in a child, you build it from 0 to 3 years. Between 0 to 3. And I was like, wow. Because actually, that was what I did with my own children. Between 0 to 3, I already put the values in them. But society was making it seem like I was crazy. Why would you be doing this to a child below 3? Why would you be doing this to a child that is 3 years old? Why would you? They were making it seem like I was crazy. But when I saw that it was an encouragement to me, I said, okay, I think I'm doing the right thing. And I actually see it because these same people that criticize me for the way I'm training my children are still the same people that will beat up their children. Can't you see how this child is doing? Can't you act like him? Excuse me, you don't like my methods, but you want my results. So when I heard the speaker say that everything you want to train in a child, every value you want to put in your child, respect, responsibility, honesty, whatever it is, integrity, you have to put them in between the ages of 0 and 3. That's the foundational stage. Because anything you do after a 3, you're building already. The foundation is completed. And here we have parents that believe that a child cannot do anything until they clock 10. Say, oh, now you are 10. Now you can begin to do house chores. And I froze at 10. Okay. And you still see a 13-year-old, a 14-year-old, a 16-year-old in some homes would eat, and it is the nanny that will come and clear the table. No. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we building in these children? I once was contacted to take a child at the onset of my teaching career. A parent met me and said, I would like you to train my child personally. I would like you to teach my child personally. And after the very first lesson, after the first class, I told the parent, I'm sorry, I will not be able to take your child again. And I stopped taking the child. Money was not the problem. But the problem was this child had no respect for authority. And there is no way a child who has no respect for authority would get anything from that system. It would be just fetching water in a basket. So I understood that, and I told the parents, I'm sorry, I don't think I can work with your child. Many years down the line, I came to understand what I did by the time I started getting more trainings. Yes, I did that based on impulse then, but I did not know what I did professionally. But later I got to know that I got to know about what I did professionally, and it was still the right thing to do. But now I have a professional backing for it. A child that does not respect authority will not get anything from that system. So a child is in my class, does not respect my authority, and you expect that child to really learn under me. It won't work. When we were in school, to teachers we don't like, we never learn from them. We never learn from them because once they enter, I understood that quickly. I think there was a particular course, history. I used to love history a lot when I was in SS1. But then SS2, another teacher was given the subject and then he messed it up. And then I was like, no, that's it. And that was what made me drop history in WAEC. I understood that from that scenario. And that was why when my government teacher refused to come to class, I told myself, instead of hating you, I would just put you on one side and face the subject. And I began to study the subject. And that was why I did well in government. So because I understood that, I try to make sure that I also let my students understand, and even the students I don't teach. Any teacher you hate, you will not pass the subject. It's not a course. Because whatever they say, you will not understand. It's like that because emotionally you are closed to them. So you won't be able to absorb anything from them. So no matter how a teacher behaves badly, I'm not here to shield teachers now. No matter how a teacher behaves, your focus is on the subject. Because you need to get something out of it. So when a child does not respect the teacher, how do you expect the child to do well in that subject? I had some set of students that when I came into their class, they were acting however they wanted. And they were not listening. They were being so antagonizing and all that. And the other teacher in class would be like, you guys are being so unfair. She just even came in. You're not even giving her a listening here. And you already have a bias about her and all that and all that. Nothing I was saying was getting through them. They were not. They had their bias already. And they were not ready to listen to anything I was saying. So one day, these children went to Google me online. I know before that day, they told me, one of them told me, you know, I can sack you. And you're just trying to act like, pretend that you love us because your job is at stake. And I can actually get this job off you. And I looked at the child and I told him, sorry to disappoint you, but you can't take my job. That's number one. Number two, I am not acting like I love you because my job is at stake. I love you. And it's not because of my job. And then he said, because I know that this job is the best thing that ever happened to you. So I told him number three. I said, number three, this job is not the best thing that ever happened to me. I had better opportunities that I had to let go of to be here. And if God says this is that I won't be here anymore, there are still better opportunities waiting for me in future. And I guess that confidence to be able to respond to them that way was what triggered them to go and look me up. And they went to look me up online. And he came back the next day. Oh, so you taught abroad before. And no wonder you said this job is not the best job. It's not the best opportunity you ever had. And that you had other options. And this and that. And that was the end of the disrespect. But then I questioned myself. Do I need to have taught abroad to command your respect? What if I had not had the opportunity to teach abroad? But I still know my onions. Would you treat me like a sham? It shouldn't be so. It shouldn't be so. Teacher authority is being greatly eroded. It really should not be so. And this is taking an emotional toll on educators. It's taking an emotional toll on teachers. Because now you hear teachers say, anything that is not in my job description, I will not do. Anything that the parent has refused to teach the child, I will not do. Yeah, parents asking, why is it that the children of nowadays, they don't greet anymore? Did you even teach your child to greet at all? So I will not do. But like I said, parents are not the enemy. They just need the balance. They need to balance it. They really need to balance it. I will be talking about how best to balance it and the more reason why we need to balance it in my very next speech. So for now, I'd like to remind us, teachers are only a signpost to direct your child to what they need to see and not exactly show them what they need to see. But they cannot do this if they are not allowed to do that which they have been trained to do. They are professionals, just like your doctors, just like your lawyers. They are professionals. They know their onions. Allow them to do their job. On this note, I will be passing the mic on to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Today, we are part of something historic. A relay of voices. A marathon of ideas. A powerful reminder that voice, clarity, and thought can change lives. And the idea I bring to you today is simple but life-changing. Let me ask you this question. Have you ever seen someone speak with so much confidence that you said quietly to yourself, they must be born with it, and I'm not one of them? Is there anyone here who has ever thought that way? I'd like to see your hands up if you have ever thought that way. Thank you. I used to believe that too. But there was a moment in my life that changed everything. And I would like to share this personal story with you. Several years ago, I was invited to an interactive session. I got to the venue and the room was packed. You know what I mean when I say packed. Everyone was seated. Few minutes into the time, individuals stood up to speak one by one. Their voices were so strong. They spoke so confidently. Their words were very clear. And the audience listened attentively. And then it was my turn to speak. I stood up. As I was handed over the microphone, my hands were shaking. My legs were wobbling. And my heart was pounding and racing faster than I could steady. You know, that moment in my life, fear was louder than my voice. Has any one of you here experienced such a moment before? A moment in your life when fear is louder than your voice. That was the moment in my life. I sat down looking confused and embarrassed, but with a conviction in my mind that confidence is something people are born with, and I'm not one of the lucky few. As I wrestle with that conviction in my heart, something on my inside refused to accept that story. So I started practicing. I started to do something uncomfortable. I started to do something powerful. I spoke at every given opportunity. I spoke in my family gathering. I spoke in my place of work. I spoke in my community. I spoke in little groups I belonged in the church. I kept speaking non-stop. And something happened. The fear did not disappear, but courage began to replace fear. And as I continued speaking, fear disappeared and courage replaced fear. My voice became stronger. My posture became firmer. And my belief in myself became deeper. And that was when I discovered a truth that changed everything. Confidence is built, not born. And that is my topic for today. I know many of you here may have wrongly believed that confidence is born. You may have watched someone speak with so much confidence that you said to yourself, they must be born that way, and I'm not as lucky as they are. A leader, a speaker, an artist, one who walks into a room and owns it. Some of you here today may have assumed that confidence is a talent, a gift, or a blessing given to a lucky few. Do you know that that belief has quietly stopped millions of people from ever moving forward? I'm here today to dismantle that belief and to correct that wrong narrative that has been sold to us over the years, that confidence is born. Confidence is not loudness. Confidence is not arrogance. Confidence is not having no fear. Do you know that the most confident people in the world today do fear? They do doubt. They do feel nervous. But the difference is they act anyway. Confidence is something you train. When you do something that seems seemingly impossible, you train your brain to learn something. When you are successful in what you have done, your brain learns, I can handle it. Confidence is a skill that you learn. Just like you learn every other skill, that is how you learn confidence. Just like you learn photography, just like you learn how to speak, just like you learn how to sew clothes, just like you learn how to make hair, that is how you learn confidence. Confidence is evidence collected over time. Confidence is repetition. Confidence does not happen before an action. You act and confidence follows. So confidence is repetition of action. Confidence is willingness to try, willingness to improve, and willingness to be seen. And I'd like to say this to you today. Confidence will give you visibility. Visibility is not vanity as long as you are visible for the right reason. Do not be afraid to step forward. Confidence is action plus repetition plus self-trust. You want to gain confidence? You must be willing to try over and over and over again. Confidence is a skill that you train. I want to ask you this question. Is there any one of you who is here that was born walking, talking, or riding a bicycle? Anyone here? I would like to see such a person. I would like to recognize you because I haven't seen one. Is there anyone here? Okay, what that tells me or tells us is that confidence is a skill that you learn. What that tells us is that we all failed. We all fell. We all looked foolish at a time. But we tried again and again, and confidence was formed. So what changed? Why have we refused to allow ourselves to be beginners? Confidence is repetition of action. It is small wins, showing up again and again, and gradually confidence is formed. I said to us that confidence is not arrogance. Confidence is not having no fear. Confidence is the decision to move forward despite fear. We are here this morning. We are celebrating and amplifying voice. So let us talk about confidence and public speaking. Do you know that most people fear public speaking more than failure? So many people fear public speaking more than rejection. You will be shocked to hear that a lot of people fear public speaking even more than death. Now, the big question is, why is it so? The reason is simple. Public speaking exposes us. Most of the greatest leaders you see today, most of the greatest speakers you admire today, they once had shaking legs. They once had trebly voice. They once had hearts that races, but they continued speaking. Confidence on stage is not talent. Confidence on stage is practice meeting courage. You do not become confident by avoiding the mic. You become confident by stepping into the mic again and again. Confidence and public speaking will give you visibility. So do not be afraid to try. Do not be afraid to improve. Do not be afraid to be seen. Because confidence is a skill that you train. Confidence is like a muscle. How many of you know that? You train your muscles. As you continue practicing over and over again, you become confident. So do not let anyone lie to you that confidence is born. Confidence is built, not born. Confidence is not about what you do. Confidence is about what you think of yourself. So many of us here today are so good in speaking kindly to others, but we don't know how to speak kindly to ourselves. Some of us are our greatest critics. And I'm wondering, why is it so? Why can't we learn how to speak kindly to ourselves? Rather than say to yourself, I am not confident, say to yourself, I am learning to be confident. Rather than say to yourself, I cannot do this, say to yourself, I am building ability to do this. What you say to yourself, your language, it forms your belief, and your belief shapes your behavior. That is why it is very important that you speak positively to yourself. Don't speak negatively to yourself because you are a product of what you believe. Confidence is a skill that any one of you here can learn. Today, we are amplifying voices. Today, we are celebrating the importance of voice. I want to say this to us. If you forget everything I have said here today, please remember this one thing. The voice inside of you matters. The things you say to yourself matters. So speak kindly to yourself. Speak positively to yourself. As I come to a conclusion, I want to say to us that your voice matters. Your ideas does not need perfection. Your voice does not need permission. So speak with confidence. Speak with clarity. Speak with purpose. And speak with power. Thank you. I hand over the baton to the next speaker. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, my name is Mrs. Ngozi Ochuba. I'm a pharmacist. So I'm going to be pivoting from all the leadership, political talks and value talks. We're going to have a health talk today. I hope you're ready for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let me take you back to a time we all know, we remember very well, during the tension of the NSAS protest. Do we remember the NSAS protest?
Yes, ma'am.
It was a very fragile time in the history of the nation. And at that same time, the country was already battling with the COVID-19 pandemic, if we remember very well. So things were not normal. The streets were quiet because movement was restricted. Offices were closed, shops were shut down, and pharmacies were closed. A lot of pharmacies were also closed. Why? People were scared. There was fear. Nobody wanted to become a victim. Nobody wanted to get COVID. So pharmacists were also very careful at that time. So there was this quietness in the nation. But that quietness was deceptive. Because there was fear in the air. Then suddenly, the chaos burst open. There was a lot of chaos. Then this very night, gunshots echoed through the nation, through Lagos especially. Gunshots echoed through the night. Bullets landed on rooftops. I can tell you bullets landed on rooftops because even on my own rooftop, bullets landed. So that night, it was risky going out. In fact, it was dangerous to go out, if you remember very well. But not far from me that night, a man was fighting for his life. An asthmatic patient was struggling to breathe. And that was when he called me. In the middle of the chaos, he needed help. But how was I going to help? With gunshots echoing everywhere? The streets were unsafe. He needed his medication. How was he going to buy it? Pharmacies were closed. He needed to breathe. How was he going to breathe? There was no access to his medication. And that very night revealed something to me. Not because the night was dramatic, but it revealed something painfully simple to me. That patients with chronic diseases or chronic conditions, that running out of their medication was not just inconvenient. Running out of their medication is a risk. It is danger, and sometimes it could be life-threatening. And that was when I decided that when I have opportunity to talk to patients, especially those on chronic disease, I will tell them this one thing. I'll say, don't forget, never wait for the last pill. Never run out of your medication. Hypertension, diabetes, asthma, arthritis, heart diseases. Never wait for the last pill. I'm a community pharmacist. I don't just sit behind the counter and count drugs. I do a lot more than that. But most importantly, I've been a community pharmacist for almost 30 years. So I see patterns. And there's one pattern I see. Patients underestimate the nature of chronic diseases. When I speak to them one-on-one, the feeling you get, the message you get is this. This is a temporary visitor. It will come and go. But I'm sorry, most of the time it's not true. Chronic conditions don't come and go. They come to stay. They don't take breaks. Even during the NSAS protest, even during the pandemic, they don't take break, they stay. So,